Chapter 51. Don't worry. I'll be back when I go and chop up that turkey. Quickly. In the old school building of the Mystery Research Association, Suhai glanced and stood in front of him. Rias, Himejima Aquino, and the others were still worried. He smiled and said slowly. At the same time, he lowered his head and kissed Rias before turning around and entering the teleportation magic circle. After a trance in front of him, Suhai came to a familiar alien space. Although the surrounding environment was still Kuwang Town, it was a pity that it had turned gray. Obviously, this different space was specially prepared for this ranking game. Human, I thought you were afraid and didn't dare to come. Looks like you're a bit stubborn. At this time, Lisa Phoenix had already arrived with his family. Seeing the moment Suhai appeared, a smile flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but sneer. Clearly, at this moment, Lisa Phoenix still thinks he's the winner. At this moment, Lisa Phoenix had even imagined the torture scene after defeating Suhai. At this moment, in the demon world on the other side, many demons of the older generation are watching the pictures of different dimensions through projection. After all, this time involved two pure-blooded demon families, and Grimmery's current leader is one of the 4 major demon kings. They can't be ignored. Among these viewers, people from the Phoenix family and the Grimmery family were naturally included. Do you think this young man has a chance? In a meeting room of the Grimmery family, Geodicus Grimmery, the father of Rias, slowly asked Sazex next to him while watching the tit-for-tat scene in the picture. His tone was very flat, making it impossible to see what was going on in his heart. According to the situation of Griefia's contact, this boy has magic power no less than that of the highest level demon, and he seems to be the owner of a divine weapon. In terms of strength alone, it should be above Riisa. It's just that Riisa, who has the Phoenix bloodline, is extremely resilient, and it's hard to say whether the two will win or lose. Apparently, after Grafia came back, she had already told Sazex, who was the Demon King, about Suhai. Perhaps it is precisely because of this knowledge that the Grimmery family agreed to this ranking game. After all, it is impossible for an ordinary person to marry a demon noble woman. Facing Sazex's words, everyone in the room fell into silence, no longer speaking, but staring closely at the changes in the picture. Facing such a scene, Sazex nodded slightly towards Grifia. Seeing this, Grifia silently activated the teleportation formation and disappeared into the room. When it appeared again, it had already come to the mid-air of the different dimension. The ranking game officially begins. As the referee this time, Grifia confirmed that both Suhai and Lisa Phoenix were ready. The start of the match was immediately announced, and a teleportation magic circle appeared on the ground at the feet of both Suhai and Lisa Phoenix. The two people were teleported to both ends of a space, and the rules of this ranking game are also very simple. Whoever can stand at the end is the final winner. Then what kind of strategy do you have when you are at an absolute disadvantage in numbers? At the moment when the game started, many demon nobles watching the game all looked at Suhai in the screen and thought secretly. After all, as things stand today, Suhai is at an absolute disadvantage, at least in numbers. But in the next instant, Suhai's actions really shocked everyone's jaws. Just when everyone thought that Suhai would hide first, looking for opportunities to defeat them one by one, perhaps by sneaking around and attacking Huanglong to defeat Lisa Phoenix, the opponent's king. Suhai appeared in everyone's field of vision, without any intention of hiding, and walked slowly towards the direction of Lisa Phoenix's camp. This, in the face of such a situation, let alone in the demon world, the demon nobles who were watching were a little surprised. Even in the Mystery Research Society, Rias, Himejima Aquino, and the others were very surprised. If they didn't know everything, Rias and others even thought that Suhai, who was walking around, was on an outing, not a brutal ranking game. It's just a mere human. How dare you despise me? You all go and show him some color and let him know the price of arrogance. Facing Suhai's undisguised behavior, Lisa Phoenix on the other side naturally sensed it. For a while, Lisa Phoenix felt that she was being despised, and while feeling a little angry in her heart, she spoke to the family members next to her in a very low voice. Yes. In response, Ubaluna, who was the queen, nodded her head quickly and headed towards where Suhai was with the others. Oh, didn't the turkey come by himself? It seems that you are only sent here. It seems that you have been underestimated. It didn't take long for the two sides to collide head-on. Seeing Yubaluna and the others, Suhai said very plainly, "Human, you are too arrogant." Looking at Suhai, who didn't take everything into account, Yubaluna naturally frowned and attacked directly. For a while, except for Yubaluna, who was floating in the air, and Reveal Phoenix, who never fought. Everyone took out their weapons and charged towards Suhai. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on every key point around Suhai. But even so, Suhai was still not flustered in the slightest, with a smile on his face from beginning to end, standing quietly in place, without the slightest resistance or counterattack. Faced with such a situation, whether it was Yubaluna floating in the air or demons such as Rias and Sazex watching from the outside, there was a hint of puzzled expression on their faces. In the next instant, their expressions changed from puzzled to surprised. Because after more than a dozen powerful attacks hit Suhai, apart from the sound of a few golden stones colliding, even the epidermis on Suhai's body was not pierced, let alone causing fatal damage. This is obviously the effect of the 12 trials. Under this powerful skill, the attacks of ordinary upper-level demons cannot cause damage to Suhai at all. Not to mention these demons who only have mid-level demon strength and do not have powerful artifacts in their hands. Chapter 52. Although these people are carrying the flame of the phoenix in their attacks, the weak flame alone cannot change anything. Impossible. How can you, a human being, have such a powerful physique? Faced with such a result, the person who was most surprised was naturally the one who launched the attack. Lisa Phoenix's family obviously couldn't accept this result and asked in a very incredible way. It's just that Suhai has no obligation to answer, and Bien has no intention of explaining anything to his opponent. Not good. Get away from him. In the end, Yubaluna, who was still standing high in the sky, took the lead in reacting, looking at Suhai, who was unscathed, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. I was shocked for a moment, and immediately reminded me that I was a little anxious. Faced with such a reminder, Isabella and the others who were the castle also reacted. I understand that I am still in the middle of a battle, and I subconsciously want to retreat and stay away from this dangerous target in front of me. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just when Isabella and the others were about to retreat, Suhai, who was surrounded by them, suddenly burst out with a powerful magic. They were directly sent flying out, and the moment they flew upside down in midair, everyone lost control of their bodies. And what Suhai wanted was this effect. With the sound of air bursting, a small deep hole appeared on the ground under Suhai's feet. Suhai himself was in a trance and disappeared in place in an instant. But when he appeared again, he was already beside Isabella in midair. The clenched fists of both hands broke through the air barrier without hesitation and hit Isabella's abdomen heavily. It made Isabella instantly turn into a streamer and hit the ground heavily from midair, accompanied by a loud noise. After the smoke dissipated, Isabella was already lying in the pit full of scars. Starting from her head, her body gradually turned into light and dissipated. Obviously, under this fatal blow, Isabella no longer had the ability to resist and was teleported out by a space, becoming the first person to be withdrawn. And it all happened in an instant. After Suhai solved the first one, he repeated his tricks, flashing one after another with his strong physical fitness. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, she appeared beside one female demon with different looks. In the short period of time that followed, there were successive vibrations and loud noises from the whole different space. When everyone came back to their senses, there were originally 14 demon family members, but now only Yubaluna, who is the queen, is left. There is also Reveal Phoenix, who is a bishop but never fights. As for the other people, they all lay in deep pits of different sizes, and their bodies turned into golden light and slowly dissipated. It's your turn next. Suhai, who landed on the ground again, glanced at Yubaluna and Reveal Phoenix with her own eyes. Said slowly, facing the fierce Suhai who punched to the flesh the second before, Reveal Phoenix subconsciously took a step back. And Yubaluna, who was in the air, frowned slightly, feeling very troubled in her heart. Human, I admit that you are very strong. Physical quality far exceeds what humans can have, and is even far stronger than most demons. But no matter how powerful an attack is, if it can't hit the enemy, it's meaningless. It has to be said that there is a reason why Yuba can become the queen of Lisa Phoenix. Even at a disadvantage, she can think maturely and prudently. Between the words, Yuba flapped her wings, raising the height of her flight. At the same time, he unleashed his proud blast magic, preparing to launch a long-range magic attack on Su-Hai on the ground. Obviously, in Yuba heart, although Su-Hai is very powerful, she has an inherent disadvantage. That is, she can't fly. As long as you keep a distance and don't let Su-Hai get close to him, then Su-Hai is useless even if he has a strong physique. And she can use her most powerful blasting magic to strike Su-Hai on the ground indiscriminately. Looking at the huge magic circle in front of Yuba in the sky, Su-Hai showed a helpless smile on his face after a brief stupor. Looking at the suddenly confident Yuba, Su-Hai thought she had thought of something good. Unexpectedly, the other party simply thought that he could not fly. But this is not to blame for Yuba. After all, everyone's grasp of Su-Hai's information is very superficial. If it was Su-Hai from a dozen days ago, he really didn't have the ability to fly, and it might take some effort to deal with Yuba, who was in the high altitude. But now it's different. Draeger, it's your turn. Facing the blasting magic that had been activated in the sky, Su-Hai didn't mean to dodge or resist at all, but looked at his right hand and said slowly, "Boy Su, I've been waiting for a long time." In the next instant, a red light flashed, and a scarlet gauntlet appeared on Su-Hai's right hand, and a huge green orb was inlaid on the back of his hand. At the same time, a rough and majestic voice appeared in Su-Hai's mind. Obviously, the owner of this voice is the Qilong Emperor, one of the two heavenly dragons. Su-Hai naturally became the new generation of Kiryuti after getting the cage of Kiryuti. As for the Red Dragon Emperor Draig, as his new master, Su-Hai is far more suitable than Hadi-Issei, and naturally, he does not have the slightest feeling of resistance. During the conversation between the person and the dragon, the explosion magic in the sky also turned into a giant purple energy beam, which descended like a punishment from heaven. The target of this energy attack is naturally Su-Hai. In everyone's eyes, Su-Hai seemed to be shocked by the powerful blasting magic and stood there sluggishly. In the end, he was instantly hit by a destructive blasting magic. Solve it. With the spread of purple energy, Su-Hai's location in the other space was destroyed within a kilometer. Looking at the smoky scene below, Yuba, who has the title of Bomb Princess, is very confident in her blasting magic. I don't think anyone can take their own blasting magic just with their bodies, but after thinking of Su-Hai's always confident face, I always have a bad feeling in my heart. I always feel that the man in front of him still has reservations. His power seems to be endless, and he can always surprise others. Chapter 53. Forbidden. Red Dragon Emperor's armor, boosted gear scale male. And it turns out that Yuba concerns were right. On the ground that was filled with smoke, a slightly dull voice suddenly came from the Qilong Emperor. Immediately afterwards, a storm blew away the smoke from the inside out, and Su-Hai, who was shrouded in crimson armor, appeared in everyone's eyes. Artifact? It was unscathed. Facing Su-Hai, who was not hurt in the slightest, and who had changed her appearance, Yuba seemed to mutter to herself. Although Yuba didn't recognize that one of the 13 god killers was Dragon Emperor's cage hand, the explosion magic she was proud of did not hurt Su-Hai at all. This also made her understand that the power of this artifact was very powerful. At least from the current point of view, the powerful defense is very terrifying. Is this the cage hand of the Qilong Emperor? Did that guy find the host again? It seems that the three realms are going to be lively again. This battle has attracted the attention of all demon forces in the demon world, and these demons are ancient existences, and their knowledge is naturally not comparable to that of the young Yuba. Almost as soon as he saw Su-Hai's handband state, he recognized the existence of Scarlet Dragon Emperor's cage hand. While a little surprised, they also sighed with emotion. As for Rias and her family in the demon world, she was naturally very pleasantly surprised. After all, Rias' elder brother and parents never thought that the human being that Rias was looking for in the human world would be the host of the new generation of Kalandi. As one of the two heavenly dragons that had turned the world upside down, The Qilong Emperor was undoubtedly one of the top combat powers in the Bible system. Today, it has been made by the gods of the Bible and has become one of the 13 god-killing tools. It can be said that it is also the most top-notch among the artifacts. As long as there are no accidents in the middle, the person who obtains the Qilong Emperor's cage will definitely become one of the top combat powers. In fact, the most surprising thing was Rias. She never thought that under the oppression of family marriage, she chose Su-hai, who she liked and didn't hate. It even hides the identity of the Qilong Emperor. Well, I'm really envious of Rias for finding such an excellent partner as Su-hai-kun. In the Mystery Research Council, Himejima Aquino, who observed this scene, also pretended to be a little envious and said to Rias next to him, "But this is just an appearance." In fact, Himejima Aquino is sincerely happy for Rias. Aquino Himejima is the first family to know Rias. The two were more like sisters than masters and servants. In the different space, Su-hai, who entered the Forbidden State, naturally acquired the ability to fly. It turned into a crimson streamer and rose into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he came to Yubaluna. Multiply, multiply, multiply. And in the process of flying, Su-hai's right hand also gathered a lot of magic power, and under the characteristics of Qilong Emperor's cage hand to increase the strength, it quickly doubled. When arriving in front of Yubaluna, Su-hai did not hesitate or show mercy, and shot the Dragon King's cannon through Yubaluna's abdomen in an instant. It instantly lost the ability to resist, and it was too late to even use the Tear of the Phoenix, which could instantly restore all injuries as a whole card. Was eliminated. Don't come here. I'm not a combatant. The moment he finished dealing with Yubaluna, Su-hai turned to look at Reveal Phoenix, who was not far away. Faced with such a situation, Reveal Phoenix naturally spoke quickly. Obviously do not want to suffer the same attack, although under the rules of the ranking game. Even if you die in a different space, you will not really die, but will be teleported out. But the pain you feel when you get hurt is real. In this regard, Su-hai did not respond. Although Su-hai is not a bad person, but it is not enough to take anger on Reveal Phoenix because of Lisa Phoenix. So from the beginning to the end, Su-hai did not plan to take action on Reveal Phoenix. Otherwise, Reveal Phoenix would have already been out, and it would be impossible to survive until now. No wonder I dare to accept this ranking game. Is it the trump card with the cage hand of the Qilong Emperor? However, you have stopped here. With your current strength, how much power can you exert with this god-killing tool? Suddenly, an angry voice entered the ears of the two from a distance. I saw Riisa Phoenix, covered in flames, appearing in front of Su-hai in midair. The moment he arrived, Lisa Phoenix glanced at the third safe Reveal Phoenix, and then turned to Su-hai in front of him and said a little suppressed. The conceited Lisa Phoenix doesn't think he's going to lose to Su-hai, even at this point in time. It's no wonder, with his Phoenix bloodline, Lisa Phoenix has defeated many opponents far stronger than himself in the ranking game. Perhaps due to a relationship that never failed, Lisa Phoenix had already developed an arrogant personality. Between the words, Lisa Phoenix lit up the Phoenix flames that blew her body and attacked Su-hai. In the face of such a situation, Su-hai also seemed very arrogant and charged towards Lisa Phoenix. With the defensive power of the armor in the Forbidden State, and the power that is multiplied in all directions at all times, it seems very arrogant to disperse the flames of the Phoenix. In the blink of an eye, he came to Lisa Phoenix and punched Lisa Phoenix again. It instantly turned into a streamer and crashed into a dormitory building. The strong impact caused the entire dormitory building to collapse, and Lisa Phoenix was also buried in it. But a second later, a flame shot up from the ruins, and Lisa Phoenix, whose face was severely deformed, appeared in the sky again. Under the flames of the Phoenix, Lisa Phoenix's injuries healed almost in the blink of an eye. However, the moment Lisa Phoenix just took off, Su-hai launched an all-round attack at an extremely fast speed. The hurricane-like attack mercilessly hit every part of Lisa Phoenix's body, and the power of each punch increases. It's useless. This is the talent gap. Although your attack is powerful, as long as my magic power is not exhausted, any injury can be recovered in an instant. And with the addition of Phoenix Tears, my magic power is endless. Injured and recovered again and again, Lisa Phoenix felt the pain from her body and seemed to be screaming wildly. Chapter 54. As expected of the Phoenix family's Phoenix bloodline, it's a perfect match with Tears of the Phoenix. Although Kalangdi's Forbidden Hand is powerful, there is a time limit. If this continues, Kalangdi may be in danger at that time. Looking at such a scene, most of the demon nobles watching the battle sighed and said, in the words, there is admiration for the blood of the Phoenix, and there is also regret for Su-Hai. In fact, in a regular ranking game, both parties will formulate detailed rules, and bug-level drugs like Phoenix have restrictions on their use. However, Su-Hai is not a real demon, and the two are simply dueling, not a ranking game. As long as it belongs to one's own strength, everything can be used. This naturally also includes the Tears of the Phoenix. Look at the Qilong Emperor boy. It seems that he can't hold on anymore. I don't know when, a demon noble suddenly said. The demons who made some contemplation and sighs looked towards the screen. I saw that Su-Hai, who was in a state of forbidden hands, suddenly removed the red armor on his body, leaving only the gauntlet on his right arm, and he slowly landed to the ground. It seemed that the power had been exhausted, but what everyone didn't know was that Su-Hai just wanted to test the power of the Scarlet Dragon Emperor's cage hand, this artifact. Therefore, in the attack, just now, Su-Hai simply used the power of the Forbidden Hand to carry out a physical attack, and did not use the power in his own body or other means. After all, Lisa Phoenix, who has the blood of the Phoenix, is undoubtedly the best sandbag for Su-Hai. After testing, Su-Hai is still very satisfied with Kalangdi's cage hand, a god-killing tool. Just the blessing of the Forbidden Hand state made Su-Hai's strength successfully break into the Demon King level. And this is still in the case of unskilled mastery. If the application is proficient, I believe it will be greatly improved. Partner, how do you feel about the band state? With the blue light of the jade on the gauntlet, Draig's voice echoed in Su-Hai's mind. In this regard, Su-Hai, who was still quite satisfied, naturally nodded slightly. It seems that you are running out of strength, and the final victory belongs to me after all. Looking at Su-Hai, who landed on the ground, Lisa Phoenix was very messy and looked very embarrassed. Also, like most of the others, Su-Hai was exhausted. For a while, he looked at Su-Hai condescendingly, as if he was a victor, and seemed very arrogant. Facing such an ignorant Lisa Phoenix, Su-Hai shook his head helplessly, went deep into the void, and slowly drew out an extremely dazzling, radiant golden holy sword. Obviously, it is the Sword of Oath Victory, and the nemesis of all fallen angels and demons. Impossible this. How could this sword appear in his hands? At the moment when this sword appeared, even across the screen, many demons took a step back subconsciously, as if feeling the incomparably holy aura. Some older demons said in surprise as if they had thought of something terrifying. Sword of Promised Victory. X2-inch in the meeting room of the Gremory family, Sazex, the demon lord, and Geodicus Gremory, the father of Rias, even looked at each other. They looked a little surprised and called out the name of this holy sword. According to the brilliance and appearance of this sword, it is undoubtedly the legendary sword of King Arthur's noble phantasm of victory. But is this really possible? King Arthur's Sword of Kings has long been broken, and it was forged into 7 holy swords by the Church under the Angel. Why does the complete King's sword still exist? After being silent for a while, Geodicus Gremory finally said something unacceptable. Obviously, in their information, the Sword of Oath of Victory has long since ceased to exist. We don't know whether the 7 holy swords in the hands of the Church are true or false, but at least we can be sure that the one in the hands of the Qilong Emperor is genuine. It must not be a simple person for Sazex to become the Demon King. After a brief moment of surprise, he regained his composure. He spoke in an unusually rational manner. Apparently, Sazex believed that at least what he saw was real. Is there such a whole card? No wonder you have been so calm from beginning to end. It seems that everyone underestimates you. Immediately afterwards, Sazex locked his gaze on Su-Hai in the virtual screen and muttered to himself in a low voice. Su-Hai-kun really always surprises people. As for the other side, Himejima Aquino was already numb in the face of the surprises that followed. For a while, I didn't know how to deal with it. He just looked at Su-Hai in the picture with a wry smile. Excalibur. Su-Hai, who took out the Sword of Oath of Victory and was about to end the battle in an instant, did not pause at all, and directly raised the sword of Oath of Victory in his hand towards Lisa Phoenix in the sky. Endless brilliance, gathered from all directions, turned into a holy beam of light, illuminating the entire gray-white alien space. And Lisa Phoenix in the sky was full of fear for this endless brilliance, even at such a great distance. At the moment when the Sword of Oath of Victory appeared, Lisa Phoenix could still feel a tingling pain in every cell of his body. Always feel the presence of natural enemies. No, I can't lose. I must kill you. However, in addition to the fear, the pride in Lisa Phoenix's heart made him feel ashamed of this fear. I saw that Lisa Phoenix suddenly seemed to go crazy, swooped down from the sky, and charged towards Su-Hai, who was charging. Obviously preparing to attack Su-Hai before Su-Hai is ready. Boost, boost, boost. But unfortunately, a dull sound came from the gauntlet on Su-Hai's right arm, and the light beam that was slowly forming suddenly expanded exponentially, as if he had taken a powerful medicine. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Sword of Oath of Victory completed the liberation of the noble phantasm. The air that spreads outwards directly lifted Lisa Phoenix, who was swooping down from the sky, and flew out. In the process of flying upside down, Lisa Phoenix also lost the ability to control his body. Chapter 55. And what Su-Hai wanted was such an opportunity, and without hesitation he swung the Sword of Judgment in his hand. The brilliance of salvation cut through the gray space, and space cracks appeared wherever it went. Obviously, under the attack of the Sword of Oath of Victory, this temporarily constructed space as a game battlefield could no longer bear it. Faced with such a situation, Durafia, who was the referee in the sky, also changed his face slightly, disappeared into the sky in an instant, and dived towards the ground. If this continues and the other dimension collapses, the attack received by Lisa Phoenix will become substantial damage under the attack of this top-notch holy sword. Even if Lisa Phoenix has the blood of the Phoenix, he will be annihilated in the light by then. But unfortunately, although Gurefia's strength is strong, it is still a step behind. Although it came to Lisa Phoenix at a very fast speed, a powerful force erupted, forming a huge magic circle. Withstood most of the brilliance of the Sword of Oath Victory. But there was still a very small part, and it swept the right half of Lisa Phoenix's body. This level of holy light is the most deadly poison for demons. Amidst the screams, the right half of Lisa Phoenix's body instantly collapsed. There were many flames of Phoenix burning in the wound, trying to restore Lisa Phoenix's body, but under the effect of the remaining holy light, the speed of recovery was almost negligible. Moreover, these holy light energies are like maggots attached to bones, constantly irritating Lisa Phoenix's wound, bringing him a severe burning sensation and pain. It can be said that the double torture was carried out both mentally and physically. Sure enough, it is the sword of King Arthur's Oath of Victory. For demons, it is like a poisonous existence. As for Gurefia, who resisted most of the attacks, she just looked at her hands, frowned slightly, and said slowly with emotion. If you look closely, you will find that Gurefia, the top powerhouse in the demon world, is not as simple as it seems to be attacked by the Sword of Oath Victory. At least at this time, Gurefia's right hand was trembling slightly, and there were still many traces of burning. On the powerful magic package, it still cannot be recovered in a short time. The Holy Sword is always the natural nemesis of the devil. The best way to deal with the Holy Sword is not to be hit by the Holy Sword. This is an unchangeable law. How? In the sacred ranking game of the devil, can the referee also make a move? Looking at Gurefia, who had resisted most of his attacks, Su-Hai also frowned slightly, holding the Sword of Oath of Victory in his hand, and said with a bit of dissatisfaction. From start to finish, Su-Hai didn't intend to make Lisa Phoenix feel better, and it's perfectly fine to kill him if given the chance. Now that Gurefia suddenly came out to disrupt the situation, Su-Hai was naturally a little dissatisfied. As a referee, it is my responsibility to protect the lives of both parties. If the blow just now hit Lisa Phoenix head-on, he would definitely die. He no longer has the ability to fight again. This ranking game is your victory. Facing Su-Hai's questioning, Gurefia explained it very indifferently. Clearly, Gurefia never took sides. Everything she did was based on her calm judgment. And Su-Hai naturally understands this, And the reason why he asks is just because he has some pity in his heart. After judging Su-Hi's final victory, Eurifia left with Lisa Phoenix, who was writhing on the ground and wailing. After all, today's Lisa Phoenix needs to be treated, otherwise, under the destruction of this holy light, Lisa Phoenix's spirit will definitely collapse. And Reveal Phoenix, who had been hiding in the distance to watch the battle, raised her skirt like a noblewoman, bowed slightly to Su-Hi, and disappeared into the teleportation circle. So far, only Su-Hi is left in the whole other space. This time, although he failed to take the opportunity to kill Lisa Phoenix, he also gave him the lesson he deserved. As far as the result is concerned, Su-Hi is still quite satisfied, so after slowly withdrawing the Sword of Oath of Victory, Su-Hi also turned around and entered the original teleportation circle, leaving the alien space that was about to collapse. A new generation of Qilong Emperor, the reincarnated successor of King Arthur. These two identities will actually appear on the same human being. It seems that the whole world is going to be lively again. Looking at the figure in the picture, which is not burly, but looks like a king's tall and straight back. After sighing in the dark conference room, Ria's father opened the door of the conference room with his wife and walked outside. As the Demon King, Sazex also looked at Su-Hi, who disappeared from the screen and fell into silence, as if thinking about something. "Welcome back, hero, Senior Su-Hi." Su-Hi stepped into the magic circle and disappeared behind the alien space. It appeared in the familiar hall of the Mystery Research Society. At this time, in the entire hall, Rias, Himejima Aquino, and the others were already waiting quietly. At the moment when Su-Hi appeared, Aquino Himejima seemed to be welcoming a hero and said happily. Asia even ran directly to Su-Hi's side, and even Tachin Kitten, who seemed to be expressionless at ordinary times, also inadvertently showed a smile. Facing the welcome of the girls, Su-Hi wanted to say something while a smile on his face. But in the next instant, a red figure plunged directly into his arms. "It's okay. Rias can only belong to me. That turkey is not qualified to approach you at all." Seeing Rias in his arms, Su-Hi quickly reached out and hugged. He said very gently, "Obviously, even a girl who is usually strong and self-reliant has a soft heart after all. Even powerful demons are no exception." In such a short period of time, after experiencing these changes personally, Rias was still like an ordinary girl, throwing herself into the arms of the person she depended on. "Damn it, why didn't you tell me? Aren't you and me untrustworthy?" A good Rias is a self-improving person, and she quickly calmed down. The moment she got out of her embrace, Rias asked Su-Hi with her own eyes. Needless to say, apparently asking Su-Hi why she kept the Sword of Promised Victory and the Red Dragon Emperor from them. Chapter 56. Forehead. "Isn't that because you didn't ask?" Facing Rias's words, Su-Hi spoke slowly. Rias, Himejima Aquino, and the others were all stunned for such an answer, and after thinking about it carefully in their hearts, they realized that their own people had indeed not asked. For a while, my heart was mixed, and I was a little surprised. I didn't expect it to be such a reason. However, in the end, the girls did not struggle. After all, the results were very good. See also the time. The sun sets, and soon it is afternoon. On the way home, Su-Hi was leading Rias and the other girls towards home. The happy crowd decided to hold a party to celebrate, and the final choice of location, naturally chosen, to Su-Hi's home. This is why Aquino Himejima and Rias will go home with Su-Hi. I'm a little dizzy." The next morning, in Su-Hi's bedroom, Su-Hi woke up leisurely on the bed. In a daze, Su-Hi shook his heavy head as he recalled the lively scene from last night. Su-Hi, who woke up at this time, already knew that he drank the film last night. In fact, with the strength of Su-Hi and others, it is impossible to get drunk with ordinary wine, but unfortunately the red wine used at the banquet last night was not ordinary wine. It is a wine made from a special kind of grape from the demon world, which contains a small amount of magic power. If you drink too much of this kind of wine, even a person with powerful magic will get drunk. What is this? How is it so soft?" After shaking his head and feeling awake, Su-Hi suddenly felt the hands he was using to support his body, as if touching something soft. Subconsciously, he looked to the left and right. Rias, Aquino, and Ryder. With this look, Suhai realized that he was not alone in getting drunk last night. Rias, Himejima Aquino, and Ryder were sleeping beside the whole huge bed in a messy way. As for what Suhai touched with his hands, it was self-evident. At the same time, Suhai's hands moved subconsciously. Darling, is it dawn? And it doesn't matter this move. Rias in her sleep seemed to sense something, and after making a very tempting murmur, "Don't open your eyes in a daze. Look at Suhai sitting in front of you," and ask subconsciously, is it dawn? Following Rias' voice, Aquino, Himejima, and Medusa were naturally awakened. At the moment of waking up, after Himejima Aquino discovered the current situation, instead of the slightest panic, he showed a meaningful smile and said with a smile on his face, "The most important thing is that Aquino Himejima deliberately approached Suhai when he was talking, and almost his entire body leaned on Suhai's body. Junai, can you explain why you are here? And darling, aren't you satisfied with me? What's going on with this woman?" After opening her sleepy eyes, Rias naturally found Aquino Himejima and Medusa next to her. For a while, Rias was completely drowsy, and there was a dangerous aura on her face. First, she looked at Himejima Aquino and said something. Then he looked at Medusa again and questioned Suhai. If you look closely, you will find that there is a faint trace of red gas coming out of Rias's body at this time. Obviously, this is the result of Rias's body's destructive magic power poised to unleash, and there is already a slight tendency towards blacken. Faced with such a situation, Suhai also smiled helplessly. After all, Suhai really can't remember what happened last night. Fortunately, the Tachin kitten and the two little girls in Asia are too young because of their age. Suhai and the others did not let the two of them drink alcohol. After the meal, they let the two little girls go back to the room to rest first. Otherwise, there might not be 4 people in this room, but 6 people. Adieu. It seems that Rias is angry. Suhai-kun, you have to protect me. Facing Rias like this, Aquino Himejima not only did not have the slightest fear, but found it very interesting. He pretended to hide behind Suhai and said slowly, "This is undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire, thinking that things are not big enough. 0, ask for flowers. 0, but this is also normal." With Himejima Aquino's very dark-bellied character, it is not a matter of once or twice to ridicule Rias as a master. As for Medusa, who had removed her blindfold and wore a pair of purple petrified magic eyes, she seemed very calm from beginning to end. After all, with Medusa's strength, Rias today is no match at all. As a myth in the age of the gods, it has been transformed into a heroic spirit, so Medusa's own strength is unquestionable. As long as Suhai's strength is stronger, Medusa will naturally be stronger. And now Suhai is undoubtedly much stronger than when he first came back, which makes Medusa's leading stats increase a lot. The strength has reached another level. It seems that I really can't relax for a moment. Ju. Rias naturally gritted her teeth in response to Aquino Himejima's reaction. At this time, Rias was obviously on the verge of breaking out, and she was ready to communicate with herself, the queen who always thought about the pleasant family. But at this time, a familiar red magic circle appeared on the floor of the bedroom. Wearing a maid outfit, Graphia appeared directly in the magic circle. Even after a lot of experience, Graphia was slightly stunned after seeing everything in the room. But fortunately, Graphia only appeared for a moment, and she was surprised. He quickly calmed down and pretended to be okay. After all, in the demon world, it is normal for powerful people to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. This is also a principle for the demon world to thrive and produce more and more powerful descendants, so that the demon world has always been strong. In the eyes of many people in the demon world, Suhai is undoubtedly a strong man who has such privileges. Seeing the sudden appearance of Graphia, Rias and Suhai were slightly embarrassed. After all, the mentality of the two is not as straightforward as Himejima Aquino and Medusa. In addition to being embarrassed, Rias naturally calmed down. After a simple arrangement, everyone quickly moved the meeting place to the living room. After all, today's scene is not suitable for talking about things. And Chapter 57. What? I want to go back with Ahai at home. On the sofa in the living room, Rias, who was sitting next to Suhai, looked at Graphia who was opposite her, looking very surprised. It turns out that the purpose of Euryphia's trip to the human world was to inform Rias and Su-Hai that they needed to go to the Gremory family in the demon world. Obviously, Rias was also a little surprised and did not expect that someone at home would suddenly call her home. Yes, since Sir Su-Hai successfully defeated Lisa Phoenix, it is logical to become the uncle of the Gremory family. Master Geodicus, Master Vinalana, and your brother who is the Demon King all want to see your choice. It also happened to take this opportunity to complete the engagement ceremony. This is the unanimous May 37 decision of the Gremory family. Facing the surprised Rias, Euryphia still spoke very calmly. Obviously, this time Sazex and the others let Rias and Su-Hai go to the demon world together. One is to consider Su-Hai up close. The other is to complete the engagement ceremony and confirm the relationship between Rias and Su-Hai to the entire demon world as soon as possible. After all, now Su-Hai's identity as the reincarnation of King Arthur and the new generation of Qilong Emperor has spread to all parties. The weight represented by these two identities is clear to anyone in the Gremory family. An existence like Su-Hai has a large number of people who want to win over, and the Gremory family has an innate advantage, and naturally they will not hand over this opportunity to any party. Father, mother, and elder brother's decision? Really, are they in such a hurry? Do they want to marry me? After realizing that this decision was made by her father, who is the head of the Gremory family, and her brother, who is the current Demon King, Rias couldn't help muttering. It's just that even though she said that, there was no sign of resistance on Rias' face or eyes. Apparently, Rias is also very willing to get engaged to Su-Hai. Minister Rias, what is the demon world like? Will there be very scary demons? An hour later, Su-Hai and Rias, plus Rias family members, boarded the train to the demon world. In the luxurious carriage, Asia clasped her hands tightly and asked in a low voice to Rias, who was sitting across from her. His face was full of timidity towards the unknown. Apparently, since Asia was going to the demon realm for the first time, her knowledge of the demon realm only existed in legends. In my heart, I always thought that the demon world was a very terrifying and desolate place, and there were bloodthirsty demons everywhere. It's just that Asia apparently forgot that she is a real demon now, even though it's just a subordinate demon who has just been reincarnated. Don't worry, Asia. The devil world is not as terrifying as you think. Since the reformists defeated the old school 1,000 years ago, the devil world has entered a period of peaceful development. The present demon world is completely different from the scenes depicted in myths and legends. When the time comes, you will understand. Seeing such a cute Asia, Rias also quickly smiled, exuding the brilliance of a gentle elder sister. He spoke comfortingly. In this regard, although Asia still did not understand very well, she felt relieved. Facing this harmonious scene, Su-Hai and Akino Himejima, who were sitting next to them, watched with a smile. It's just that while smiling, Su-Hai also recalled Medusa's resentful eyes when he left home and seemed a little helpless for a while. It turned out that, considering that this time it was to participate in the engagement ceremony, there was no danger. After all, in the Gremory family, where the Demon King, Sazex, is in charge, no one would deliberately seek death and anger the Gremory family. Plus, Su-Hai thought about it and decided to leave the house alone. Therefore, instead of taking Medusa to the demon realm, he left her at home. Although Medusa would never refuse Su-Hai's arrangement, she silently protested with her resentful eyes. It seems that when I go back, I have to prepare a gift carefully, Su-Hai thought to himself while feeling a little funny in his heart. This time it was indeed a bit embarrassing for Medusa, so when Su-Hai was about to return from the demon world to the human world, she brought a gift to Medusa alone. Here, let's go down. Just when Su-Hai's mind was full of thoughts, Rias' voice entered Su-Hai's ears. Su-Hai, whose thoughts were interrupted, looked out of the train window subconsciously. It was only when I realized that the magic power train had bid farewell to the colorless space passage and stopped in midair with a blue sky and white clouds. With a very wide field of vision, Su-Hai, with his powerful eyesight, can see many strange creatures flying in the air that do not exist. This even includes the presence of flying dragons. Below the train, there is a manor protected by an oval energy shield. The entire manor consists of a huge castle and other scattered parts. Obviously, This huge manor with the size of a giant island is where the Grimmery family is located in the demon world. Under the leadership of Rias, the moment the group flew to the protective shield, the energy shield that seemed to be able to withstand many powerful attacks automatically opened a small hole. Let the group enter the manor without hindrance. Obviously, at the moment when the train arrives, Sazex and others, who are the Demon King, have already sensed the arrival of Su-Hai and others. And the fact is also true, when Su-Hai and Rias and others landed not far from the castle gate, they saw a group of people waiting quietly at the gate, apparently welcoming the arrival of Su-Hai et al. The leaders were two men with the same long fiery red hair as Rias. The two men were 3 points similar, but the age difference between the two was obviously more than 0.0. One looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, and the other looked much younger, only about 20 years old. As for the middle-aged man to the left, there stood a young woman with long brown hair who looked very young, smiling and looking at Su-Hai with her own eyes. Of course, Eurifia, with silver hair and dressed as a maid, was also one of the four in the front row. Obviously, with the exception of Eurifia, the remaining three are representatives of the Grimmery family. That is Rias's father, mother, and brother. Looking at such a lineup, Su-Hai was still a little surprised. Although Su-Hai had guessed that someone would come out to greet him before arriving, he did not expect such a weighty lineup. Chapter 58. My father, my mother, my brother. The moment she saw these three people, Rias hurriedly took 2 steps forward and called out very well behaved. At this time, Rias was obviously a little different from usual, as if she had become a child favored by her parents. Haimajima Akino, as Rias's retinue, has naturally seen Sazex and others more than once, and naturally understands the identities of these people in front of him. So the moment he saw it, he seemed to bow with some respect. Instead, Su-Hai didn't know what to call him for a while. Are you Su-Hai-kun? I've seen your fight. It's really exciting, like a little hero. No wonder Rias likes you. I'm Rias' mother. If you don't mind, you can call me mother like Rias. You take care of this girl, Rias. After Rias talked with the family for a while, Rias' mother suddenly passed Rias and came to Su-Hai. Perhaps seeing through Su-Hai's somewhat embarrassing scene, he said slowly. Not only introduced Sazex and others, but also showed his identity, exuding the maturity and stability of a lady. My mother has won the prize. Rias is a very good demon. It is a very lucky thing for me to not have a wife like him. Faced with such a situation, Su-Hai was not hypocritical and shouted very naturally. If it was the former Su-Hai, there might be some stage fright in the face of this aura of the sovereign lady. But sometimes, strength can often bring self-confidence and temperament changes to a person. Although today's Su-Hai can't say that he can be flattered in any situation, but such a scene can still be stable. Seeing Su-Hai calling her mother very naturally, whether it was Rias' mother, or Sazex and the sect master of the Grimmery family next to her, or Rias herself, a smile appeared on her face. This title not only shortens the distance between them, but also shows in disguise that Su-Hai agrees with the relationship between the two. Mother, let's go in and talk about it. Rias and Su-Hai-kun also need to take a break from the long journey, and the banquet is about to start. They also need to prepare in advance. Looking at the two people chatting in a good state, although Sazex, the Demon King, was also happy to agree with this scene, but thinking of the upcoming party, he stepped forward and reminded. In this regard, Rias Dan's mother finally reacted, while smiling and showing that Su-Hai is very compatible with herself. Turning around, he and others led Su-Hai's group towards the castle. When walking towards the castle, Su-Hai's eyes were fixed on Eurifia's head. With a somewhat surprised look on her face, it turned out that at this time, Eurifia had a bright 5-star golden egg on her head. You must know that Su-Hai has met Eurifia twice before this, and when they met the first 2 times, this 5-star golden egg did not exist. After some inquiries, Su-Hai found the answer in the system. It turned out that there is a chance for golden eggs to appear in powerful people, but the timing of appearance is random. It may be now, or it may be in the future. For this dazzling 5-star golden egg, Su-Hai can be said to be very eager, knowing that Su-Hai has never opened a golden egg of this level. It's just that after seeing the conditions of opening, Su-Hai's face showed a hint of helplessness and a strange look. He also looked at the front subconsciously, with long red hair, Sazex, who was the Demon King. It turned out that this golden egg had the conditions of opening brightly written on it. That is, Gule Fia asked him to rub his back. In the face of such opening conditions, Suhai's heart can be described as mixed feelings. Not to mention whether Eurifia would agree. If Suhai really dared to make such a request, Suhai believed that he would definitely be treated as a pervert. Not being able to get out of Gremory's house by then may be a problem. Perhaps sensing Suhai's gaze, Sazex suddenly turned his head and smiled at Suhai. In this regard, Suhai secretly sighed that Sazex's keenness was worthy of being the only transcendence among the 4 demon kings. Suhai, sir, this is the room Mrs. prepared for you. As for Ria-sama and her family's room, it's right next to it. The room has the dresses you need to attend the party tonight. Madam and the others have already gone to greet the guests. After Master Suhai and Master Rias are ready, they need to go to the hall. After all, you are the protagonists today. Sir Suhai can call me if you need any help. After entering the castle, the group parted, and Eurifia led Suhai and the others toward the depths of the castle. As for Rias' mother and brother, they were heading towards the hall of the castle, apparently to welcome guests from various demon families. After traveling through the huge castle for a while, Suhai and the others, led by Gyurfiat, finally came to the depths of the castle, a very quiet place. Obviously, this is the resting place that the Gremory family prepared for Suhai and others. After speaking, Gyurifia gave Suhai a slight glance, then turned and left 823. Darling, let's prepare ourselves first, and we can't let Mother and the others wait for a long time. Standing at the door of their respective rooms, Ria smiled and said to Suhai next to her. Then he pushed open the door of his room and walked in with Himejima Akino and the other girls. Seeing this, Suhai nodded slightly and glanced away, behind the 5-star golden egg on Gyurifia's head. He also pushed open the door of his room. Suhai knew very well that he wanted to get this golden egg, and obviously he couldn't be in a hurry. So it temporarily suppressed the desire in my heart. After entering the room, Suhai was very satisfied with the atmosphere and spaciousness of the bedroom, but also found the black evening dress neatly placed on the bed. Needless to say, this evening gown was apparently prepared by the Gremory family for Suhai. Apparently, Sazex and others knew the size of Suhai's clothes through Rias in advance. It feels a little awkward, but it looks pretty good. Perhaps because of her personality, Suhai doesn't really like more restrained clothes like dresses. Therefore, after all, I feel a little uncomfortable wearing it, but looking in the mirror, it is like a noble existence. Suhai still nodded slightly, affirming her outfit. Chapter 59. Everything is ready. Suhai didn't leave the room in a hurry. After all, although she was ready, Rias herself was obviously going to be slower. And the fact is the same. After another cup of tea, the voices of Rias and other women came from outside the door. The moment he opened the door, looking at the girls standing at the door, Suhai couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. I saw Rias and Himejima Akino, who were wearing a red and purple evening dress, were standing in the front. A little behind them, the Tachin kitten and Asia wearing a white princess dress and a gold-trimmed evening dress looked very cute. This combination of 4 women has already assembled mature, seductive, lovely, and holy. Obviously, including most of the man's fantasy about the other half. It's no wonder Suhai gets distracted. Let me just say Rias, Suhai-kun will definitely like it. Senior Satyr, Senior Suhai. Looking at Suhai who opened the door, who was a little dumbfounded, Akino Himejima proudly showed off her figure, and at the same time, she didn't forget to tease and say to Rias next to her. As for the Tachin kitten and AC, as always, they were very Tsundera's complaints. The other looked a little shy and lowered his head, obviously embarrassed by Suhai's aggressive gaze. However, the 2 little girls have one thing in common. That is, there is no disgust on their faces, but a hint of joy. The so-called woman is the one who pleases herself, and Rias and others are no exception. The 4 girls were obviously very happy with Suhai's reaction. Darling, let's go to the venue too. Don't make your mother wait too long. In addition to being happy, Rias did not forget to take a step forward to wrap Suhai's arm, like a close couple, and said with a smile on her face. While speaking, the 2 also walked towards the direction of the castle hall. Rias will make an exception tonight. Suhai-kun will let you alone, so I won't fight with you. Facing such a result, Himejima Akino said while keeping up. If it was normal, Akino Himejima might have already stepped forward and hugged Suhai's other arm. Although Akino Himejima usually likes to tease Rias, he is also very understanding and understands that this evening is a very important time in life for Rias. So it will change the behavior of the past. In response, Rias also smiled, not too surprised. Although Himejima Akino usually likes to tease her master, Rias is very clear in her heart that Himejima Akino is more understanding than anyone else. After passing through the complicated corridor, the group finally came to the location of the castle hall. The moment he opened the door and walked in, Suhai and the others felt that they had come to another place. At this time, the entire hall was brightly lit, and countless people in evening dresses, who seemed to be high-class nobles, exchanged something in groups of 3 or 5. The moment Suhai and the others entered the hall, many people stopped their wine glasses one after another and looked at Suhai and Rias with interest. Is this the reincarnation of that King Arthur, the new generation of Kiryuti? In terms of appearance, it's really impeccable. The daughter of the Gremory family is engaged to such a person, and more powerful descendants will surely be born in the future. If there is a demon who can master the holy sword, it will be interesting. Obviously, since the last ranking game, Suhai has appeared in the eyes of many people. After all, the sword of the Oath of Victory and the cage hand of the Red Dragon Emperor, any of these two things appearing on one person will cause a storm. Today, both appearances are in the hands of Suhai. It is only natural that it will receive so much attention. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Today is my daughter Rias Gremory's engagement dinner with Suhai. After seeing the real protagonist present, as the suzerain of the present Gremory family, he is also Rias' father. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately appeared on the high platform, glanced at the people present, and then announced directly. For a while, the voices of congratulations and congratulations were naturally continuous. Call. It's finally over. After more than an hour, the lively and tedious banquet finally ended, and the moment he left the hall, Suhai relaxed and couldn't help speaking. To be honest, Suhai couldn't handle this kind of banquet after all. After all, at the banquet just now, there was an endless stream of people who came to toast. Obviously, all of them wanted to get to know Suhai. Some things can't be changed even by reincarnation. In the previous life, Suhai didn't like to be worldly. Even with the power he has now, this point can't be changed. Outside the hall, look at Suhai, who seems to breathe a sigh of relief. Rias couldn't help but laugh out loud, while Himejima Akino, Tachin Kitten, and others also smiled and watched all this. For Rias and others, such Suhai is a little more accessible. If a person is too perfect, it will make the people around him feel untouchable. If you look closely, you will find that Rias has a bright ring on her right hand, and Suhai has the same on her hand. Obviously, at the banquet just now, the two had completed the engagement ceremony and put rings on each other. In this way, with a happy mood, a group of people returned to the resting place. However, not long after Suhai returned to his room, there was another knock on the door. With a hint of doubt, Wang Hao. Hai turned around to the door and opened the door. Then he found Gurifia in a maid outfit standing quietly at the door, holding a set of men's clothes in her hand. I don't know if it was Suhai's illusion or not. Suhai always felt that Gurifia looked a little weird at this time. Her face was slightly flushed, and her eyes also had a hint of moist light. There is also a faint smell of alcohol on his body from time to time, and his body temperature is obviously higher than usual, because Suhai, who is relatively close, can clearly feel a heat. Sir Suhai, this is the change of clothes that Madam prepared for you, and at the same time I will take you to the bathing place, as the head maid of the Gremory family. Although Grifia is powerful, she has always used honorific titles for Suhai and others. After some explanation, Suhai also immediately understood that Gurifia was here to bring him clothes and take him to a place to take a bath. Chapter 60. It happened that Suhai also wanted to take a good shower. After all, he drank a lot of alcohol and had a strong smell of alcohol on his body. Under the leadership of Gurifia, Suhai soon came to another huge room. And in this room, there is nothing else, only an incomparably huge bath. It's said to be a bathing place, but it's actually more like a giant hot spring. It has to be said that rich and powerful can really enjoy things that ordinary people can never imagine. Thank you, lead the way. Looking at the huge bathhouse, Suhai took the clothes from Griefia's hands and thanked him. He turned around and entered the bathhouse and put his clothes on the shore. Without the slightest hesitation, Suhai washed briefly on the shore before entering the hot spring and enjoying the bath. Only at this time, the sound of a door opening came into Suhai's ears. Facing this voice, Suhai turned his head in confusion and looked in the direction of the door. At this time, Suhai thought that it was Sazek's or Rias's father who came to take a dip at this time. Bath. What Suhai didn't expect was that the one who pushed open the door and walked in was a silver-haired, dressed in a maid's outfit, Grifia. Obviously, Grifia did not leave, but walked in directly after waiting at the door for a while. The moment she came to the shore, Grifia took off her maid outfit without saying a word. Grifia, what are you doing? Although the looming snow-white skin was very tempting, Suhai swallowed subconsciously and hurriedly asked, while preparing to stop Grifia's movements. As the head maid, the uncle who serves the Gremory family takes a bath. It's just that Suhai's blocking was obviously useless. Instead of stopping, Grifia quickly took off her clothes and entered the hot spring while talking. Did you drink too much? Facing this abnormal Grifia, Suhai felt a fiery heart for the ketone body he had seen, but also thought of a possibility. Gulefia usually has a very mature and stable personality, and the queen is full of aura. However, after drinking, his personality will change greatly, and he will do some things that are very inconsistent with his usual personality. While there was speculation in his heart, Suhai finally understood what was going on when he saw the strangeness shown by Grifia at the door just now. Everything, obviously, is related to the drinking of Grifia. Looking at the hot spring wrapped in a white bath towel, most of the skin was looming, and came to Grifia in front of him. Suhai swallowed his saliva subconsciously, his eyes dodging a little. If that's the case, can you trouble Grafia to help me lift my back? Now that Suhai glanced at the 5-star golden egg on Grifia's head, he no longer hesitated. Said directly, after all, it is absurd to seek wealth at risk, but it is undoubtedly a good opportunity. Seeing Suhai's request, Grifia, instead of rejecting it, smiled and nodded, and walked slowly behind Suhai in the water. Soft hands stroked Suhai's back. By the way, Grifia, are all the members of the Gremory Zone family present this time? Feeling the soft touch behind him from time to time, in order to avoid embarrassment, Suhai took the lead to find a topic, breaking the somewhat rigid atmosphere. Because in Suhai's memory, in addition to Sazek's and Ria's parents, there should be another person in the Gremory family. That is still young, the child born by Sazek's and Grafia. That is Rias' younger nephew. Yes, including Lord Rias, including Master, Madam, and Demon King Sazek's. You have met all 4 of the Gremory sect family. However, Grifia gave a very unexpected result. Adab what? What about your son? Facing the unexpected answer from Grifia, Suhai looked very surprised and turned his head subconsciously to ask. But the moment he turned his head, what appeared in front of him was the beautiful face of Grifia, who was close at hand, the heat and the fragrance of the body. The two could even feel the heat from each other's breaths. Sir Suhai is joking. Although I don't know where you heard the rumors, I haven't found the other half to get married, so I don't have any children. However, the next reply from Grifia made Suhai even more puzzled. Not married. Looking at Grifia, who didn't seem to be lying in front of her, although Suhai was very surprised, she also understood that something might have happened in the original history that she didn't know about. It has become a slight deviation from the history in his memory. In fact, what Suhai didn't know is that now Grifia is not only Sazek's wife like in the original book, but also not even Sazek's chess queen. Today's Grifia is only the head of the maid of the Gremory family and does not belong to anyone. In a strict sense, she belongs to the body of freedom. Suhai, who fell into silence, did not notice that when Grifia was talking about the other half, a different look flashed in his eyes. A vague figure that could not remember the specific appearance appeared in his mind. Whenever this figure appeared in his mind, Grifia always tried her best to remember the specific appearance of this person. But no matter how hard Grifia tried, this figure was still very vague, and Grifia had almost no memory of this person. Eurifia only remembered that this person was very important to her, and at the same time, she also had a belief in her mind that one day this person would appear in front of her and find herself. Because Eurifia remembers that this is the person's promise to her in her mind, and this is the only thing Eurifia remembers about this person. If Suhai could see this vague figure, he would find that the outline of this figure was very similar to himself. Perhaps this is also a factor in Griefia's behavior after drinking. Suhai, who had a deep dive, asked some other questions in the following days. In the end, after the two left the hot spring after taking a shower, Suhai was still a little uneasy. Oh, forget it. It's important to improve your strength. After arriving at the door of his room, Suhai finally sighed, and while muttering to himself, he looked at the bright 5-star golden egg in the system space, pushed open the door, and walked in. Chapter 61. System, use the 5-star golden egg. Back in the bedroom for a moment. Without the slightest hesitation, Suhai immediately seemed impatient to name the system in his mind. As soon as the voice fell, the 5-star golden egg originally stored in the system space immediately burst into a strong light. At the moment of shattering, a white light came out and turned into a very delicate card in front of Suhai. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a temporary character card. After using it, you can get the full strength of the child's reversal of his AOI, and the time limit is 1 hour. I saw this card depicting a lifelike teenager, wearing an electronic headset, with blonde hair and a faint smile on his face, looking very arrogant. The biggest problem child goes back to his AOI. Looking at the boy in the card, Suhai said subconsciously. Obviously, he is very familiar with the boy in the card. It is no wonder that Suhai in his previous life liked the drama about problem children very much. Naturally, he is very familiar with the protagonist, who is one of the highest-ranking gift holders of the 16 Knights, with unknown origin, unknown name, and unknown effect. It has the gift to shatter the world and the power to shatter the gift, both of which are established at the same time. It is a contradictory gift that has miracles in itself, but can destroy miracles. Breaking mountains and rivers, breaking the sea, is almost a common thing. At the same time, there is a third permanent organ in the body which can use the information of the surrounding environment to generate energy out of nothing, so that the ultimate secret of human beings, the energy in the body, is endless. At the same time, it can use the right to use the aurora pillar that penetrates the sky and smashes the stars in the night sky. With the power of reversing his AOI, perhaps only the infinite dragon god Orpheus and the great real red dragon god Emperor can compete with him in the entire demon high school world. Regardless of the fact that the infinite dragon god and the true red dragon god Emperor are the #1 powerhouses in the demon high school world, after arriving in the multiverse of Hakanawa, they only have 4-digit strengths. After all, 3 figures are already omniscient and omnipotent. Although Suhai is not very clear about the true strength of the infinite dragon god and the true red dragon god Emperor. But what is certain is that it has never reached the realm of omniscience and omnipotence. As for what stage it is in the 4-digit number, it is unknown. Although this card can only help Suhai temporarily gain the full strength of his AOI, but as a life-saving whole card, it is completely enough. So, Suhai is quite satisfied. After returning the cards to the system space, Suhai fell asleep with joy. Suhai-kun, Rias will be your protection from now on. You two have to work hard. Mom is waiting to hold her grandson. At noon the next day, at the gate of the familiar Gremory Castle, Sazex and the others were still looking at each other with Suhai. It's just that yesterday was a welcome, and today is a farewell. On the occasion of saying goodbye, Rias' mother came to Suhai, first glanced at Rias, and expressed that she would hand over her daughter to Suhai from now on. Then he got closer and whispered in Suhai's ear. He looked around Suhai and Rias with a different look, and it was a face born of an elder. Although he tried his best to keep his voice down, none of the people present were ordinary people, so he could clearly hear what Rias said to his mother. Sazex and the others smiled and didn't say anything. As for Rias, there was a hint of shyness on her face, and she looked at Suhai with a little dodge. In this regard, Suhai naturally nodded quickly and did not refute, and Suhai did not think that even if he traveled to another world, he would still not be able to escape the fate of marriage induced by his elders. In the end, Suhai nodded slightly towards Sazek's and the others, and especially stopped on Euryphia's body. Then, they took Rias and the others into the train that left the demon world. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the Grimmery family, the rail train rose into the sky and quickly drove towards the sky. It's true, my mother just got engaged and said such things. And in front of so many people. In the moving train, Rias said helplessly while sitting on the sofa. Zero. Asked for flowers. Zero. Obviously, Rias is still entangled in what happened just now. And while speaking, he would occasionally look at Suhai with his own eyes, as if he was observing something. After seeing Suhai respond with a smile, his eyes seemed to evade a little. After the train traveled for a long time, everyone finally returned to Kawang Town in the human world. Rias, Akino Himejima, and Yudo Kiba went to the Mystery Research Society, while Suhai returned to his residence with Tachin Kitten and Asia. The moment he opened the door, Suhai saw Medusa sitting in the hall, with a face full of resentment and black aura all over her body. While Suhai didn't look much, Medusa was also staring at the doorway where Suhai was. It was as if the pair of petrified magic eyes hidden under the eye leather had locked Suhai through the mask. Zero Rider, I'm back. It's hard for you to look after the house, and I brought you a present. Seeing that Medusa was about to explode, Suhai wisely took out the gift box that was prepared in advance, and quickly came to the front of Not Many, and said preemptively. The moment the gift box was opened, a very delicate snake-shaped hand carved from a special kind of jade appeared in the box. As for the origin of this bracelet, this morning, Suhai asked Euryphia to take him to a jewelry store in the demon world and carefully selected it. In addition to being good-looking, this bracelet can usually absorb the wearer's excess magic power and store it. Although the amount of storage is not much, it still has a little effect at critical times. At the same time, it also depicts some small magics such as cleaning and dust removal. Although it does not help to improve combat effectiveness, it can solve some small troubles in life. Little master, I'll forgive you this time. Seeing the snake-shaped bracelet in the gift box, Medusa was also impressed. Medusa obviously liked this bracelet made of purple jade. And most importantly, Suhai was obviously handpicked by his heart, and the resentment of being abandoned at home by Suhai for a while also dissipated a lot in an instant. Chapter 62. After night, Rias and Himejima Akino also came to Suhai's home with a lot of luggage. Rias, Akino, you are? Looking at the second daughter who came out of the teleportation array with a lot of luggage, Suhai asked subconsciously. Of course it's moving. As your fiancé, it's natural to be by your side. And in order to prevent you from doing bad things to Kitten-chan and Asia, you should also be supervised. That's why I decided that the headquarters of the Occult Research Association will be here in the future. It's just that the house is a little smaller and needs to be changed. Seeing Suhai with a puzzled face, Rias spoke slowly while walking out of the magic circle, as if everything was very natural. After 4 to 7 days, the two-story cottage where Suhai lived was magically transformed into a luxury villa. It has become a landmark building in the entire Wangshan. Looking at the new living environment and the luxurious villas that contrasted sharply with the accommodation next to it, Suhai secretly felt that people who know magic can really do whatever they want. After Rias and others moved in, the whole house became lively. Thinking about a month ago, I was alone in my lonely life every night. Now, with the addition of Rias and several girls, Suhai felt a little dreamy for a while, but fortunately, this kind of change has changed for the better. Suhai was too tangled. System, let's shuttle again. Looking at the Tachin Kitten and Asia who were playing gamepad games in the living room. And like a pair of master and servant, Rias and Himejima Akino were drinking black tea. Holding a parasol, basking in the sun on the balcony with a deck chair, playing with Medusa in the shape of a snake. While Suhai felt very warm in his heart, he returned to the room alone, and the moment he closed the door, he gave an order to the system in his mind. Facing Suhai's behavior, Rias didn't feel the slightest surprise. Instead, she glanced at Suhai who entered the room alone. After all, the secret of Suhai's ability to travel the world is currently only known to Medusa. It turned out that the time had come to the last day of the month before I knew it. When it is time to travel through a world again, Suhai will naturally not give up and miss this precious opportunity to become stronger. The moment Suhai gave the order, a black hole swallowed him instantly. The whole person disappeared into the room, and at the same time, the time of the entire Demon High School world was frozen. Is this the new world? I just don't know what the world is like. When Suhai appeared again, he had come to a strange world. Looking at everything around, Suhai muttered to himself subconsciously. At this time, Suhai is standing at the top of an iron tower, and below is a lively modern city, crowded with people, and all kinds of modern cars are speeding on the road. If you just rely on these words, it seems like an ordinary modern world, as if there is no mystery. However, Suhai can feel that the energy contained in the air is very rich, and sometimes the abundance of energy in a world often represents the power of the world. Today, although the energy contained in the air is a little worse than the world of Demon High School, it is enough to prove that this world is not as peaceful and simple as it seems on the surface. While having a strong interest in this unknown world, Suhai also dodged away from the top of the tower and appeared in a deserted alley. Prepare to understand this unknown world first, and then proceed to the next step after figuring out the situation. After all, knowing oneself and knowing the other can maximize the benefits. But just as Suhai walked out of the alley, a girl with blonde hair and a red dress quickly came to Suhai. He frowned slightly and quickly asked something. But unfortunately, Suhai now only has two languages, Wuxia and Japanese, and the language used by this girl is obviously not one of the two. After talking for a long time, Suhai didn't understand a word. Hey, are you from the East? Did you see any strange people passing by? Perhaps this girl also saw that Suhai is not a local person and immediately changed multiple languages to try. After finally finding that Suhai could understand Japanese clearly, she also used fluent Japanese and asked again. Erica Brauntree? Is that so? Is it this world? The moment he saw this girl, a strange look flashed in Suhai's eyes. Because Suhai found information about this girl in his dusty memory, and also determined the world he was in at this moment. If Suhai guessed correctly, this world is a Godslayer's world. In this world, the gods are unwilling to be sealed by the myth, and will violate the bondage of the myth and come to the world. And the appearance of every god, due to the lack of rules and regulations, is very self-governing and will cause huge damage to the entire world. The mysterious side refers to these descending gods as gods of disobedience. As long as someone can kill these gods of disobedience, they can usurp the power of gods. Since then, he has ruled the world and has become a veritable tattoo god, tyrant, and demon king. The world is a little risky for Suhai today, but it's well worth the risk relative to the rewards of success. Girl, is this the newest way to strike up a conversation in Italy? Although I knew Erica's identity in my heart, I could probably guess what she was looking for. But Suhai still pretended to be ignorant and joked. 0.1 and described Erica as someone who wanted to strike up a conversation. And the fact is, just as Suhai guessed, a few days ago, Mekhl, the king of the gods, and Velislana, the god of the undefeated army, came to Sardinia. The two well-known gods in mythology, after becoming the god of disobedience, the moment they met, a fight broke out naturally. In a dark battle, both gods were seriously injured, and the 12 incarnations of Velislana were also scattered one after another. Erica came here today after chasing one of the incarnations. Suhai. Looking at Suhai, who was ridiculing herself, she has been an Italian talented girl since she was a child. Now, Erica, who has the rank of Great Knight and the alias of Red Devil at a young age, has an inexplicable feeling of being molested. Chapter 63. However, as a famous magician, Erica, who is far beyond ordinary people's self-restraint, just took a deep look at the handsome Suhai in front of her. Then he turned and left in the other direction. Really, interesting girl, I think we'll meet again. Watching the girl in red go away, Suhai still had an indifferent smile on his face and whispered in a voice that only he could hear. I'm really lucky. I didn't expect to meet interesting people one after another when I came to this world. Not long after Erica left, Suhai also wandered around Rome, the Italian capital. It's just that Suhai didn't turn around on the street for a long time, and Suhai felt a unique atmosphere in a place not far from him. This breath reminded Su-hai of how he felt when he faced the sun god Apollo and returned to the sky to explode his power. Although this divinity is obviously much more violent, the feeling of being aloof and different from all human beings is the same. Needless to say, it was clearly the breath of God. Still interested, Su-hai turned and walked in the direction of the power. As early as I learned that the world I traveled through was a god slayer, and it was still at the beginning of the plot. Su-hai has already put his mind on Welleslaner and Mekkel. After all, in this world, the god of disobedience is also impossible to meet. If he can capture the power of these two disobedient gods, Su-hai's strength will inevitably rise to a higher level. Really, Grandpa didn't explain the specific situation. I was asked to come to Italy by myself to return this antique, but I have never been out of Japan. At the same time, not far from the direction Su-hai was heading, a dark-haired boy in a white t-shirt and black trousers was walking on a narrow road. While walking, he complained while looking at a strange slate in his hand. If someone from the mysterious side is here, they will find that this stone slab exudes a touch of divine power, which is obviously an ancient divine tool left over from the myth. This young man is obviously just an ordinary person, and he doesn't understand the meaning of rigidity in his hands. He just thinks it is an ordinary antique. While walking with his head down, the young man didn't pay attention, and before he knew it, there was no one around him. It was as if everyone had been dispersed by a mysterious force. This person holding the slate is none other than Kusanagi Gado, who was chosen by the Japanese Mitsuya, who wanted to take this opportunity to create him as a god. Call, the thief's belongings? After walking for a while, in front of Kusanagi Gado suddenly appeared a boy in white clothes who looked even younger. The moment the boy in white appeared, he immediately looked at the slate in Kusanagi Gado's hand, as if seeing through everything. With the wisdom of this young man in white, he naturally guessed everything the moment he saw Gado Kusanagi. Excuse me. Kusanagi Gado, who was still just an ordinary person, looked at the boy in white who suddenly appeared in front of him, but did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Instead, he asked subconsciously. However, Welleslaner did not respond, after incorporating a scorching ray into the slate, dodged, and disappeared in place. Obviously, Welleslaner is still looking for scattered incarnations. Although Welleslaner is eager to fight and win, he also understands that now is not the time for a decisive battle. Are you one step too late? Just when Kusanagi Gado was a little surprised by the sudden disappearance of Wells Rana, before he fully recovered, a voice sounded in his ears again. Following the voice, Gado Kusanagi noticed that at the other end of the alley, a black-haired boy with outstanding appearance was standing not far away, looking at him with a smile. This black-haired boy is naturally Su-hai, who came from afar. I just didn't expect that. After all, it was a step too late, and I couldn't see the war god Welleslaner. Boy, you must be Kusanagi Gado from Neon, right? However, Su-hai had no plans to fight now at Welleslaner. After all, the greatest power can be obtained only when the god of disobedience is in a complete state. So Su-hai didn't get too entangled, but looked at Kusanagi Gado with a blank face from beginning to end and said, "Who are you, little brother? How do you know me?" After seeing Su-hai directly stating his origin and name, Kusanagi Gado said in surprise, "Not only do I know you, but I also know that you are going to Sardinia to return an item, and that item is the slate in your hand. I am the owner of this slate, thinking that you may not be familiar with you when you first came to Italy, so I came to pick you up, but I didn't expect to meet you by chance." Feeling the scorching power contained in the Prometheus cheats, Su-hai also guessed that Welleslaner had sealed the power of the white horse in it. Thinking of the power that can be used and the principle of never giving up, Su-hai naturally broke up the idea of Prometheus cheats. What? Yes. But the grandfather's old friend is a woman, and according to the time, it should still be an old grandmother. However, it was obvious that Kusanagi Gado was not as stupid as he imagined. After hearing Su-hai say that the secret book of Prometheus was his property, he immediately said suspiciously. At the same time, he subconsciously clenched the Prometheus cheat book in his hand and looked at Su-hai with some vigilance. Faced with such a situation, Su-hai also shook his head helplessly. The next moment, he dodged and disappeared from Kusanagi Gado's field of vision. But when it appeared again, It was already behind Kusanagi Gadu, and a hand knife hit Kusanagi, King Hao, on the back of Gadu's neck. Kusanagi Gadu lost consciousness in an instant and fell towards the ground, while Suhai quickly caught the Prometheus secret book garden that fell from Kusanagi Gadu's hand. Seeing Kusanagi Gadu, who fainted on the ground, Suhai mourned for him silently, then turned and walked away. Boom! Suhai just walked out of the narrow passage and appeared on the wide avenue. Then I heard the sound of objects collapsing in the distance, and at the same time the ground shook violently. Looking up in the direction of the vibration, I saw an incomparably huge wild boar appeared in the center of the city, smashing the Colosseum, a landmark building in Rome, directly across. Ordinary people, facing this scene, only thought that there was an earthquake and began to flee frantically. Obviously, the incarnation of this huge wild boar can only be seen by those who are on the mysterious side and possess extraordinary power. Chapter 64. A Wild Boar Incarnate. It's really fun. When looking at this huge wild boar, Suhai had already guessed the origin of this wild boar beast. It must be one of the 10 incarnations of Wells Lana, the incarnation of the pig that can crush everything. While feeling interesting, Suhai also headed towards the Colosseum where the wild boar manifested. After all, this was a good opportunity to know the strength of Velaslana. Knowing a little more about the opponent's intelligence, after all, is not wrong. Stop! Steel Lion, Red Demon Shield. My voice echoes my will, Corridi Leon. But just when Suhai came to the top of a tall building next to the wild boar that was ruthlessly rampaging, a familiar girl's voice came to Suhai's ears. This girl was none other than Erica, who had a relationship before and was wearing a red evening dress. I saw Erica using the roof as a platform to quickly approach the wild boar in a state of rage. While chanting a spell in her mouth, she summoned a silver-white western longsword. Suhai could feel the unusual power attached to this weapon. With an extremely firm belief, Erica quickly approached the wild boar incarnation of Wells Lana, and at the same time, 797 launched an attack with the long sword in her hand without hesitation. As one of the mysterious genius girls in the whole Italy, Erica has been a highly anticipated existence since she was a child, and she herself is very confident in her own strength. This also led to Erica, who had never been in close contact with the god of disobedience and did not understand the power of the gods at all. In response, Suhai also shook his head slightly. If it was a normal mythical beast, Erica might still have a chance to entangle one or two. But unfortunately, this wild boar incarnation is a part of the gods. In a sense, the gods themselves are not comparable to ordinary beasts at all. Therefore, after hitting the wild boar's head with the sword capable of splitting rocks in Erica's hands, there was a sound of gold and stone colliding. It did not cause any harm to the wild boar at all. The wild boar incarnation, which was a bit violent because it was uncontrolled, seemed to be provoked by the ants for a while. Looking very exposed, she raised her head and roared, and the violent airflow instantly blew Erica out. Facing such a situation, Erica suddenly, lost control of her body, flew directly to an altitude of tens of meters, and then fell directly towards the ground. The most terrible thing is that the wild boar incarnation also locked her, spitting hot air from his mouth, directly accumulating force to smash the ground, and quickly ram towards the place where Erica fell. If it continues like this, Erica will inevitably be violently attacked by the incarnation of the wild boar in the process of falling. At that time, Erica's thin human body will inevitably be crushed under the attack of the incarnation of God. This is the end of a young life. It turns out that this is not a divine beast, but an incarnation of a god. Faced with such a result, Erica desperately placed Corridi Leon in front of her for the final struggle. At the same time, looking at the wild boar that smashed high-rise buildings and rushed towards him very arrogantly, he thought with a wry smile in his heart. It wasn't until this moment that Erica realized that the wild boar in front of her was not an ordinary divine beast at all, but a real incarnation of a god, possessing the power of a god. Forbidden. Multiply, 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 but just when Erica was about to close her eyes and wait for the pain to come, a very mechanical voice sounded in her ears. Facing the sudden voice, Erica subconsciously turned her head to look. I saw a crimson figure as fast as lightning, instantly came to her side from a distance. Needless to say, this crimson figure, but using the caged hands of the Red Dragon Emperor, has entered Su-Hai's hand-free state. The moment Su-Hai, who was wearing the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor, came into the air, he immediately pulled Erika into his arms. At the same time, the right fist, which had already been charged enough, carried a huge amount of magic power and the power of smashing the mountains and the ground, and swung it heavily towards the wild boar that was colliding. At the moment when the fists and the ferocious heads collided with each other, a strong wave of waves spread to the surrounding, and the surrounding high-rise buildings were instantly broken by the waves and collapsed in bursts of roars. Is it a legendary dragon? But why does it want to save me? And why does this dragon have no divine breath? Looking at Su-Hai, who was able to compete with the wild boar incarnation for a while, Erika thought to herself. Obviously, the current Su-Hai is wearing the red armor of the Red Dragon Emperor, which looks like a dragon in Western mythology and legends. Coupled with the powerful strength that can confront the incarnation of God head-on, Erika mistakenly believes that Su-Hai is also the incarnation of that god, or a divine beast. This kind of power? Sure enough, it's just a hand-free state after all. Is it still worse? In fact, Su-Hai was not as easy as it seemed. At the moment of the impact, Su-Hai felt a force that could shatter everything from the incarnation of the wild boar. This force not only shattered the huge magic power that Su-Hai carried in the attack in an instant, but also wanted to shatter the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor and directly attack Su-Hai's body. Fortunately, Su-Hai was able to resist this force under the situation that his power was constantly multiplying. However, it was still at a disadvantage. After a stalemate for a while, the strength of both sides was reduced a lot, and Su-Hai was also blown away by the incarnation of the wild boar with the last Power King. Fortunately, this force was already very weak. Not only was Su-Hai unharmed, but instead, he used this force to escape the battle, came to the top of a tall building, and landed steadily. It's a pity that the wild boar incarnation, who was exposed to no control, saw two pythons harassing him, but he was not torn to shreds. Immediately roared again, and lowered his head again to charge up to launch the next attack. Drag, turn on the Tyrannosaurus state. Seeing this situation, Su-Hai knew that there was no escape. There was no escape. The battle would not be over without the wild boar incarnation being thrown to the ground. Therefore, Su-Hai did not hesitate too much, and spoke directly to the system in his mind. Boy Su-Hai, have you really made up your mind? You must know that with your current strength, belong state cannot be well controlled. Drake, who exists in the Scarlet Dragon Emperor's cage, is also a little surprised by Su-Hai's decision. Subconsciously open the mouth to confirm. Chapter 65. Drake, I know what you're saying, but we don't have a choice, do we? As long as it is resolved quickly, there will be no major problems. Facing Drake's words, Su-Hai was naturally clear. But the ready-to-go wild boar incarnation doesn't give Su-Hai a choice. That's right. It seems that's the only way to go. I, the awakened one. It's the second dragon who won the rule of domination from God, laughing infinitely, worrying, and dreaming. For such straightforward words, Drake also found that it was true, and he was not an indecisive dragon. So there is no entanglement. As Su-Hai's domineering words are read out one after another, a powerful and irritable force gradually emerges from Su-Hai's body. This made Erika next to him take a step back subconsciously, looking at Su-Hai with a very solemn expression. But at this moment, an accident happened. A powerful hurricane came from the sky, directly overturning the wild boar that was ready to go to the ground. Then the powerful hurricane turned into a boy in white. I saw this young man in white quickly approaching the wild boar and put his hand on the wild boar's head. The body of the wild boar, which was originally incomparably huge, shrank rapidly and finally merged into the boy's body. Is it really interesting, the boy who holds the power of the dragon? And it doesn't look like an ordinary dragon. The moment he recovered his boar incarnation, Welleslaner appeared in front of both Su-Hai and Erika. Looking at Su-Hai wearing the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor with wise eyes, he said with great interest. It was as if through the crimson armor, I saw Su-Hai hidden in it. Wells Lana facing the sudden appearance of Wells Rana, who had withdrawn his wild boar incarnation, instead of relaxing, Suhai became more serious. Be ready to complete the Tyrannosaurus state at any time. After all, each of these gods of disobedience is too extreme and too arbitrary. God knows if they will suddenly make a move. Wells Laner, could it be the undefeated war god of the East? The moment Wells Lana appeared, Erica felt that the boy who suddenly appeared was not immortal. Now that I heard the resounding name of Welleslaner again, I said subconsciously, "What? Since you know my existence, it seems that you also want to be a fool. You are qualified to be my opponent. I hope that in the final battle in the near future, I can see your existence, a young man with the power of a dragon." Welleslaner didn't expect Suhai to call out his name directly, but the wise Welleslaner understood everything after a short accident. Knowing that Suhai wants to become the Demon King, he suddenly became happy. After all, for him, the stronger the opponent, the happier he is. Between the words, Welleslaner took one last look at Suhai, turned into a hurricane, shot straight into the sky, and disappeared from the sight of the two of them. A battlefield. I will go, and then your power will be mine. Seeing that Veleslana was gradually moving away, Suhai removed the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor and showed his original appearance. Then he muttered to himself as he looked in the direction Wells Laner was leaving. "It's you. Are you a human? Or a dragon?" Seeing Suhai's familiar face, Erica subconsciously frowned and asked. At this time, Erica never thought that a passerby she accidentally met would meet again in such a manner. A dragon or a human? Of course I'm a dragon, and I'm still an evil dragon who does all kinds of evil, specifically looking for young girls like you to attack. Suhai held a hint of abusive mood, with golden light in his eyes, and said while approaching Erica, like a villain who wants to tease a girl. Thinking back to the previous scene, when Suhai, with his red body, hit the incarnation of God head-on, Erica took a step back subconsciously. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes. "Are you teasing your concubine?" But in the next instant, Erica saw the teasing smile on the corner of Suhai's mouth. It was immediately clear that Suhai was teasing himself. He immediately returned to his usual face and said with a bit of annoyance, "In fact, Erica is not only a mysterious girl of the younger generation, but also has a wisdom and a mature mentality that surpasses ordinary people. If it was normal, he would not be fooled by tricks like Suhai at all. It's a pity that today, Erica has experienced too much. First, she met the incarnation of God and walked on the edge of life and death, and then she met the god of disobedience, and the powerful Suhai who was not like a human being. Zero. Ask for flowers, Zero. After all, Erica is only a 15 or 16-year-old girl after all. No matter how mature and calm he is, he will not be able to reach the point where he does not panic." "Oh, it seems that you are not as stupid as you think." Facing the girl's somewhat annoyed question, Suhai said with a smile without shyness, "You, as the proud daughter of heaven, when did Erica suffer such teasing again, if she didn't know that she couldn't beat Suhai?" Erica had probably raised Reinhardt in her hand and attacked without hesitation. "Forget it. I won't make fun of you. My name is Suhai, a teenager from the East. 00, by the way, I am an out-and-out human being, not a dragon of the Dragon Clan." Looking at Erica, who was already on the verge of breaking out, Suhai wasn't ready to tease the girl anymore. He opened his mouth and introduced slowly, "Is it really human? The concubine is Erica Browntree, belonging to the Italian Copper Black Cross." Seeing Suhai admit that she is human, Erica's face showed a hint of that expression. In fact, from the very beginning, after Erica did not sense the breath of the god of disobedience in Suhai, she felt that Suhai did not belong to the creatures that descended from mythology. Just because Suhai is so powerful, in the mysterious side of the whole world, I have never heard of such a character. That's why Erica is suspicious. And thank you for your help just now. My concubine is not someone who does not reciprocate. You can ask anything you need help, and the Red Copper Black Cross will try to meet your request." Immediately afterwards, Erica recalled the scene when she was rescued, and spoke very sincerely. Erica is still a person with clear grudges in essence. Suhai saved her life, and Erica naturally wants to reciprocate. It's just a little effort, and a beautiful girl like you. I believe everyone will do it. If I really want to repay, I just want to go to Sardinia, but I don't know the road very well. I don't know if you can't take me there." Looking at the girl with a serious face, Suhai said casually, Chapter 66. Sardinian Island. Do you really want to seize the power of the disobedient god and become the god-slayer who reigns over the world? The moment she heard the name Sardinia, Erica recalled what happened on Sardinia a few days ago. Immediately showed an expression as if looking at a madman, and said very surprised. Although Erica admits that Su-Hai is indeed very powerful, at least much stronger than herself. But Erica never thought that with the power she just showed, she could defeat the god of disobedience. After all, it is almost impossible for human beings to try God. The 6 campiones from ancient times to the present are all the result of the unity of the weather, the location, and the people. What? Is there anything you can't do? Looking at Erica, who responded so strongly, Su-Hai seemed to be very 973 and asked plainly. Seeing such a confident Su-Hai, Erica was a little shocked, but she didn't know what to say for a while. You really want to come with me? You must know that the battle between the gods of disobedience is just the aftermath and can tear you apart at any time. 2 hours later, at a private airfield in Sardinia, Su-Hai and Erica stepped off a plane belonging to the Copper Black Cross. The moment she stepped on the ground, Su-Hai looked at Erica next to her and asked in surprise. I have to say that the action of the red Copper Black Cross is really fast. Less than 10 minutes after Erica notified the plane to prepare, she had already prepared the plane to Sardinia alone. When Erica took Su-Hai to the Bronze Black Cross's station in Rome, she just got on the prepared plane. In less than an hour, they landed on Sardinia. What Su-Hai didn't expect was that Erica would go with her after seeing the horror of the incarnation of God. Of course, if you succeed, I may be able to witness the emergence of another god. As your first witness, maybe you can become your first knight. Of course, in order to ensure that I will not be killed by those 2 powerful bodyguards, I will hide and watch from a distance. Erica said jokingly. Obviously, although Erica doesn't know where Su-Hai's courage comes from, she doesn't think Su-Hai can really succeed. The reason why I went together is simply to see the battle between the gods and witness Su-Hai's feats, whether successful or not. Okay, that's it. When I succeed, I will crown you as my first knight. Knowing that what Erica said was a joke, Su-Hai responded with the same tone. As for the thoughts in Su-Hai's heart, perhaps only he knows clearly. Boom. Wells Lana. Just as the two were talking, the sky suddenly changed drastically. 1 second it was a clear sky, and the next second it was cloudy and windy. It rained at the same time as lightning and thunder, and at the same time, an incomparably huge figure emerged in the sea on the edge of Sardinia. Holding a huge mace in his hand, he roared towards the sky. The thunder and lightning in the sky seemed to change with the mood of this huge figure, and it also responded violently. Countless blue thunderbolts fell from the dark clouds, turning the sky within a few kilometers around this huge figure into a thunder field. Is it Mekhl, king of the gods? Looking at this burly body with a height of more than 100 meters and nearly 200 meters, Su-Hai said subconsciously. At the same time, he was a little shocked by the power of these disobedient gods, and just his emotions could affect the surrounding environment. Let's lead the way here, and then I'll go over by myself. Although he was a little surprised by Mekhl's strength, Su-Hai didn't hesitate at all. He turned his head and said a word to Erica next to him, and then walked in the direction of Mekhl at the fastest speed. Boy, that guy seems to have the power to restrain me. You have to be careful later. On the way there, Draig's voice echoed in Su-Hai's mind. Obviously, something unfavorable to him was sensed in Mekhl. In this regard, although Su-Hai frowned slightly, he did not reduce his speed. At this time, Su-Hai was not surprised, because Su-Hai was still relatively clear about the origin of Mekhl, the king of the gods. His body is Baal, a Semitic language group such as Canaanites and Phoenicians, worshipped God-king, not only the god of the sky, the god of the sea, and the god of the underworld, but also the strongest warrior in the legendary dragon slaying. There is a dragon-slaying godhead in the body, and it naturally has a certain restraint effect on dragon creatures. On the way Su-Hai rushed to, a sound of foaming resounded through the sky from the dark clouds. Immediately afterwards, a huge phoenix with endless brilliance broke through the clouds and appeared in front of Mekhl, who was standing with both feet in the sea. Then Velarslana, who turned into a boy, formed a sharp contrast between the thin boy and the giant with a huge body. But even if the body is very different, The aura they exude is tit for tat, and neither is weaker than the other. Welleslaner and Meckel, who had fought once, obviously knew each other very well. Therefore, there was no nonsense at the time of face-to-face. Meckel's huge pupils condensed slightly, and he launched the attack first. Raising the divine weapon in his hand, endless divine power erupted, and in the next instant, hundreds of thousands of sturdy thunderbolts penetrated the thick clouds and fell towards the thin-looking Welleslana. It's just that in this dense thunder, Welleslaner shuttled fast at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Although 0.1 seems to be very dangerous, Welleslana, who is in the minefield, can always avoid one after another of powerful and very dense lightning. Obviously, this is the Phoenix, one of the 10 incarnations used by Welleslana, which has entered a state of extreme speed, so that it can have such a speed that is unobservable to the naked eye. Follower, seeing that his thunderous attack could not hurt the opponent in front of him, Meckel was not surprised at all. Obviously, such a situation had already happened in the previous battle. Therefore, the moment Meckel captured Welleslana, he directly activated the weapon word Spirit and threw out the mace in his hand. Under the attack of this huge mace, although Welleslana's speed is very fast, this weapon seems to be able to automatically track the enemy, and it is impossible to evade the attack by dodging. Chapter 67. I am the strongest, and hold all victories in my hand. Whether human or demon, the one who thwarts the enmity of all enemies. I will defeat any enemy that stands in my way. O bull with shining golden horns, help me. All those who do evil, fear my power. Now I will gain the majesty of 10 mountains, the power of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 camels. The majestic I raise is the mark of a ferocious camel. Facing this weapon that seemed to possess the law of causality, Welleslana, who was floating in midair, knew that he could only respond. Therefore, I did not hesitate to use the bull incarnation and camel incarnation, which can bring myself a strong physique and infinite power. In an instant, Welleslaner's thin body became incomparably powerful, and his body contained a terrifying power that could move mountains and seas. Facing the giant mace flying towards him, he clenched his right fist without hesitation and threw it out. The terrifying force of 03 produced layers of air waves, endless raindrops, never-broken lightning, and thick clouds were instantly dissipated. The surroundings of Welleslana became a vacuum, and when the seemingly thin fist collided with the pitch-black mace, a sound of steel collision spread throughout the island. A fist mark visible to the naked eye appeared on the huge mace, and at the same time, there were many small cracks around the fist mark. Obviously, under this blow, even the indestructible artifact was damaged and flew back to Meckel's hands quickly. However, Welleslaner was not as relaxed as it seemed on the surface. When he shot the mace, he also retreated a distance in the air and groaned when he stopped. Obviously, the ability attached to the mace eventually gave a certain amount of damage from the inside through Welleslana's body. For victory, come to me quickly. Immortal Sun, please grant me a shining steed. O mystical steed, quickly bring the halo of the Lord of Waves. But fortunately, this injury is nothing at all for Welleslana, the god of war. The moment he stabilized his figure, Welleslaner chanted the white horse's incantation without hesitation, and a white horse carrying the fire of the sun broke through the clouds. Carrying the scorching high temperature, it turned into a brilliant sun with a diameter of 1 kilometer and fell from the sky. At a very fast speed, he walked towards the huge Merkel. Under the high temperature brought by this big day, even Meckel, the king of the gods, felt the endless crisis. While roaring violently, a 1,000-foot-high tsunami was set off by both hands. The power of the god of the sea was activated instantly, and the endless sea water seemed to be summoned, turning into an endless stream of water flowing around Meckel's body, forming a powerful defensive barrier. The moment the sun comes into contact with the seawater, the intense high temperature instantly evaporates a large amount of seawater. For a while, the fire of the sun and the endless sea water stalemate together, and in the end, the horse carrying the fire of the sun was slightly better. The speed of evaporating the seawater exceeded the speed of replenishment, breaking down the huge water bubble, and the brilliant day finally hit Meckel's body. While engulfing the surrounding sea water in an instant, The endless fire of the sun also engulfed Mekl. After a pause for half a second, the sea water instantly reversed, and the fire of the sun was finally extinguished under the scouring of the endless sea water. Mekl, who was covered in scars and burns, was revealed. Sure enough, under the action of the true fire of the sun, even Mekl's powerful body of the gods will be hurt. Ha ha ha. Wellerslana, you didn't disappoint me. It was a nice blow, but it wasn't enough to beat me. The vitality of the gods is far beyond that of ordinary people. Although both sides are damaged at this time, they have no influence on the fighting spirit and strength in their hearts. Without the slightest pause, Mekl launched an attack again, and the two powerful gods used all their strength to start the final confrontation. Fortunately, the place where the two fought was in the ocean. If it was on land, Suhai believed that even the largest city would be razed to the ground in an instant by these two guys. The civilization that made mankind proud vanished in an instant. It's just that these two guys fighting with all their strength, what they didn't notice, was above the thick clouds in the distance. There was a man in crimson armor looking at everything in the field through the dark clouds. Of course, they may have noticed it, but the pride of being a god made them arrogantly ignore the existence of this money ant. And this person was naturally Suhai, who had just arrived from Merkel. Carved out. Awakening is the second heavenly dragon of the principle of gaining dominance from God, sneering infinitely, worrying about dreams. After waiting for Wellerslana and Mekl to fight for a while, Suhai chanted the liberation spell without hesitation, entered the Tyrannosaurus state, and awakened to become the Red Dragon Emperor. Because under Suhai's observation, the two of Wellerslana had already fought to the most anxious time, and each of them was consumed, and now is undoubtedly the best time to shoot. After all, only by killing the gods in their most complete state can they gain more power. If the two of them fight 070 like this, there will inevitably be a situation of incompleteness, which is what Suhai does not want to see. The moment he entered the Tyrannosaurus state, Suhai felt countless thoughts flooding into his mind crazily, trying to disturb his mind and make himself out of control. Suhai knows that this is the consciousness left over from every previous Qilong Emperor. The awakening of the Red Dragon Emperor means that Suhai wants to carry everything, which is why Belong's state is not easy to control. With the current strength of Suhai, he can only maintain this state for 10 minutes at most. After this time limit, Suhai may no longer be himself. But for Suhai, 10 minutes was enough for the scene. At the moment of success, Suhai directly took out the sword of Oath of Victory and held it high above his head. Under the state of Tyrannosaurus, endless holy light poured into the sword of Oath of Victory madly. Almost in an instant, the sword of Oath of Victory completed the charging of its maximum power and turned into a giant beam of light soaring into the sky. Without hesitation, Suhai swung the beam of light that was enough to split the mountains and seas towards the Wellerslana and Mekl, who were fighting with each other not far below. Although this process may seem complicated, it is actually only a momentary thing. Chapter 68. Cough. Have you finally started? A little human ant also wants to attack me. Facing this sudden attack, Wellerslana and Mekl were fighting with all their might. But there was no surprised expression. Apparently, both knew of Suhai's existence in advance. Just not broken. Looking at the imminent attack, Wellerslana was ready to use the Phoenix avatar to enter a state of speed to dodge immediately. And Mekl also flashed blue electric light all over his body. Obviously, he was ready to turn into a thunderbolt and dodge at the speed of a thunderbolt. Wanna hide? Where is it so easy? The lock of the sky. It's a pity that Suhai has not been so arrogant from beginning to end that the two gods of Wellerslana will not be able to discover themselves. So naturally, he is well prepared. Just as Wellerslana and Mekl were preparing to counterattack with their own means, countless golden chains suddenly stretched out from the void beside them. Bind the two together. Under the action of the heavenly chain, the powers of the two very powerful gods that had just been activated were immediately silenced. This made the brilliance of the sword of Oath of Victory hit the two directly, and the endless brilliance passed through them, and the sea level of several kilometers was cut open. A vacuum zone with a length of several kilometers and a depth of hundreds of meters appeared. After a full 2 seconds of pause, the sea water gathered again with a roar. Young man, what a beautiful blow. Your intelligence, bravery, and strength have brought you to victory. Fool, it must be me who will win this time. After the light dissipated, Welleslana's body turned into a faint light, and while dissipating, Suhai, who looked at the state of the Tyrannosaurus in the sky, praised. Apparently, with this blow, Welleslaner was killed. In fact, Welleslaner died of pride after all, and he never thought that Suhai would have the existence of the lock of heaven in his hands. At the moment of being bound by the chain of heaven, all of Welleslana's powers could not be used, including the ram incarnation that could recover from his injuries and resurrect himself once, and he died tragically. Skylock, ? I didn't expect you, an ant, to have such an evil thing. But you want to defeat me just because of this. You foolishly underestimated me. To Suhai's surprise, although Velslaner was defeated by himself, Mekl, with his powerful body, forcibly resisted the attack of the Sword of Victory, Oath, just now. And in the case of being unable to use his power, he struggled with all his might. The locks of the sky that bound it were actually broken one by one. Obviously, although the lock of the sky has a great restraint effect on the gods. But after the power of the gods exceeds a certain limit, the lock of the sky is not an indestructible existence. If Welleslaner hadn't been stunned in an instant, he probably wouldn't have been able to control it for too long on this day. Looking at Mekl, who was about to break free from the shackles of the sky, Suhai was a little surprised, but also a little fortunate. He quickly took out the Prometheus secret book from his arms. Fortunately, this time we were fully prepared, otherwise, it would be really unknown who would kill the deer at that time. The moment the Prometheus cheats appeared, Suhai directly activated the one-time white horsepower stored in it, and a familiar big sun appeared in the sky again. He landed towards Mekl, who was still trying to break the lock of the sky. Boost, boost, boost. In order to be able to play a one-hit kill, Suhai simultaneously activated the doubling power of the Red Dragon Emperor's hand armor, which made the sun increase several times in succession during the descent. In the end, the microman of this small sun will even have to use the power of Velleslana. When Mekl was about to break free from the last lock of the sky, the falling white horse hit him with rolling flames in an instant. In the end, Mekl, who was already scarred, could no longer resist this level of attack. Still fell to the ground with a roar, his body turned into an endless brilliance and merged into Suhai's body. At this time, Suhai withdrew the Sword of Oath Victory in his hand and lifted the Tyrannosaurus state. There was even a smile from the heart on his face, but this smile did not last long. A huge drowsiness hit him instantly. Suhai was under this drowsiness that came from nowhere, and he didn't know what to do. Unstoppable. He fell asleep directly at an altitude of several thousand meters, and the whole person quickly fell towards the ground in a free-fall posture. No matter how Drake called, there was still no sign of waking up. Fortunately, when Suhai was about to fall to the ground, a red figure approached this area at a very fast speed and soared into the air, catching Suhai perfectly in the air. This guy actually succeeded. It really is. Needless to say, this person is obviously Erica, who has been watching the battle from a distance. When she saw Suhai deal with Welleslana in an instant, Erica rushed over in shock. On the way, Mekl, the king of the gods, was also defeated by Suhai. At this time, Erica looked at Suhai in her arms with a very complicated expression, and she didn't know what language to use to describe her current mood. Here is, on the other hand, when Suhai opened his eyes again, he found himself in a gray and white space. Newborn child, you are really excellent. You actually defeated those two bodyguards at one time. In this regard, you can be regarded as the best of all mother's children. Before Suhai could recover, he heard a lovely voice in front of him. Well done. Looking up, I saw a man in his teens, with long purple hair and double ponytails, and a lovely childlike appearance and physique. The girl between Loli and the girl appeared in front of him. What makes people laugh the most is that this little Loli has a baby face, but deliberately pretends to be very mature. Gives a sense of contrast. Mother, I don't remember having such a young mother. The moment he saw this little Loli, Suhai also guessed that the person in front of him was Pandora, who was in charge of the turning technique. Strictly speaking, all shrines are indeed produced through Pandora. This is also the reason why Pandora, as every god, is his own child. But that doesn't mean Suhai will admit a poor little lowly as a mother. Duh. Chapter 69. Between the words, Suhai also used his own eyes to listen to the position above Pandora's head, because there is a 5-star golden egg on Pandora's head that only Suhai can see. As for the conditions for opening, it is the same as most, that is to kill by touching the head. Woo 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 woo. Really, another unlovable child. The next moment, the rejected Pandora suddenly said with tears in her eyes like a child, just like a bullied little lowly. Looking at Pandora like this, Suhai felt very helpless and couldn't help feeling for a while. These gods are really willful. He has lived for at least tens of thousands of years, and his character is still like a child. Hestia is like this, and Pandora is like this. Oh, looks like the time has come. Although this request may be a bit willful, but I still hope you don't forget me. The two probably spent a cup of tea together, and Suhai's body suddenly became a little illusory. Apparently, it was time to come, and Pandora seemed very regretful and reluctant to say this when she saw this familiar scene. The emotion in his eyes is as if Suhai is really his own child. Don't worry, I'm different from others. I won't forget you. Facing Pandora with a bleak look, Suhai naturally knew what the little lowly was thinking in front of him. After each god-killer successfully tried his gods, he would come to the underworld to meet Pandora and complete the final ritual. It's a pity that this memory will be forgotten once you leave. So sadly, every god has no memory of Pandora. This is where Pandora is a little sad, but Suhai, who knows this, is not worried at all, because there is still the existence of the system in his mind. Suhai didn't think a small turnaround ceremony could get past the system and erase his memory. At the last moment when his body was about to disappear, Suhai suddenly stretched out his palm and placed it on Pandora's head. It's like a brother comforting a sad sister. At the same time, Suhai also took advantage of this opportunity to obtain the 5-star golden egg on Pandora's head at the moment of disappearance. Won't you forget? What a special kid. Feeling the temperature that has not dissipated on his head, Pandora muttered to himself while having some surprise on his face. In fact, the moment he saw Suhai, Pandora felt that Suhai was not from this world. It's just that it hasn't been broken. After all, the world consciousness has not rejected Suhai, and Pandora will naturally not be meddling. And Pandora can also see that Suhai is not a big villain. At this moment, Suhai in the real world opened his eyes leisurely. Just as Suhai was about to get up, he felt a softness and heaviness in his arms. When he turned his head, he found that Erica was sitting on the edge of the bed and fell asleep on her right arm, obviously due to some fatigue. Seeing this, Suhai probably guessed what happened and looked at Erica, who was sleeping, with a soft smile. Then he stopped trying to get up. Turning around to look at the surrounding environment, I found myself sleeping on a large soft bed. Looking at the surrounding environment, it should be a bedroom or a study room, because in the center of this room, there are 2 shelves of books neatly placed. System, open the properties panel. In order not to disturb Erica to rest, and Suhai clearly felt the incomparably vigorous energy in her body, and there seemed to be something else in her body. Some Suhai, who couldn't wait to feel the change in himself, simply lay on the bed and said to the system in his mind. Name, Suhai, God Killer, Demon King. Physique, early stage of 4 figures. Energy, 4-digit, early days. Power, God's gift, Sky Power, Eastern War God Power, 12 Trials, Adak, 1,000 Words Spirit. Items, Sword of Promised Victory, Chain of Heaven, Scarlet Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand, Rias Original Fatty. Heroic Spirit, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. Comprehensive Evaluation, 4 figures. Looking at the attribute panel that only he can see in front of him, Suhai couldn't help but feel that the harvest was huge this time. When he killed the god of disobedience, Suhai not only obtained the omnipotence of the god of replenishment, but also the majestic divine power and powerful physique of the god of disobedience. As for power, one is the power of the sky taken from Mekhl, the king of the gods. The other one can tell at a glance that the war god Velaslana contains the power of the war god of the east in 10 incarnations. Judging from the information in his mind, the power of the sky is just like Mekhl's display, which can control the sky, summon storms, thunder, and so on to attack the enemy. As for the 10 incarnations, there is no need to say more. It is a very versatile and powerful power, but it is a pity that each incarnation has conditions to activate. Before coming to this world, Suhai used the strength of Hakanawa world to convert, at most, the strength of 5 figures, and it was the weaker one among the 5 figures. Today, it has become a 4-digit existence in one leap. It is a proper surpassing strength in the Demon High School. As for how strong it is, it can only be known after fighting the strong. By the way, don't I still have a 5-star golden egg? In addition to being happy, Suhai also recalled that in his system space, there was also a 5-star golden egg obtained from Pandora. Adhering to the idea of no need for white, Suhai also directly issued an order to let the system use this 5-star golden egg. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect version for the reincarnation ceremony of the gods. As the golden egg shattered, the system sound came into Suhai's mind. At the same time, a very exquisite purple magic circle appeared in the void system space. Godslayer Reincarnation Ceremony. Is it the one controlled by Pandora? Do I still need this thing in this world? When he heard what he had obtained, Suhai paused briefly, and then said with a wry smile. At this time, Suhai's heart was bleeding, and he had high hopes for this 5-star golden egg. Even if he couldn't develop any perverted abilities, it would be good to have a usable artifact, but never thought it would be such a thing. Host, please don't question the capabilities of the system. The system is produced, it must be a boutique. It seemed that Suhai felt a little uncomfortable, and his own abilities were questioned. The voice of the system entered Suhai's mind again. Chapter 70. Is there anything different about this god's reincarnation ceremony? Facing the system's rebuttal, Suhai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked subconsciously. After all, the system has never let itself down since time travel. Today, the system's answer undoubtedly shows that this ritual of reincarnation of the gods has its own unique features. What? Returning to the host, this reincarnation ceremony of the gods was created after optimization, a brand new ceremony. After some systematic explanation, Suhai also completely understood the uniqueness of this perfect god-killer reincarnation ceremony. As we all know, in the world of godslayers, although because of the existence of rituals, anyone who kills the gods who refuse to obey can gain the power of godslayers. But there are also limitations, that is, after the first successful test of God, the strength of physical improvement and the acquisition of spiritual power in the body are constant. And in the process of killing the god of disobedience in the future, it will not increase the physical strength and the total amount of spiritual power. It will only gain the power of the other party. Therefore, in this world, the amount of power, whether it is strong or not, and the application of its own power, determine the strength of the gods. After all, the basic properties are the same. With this perfect god-killer reincarnation ceremony, Suhai will not have such restrictions. As long as he keeps killing gods, he can always improve his power. At the same time, due to the fact that this ritual can be integrated into the body, even if you go to another world and kill the gods of that world, you can complete the reincarnation ritual without Pandora. The most important point is that this perfect level ceremony has its own optimization function, which can merge and integrate the captured power. After understanding this, Suhai also fully understood that this is a buff that can be carried around. Without the slightest hesitation, Suhai directly gave the order to use, and the purple magic circle that was originally staying in the system space instantly melted into his body. This feeling, the moment the purple magic circle entered his mind, Suhai instantly felt the changes in his body, and the powers that were plundered gradually changed under the evolution of their respective rules. In the end, among the top 10 incarnations, the incarnation of the wind that can summon the storm, the incarnation of the boy who gives Jahu to the people around him, the incarnation of the white horse that summons the scorching sun, and the incarnation of the goat that controls the thunder are all integrated into Mechal's sky power and turned into a symbol of the crystal of the sky rules. The remaining ram incarnations, phoenix incarnations, bull incarnations, camel incarnations, wild boar incarnations, and warrior incarnations just gathered together and turned into another piece of Earth Rule crystal. 2 crystals stayed in Suhai's mind, circling up and down around the purple magic circle, as if to represent the sky and the earth. In Western mythology, the power of the gods is nothing but the sky and the earth. Now, although the many powers of Su-Hai have become two, it seems to be reduced. But Su-Hai can clearly feel that these two powers are already completely his own. Today's Su-Hai is not like a god-killer who usurps the power of a disobedient god, but more like a god in charge of power. Just when Su-Hai was happy that his strength had increased again, Erica, who was sleeping with his right hand in his arms, woke up with a murmur. "Are you awake?" Looking at Erica, who had some sleepy eyes, Su-Hai smiled and said very gently, "My dear king, please forgive my rudeness." Facing the smiling face that greeted her eyes, Erica's face flashed an embarrassed look, and she was a little sluggish. Erica knelt on one knee at the head of the bed, looking somewhat restrained, and said to Su-Hai, who was lying on the bed with great respect, "Today is different from the past." In Erica's heart at this time, Su-Hai is no longer the boy she just met, but a demon king who can dominate the fate of this world. Even Erica didn't dare to be arrogant when she didn't fully understand Su-Hai's character. This is the status of the crowned god in this world. This is not the Erica I know. In my heart, Erica is a gorgeous rose that blooms beautifully. Compared to your current appearance, I prefer Erica who was able to chat with me a few days ago. I am who I am, and nothing will change because I become a god slayer. Looking at Erica in this state, a helpless expression flashed in Su-Hai's eyes. She sat up from the bed and said very seriously, "Zero, ask for flowers." Bowing her head, Erica, who was originally somewhat restrained, heard Su-Hai's words. He also raised his head for a while, looking at Su-Hai in surprise. "King, allow me to be your knight." Immediately afterwards, Erica seemed to make up her mind and solemnly said with a standard knightly manner. Obviously, Erica has gradually returned to her usual appearance at this time, but her name for Su-Hai has not changed. Right? Isn't this what we agreed on long ago? Or does Erica feel that I am not qualified to accept you as a knight and want to leave me? Looking at Erica, who was waiting for her answer, Su-Hai said it as a matter of course. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. This made Erica, who was very serious, unable to react. Erica also didn't expect that a joke a few days ago has now come true. "Ah, I do. My concubine really saw a historic scene." At this moment, a very tempting mature voice suddenly came from the door. I saw at the door a mature woman with long orange hair, wearing a black gauze coat, with looming skin, smiling and watching everything. Facing the woman who suddenly spoke, Su-Hai looked up with interest. There was a powerful magic in this woman's body. Although it is far from reaching the level of a god, but it is not inferior to Erica, an Italian genius girl, and even in terms of magic power, it is even higher than Erica. "King, this is Ms. Hikaresha Zola, known as the Witch of Sardinia. When I found you 3 days ago, because Wang Chung was down, I brought Wang here to rest." Perhaps she also saw Su-Hai's exploratory expression, so Erica explained slowly. It turned out that 3 days ago, Erica, who came from behind, caught Su-Hai, who fell from the sky, and then brought Su-Hai in a comatose state to the nearest, Luculasia, who is also an Italian witch. Zola's home. 2. Chapter 71. And Su-Hai was in a coma for 3 full days. After learning that he had been in a coma for 3 days, Su-Hai also had a stunned expression on his face. After all, Su-Hai only felt that less than a stick of incense had passed in the dark world, but he did not expect that in the real world, it's been such a long time. Lucura Kaizola has seen His Majesty. Seeing such a scene, Luculasia Zola, who had been standing at the door, also saluted Su-Hai, who just got up with a smile on her face. Looking at Luculasia Zola's reaction, Su-Hai just nodded slightly and didn't say anything. At the same time, he walked out of the room, and after a while Su-Hai came to the courtyard of the villa. Luculasia Zola and Erica naturally followed behind them unhurriedly. Feeling the 210 sunlight shining down in the sky, Su-Hai couldn't help but soothe his body a little stiff. After all, after lying down for 3 days in the gray space of the world, Su-Hai was really not used to it. Now, under the sunlight, it seems that all the turbid air has been spit out. "King, the red copper and black cross is willing to be loyal to the king." Looking at Su-Hai, who was in a good mood, Erica suddenly spoke up from the left rear. Indicates that the copper-black cross wants to collectively pledge allegiance to Su-Hai, and from now on will be dominated by Su-Hai. "Is that what your uncle meant?" Facing Erika's words, Suhai was not surprised at all. Now in the original work, Kusanagi Gadu, the protagonist, just killed Velaslana, the god of disobedience, and the red copper and black cross did not. Hesitantly chose to surrender. Now Suhai not only successfully tried to kill Velaslana, but also solved the king of the gods Merkel, becoming the only one who killed two gods at the same time and became a god slayer. There is no reason why the red bronze black cross should not choose to submit. After all, a magical guild with god testers and a magical guild without god killers are completely different existences. Although each god slayer does his own way, it is troublesome to serve, but in terms of the benefits, this trouble is not worth mentioning at all. Looking meaningful, he did not give an accurate answer, but instead asked his own Suhai. Erika's eyes widened for a while, looking a little surprised. Obviously, there is some doubts about how Suhai knew. After all, Erika herself only got the order from her uncle Paul Browntree after reporting the situation 2 days ago. For your sake, I promise the allegiance of the red copper black cross, but the corresponding red copper black cross will also do something for me. Looking at Erika with a surprised face, Suhai did not stop and directly agreed to the request of the black cross for allegiance. Thank you for your kindness. Just don't know what the king said. Seeing Suhai's agreement, Erika was also a little happy, but she was just a little confused about what Suhai wanted the red copper black cross to do. Activate all the power of the red copper black cross. Help me find the mythical relic that can summon the god of disobedience. Now, with Suhai, who has perfected the turning ceremony of the gods, the way to improve his strength is undoubtedly to kill more gods. If he passively waits for the god of disobedience to come, the chances will be quite slim. Suhai thinks about it, and it is more reliable to take the initiative to attack. In this world, there are some existences like the Hellastone Pillar, the Gorgon Stone, etc., which can pull the gods in mythology into reality as a god of disobedience. Although these mythological relics are still available, they are far more hopeful than waiting quietly for the god of replenishment to come. Finding these things requires huge forces and a lot of manpower. It is undoubtedly the most suitable for the huge magic associations with these forces all over the world to do this for themselves. This is one of the main reasons why Suhai would agree to allegiance to the Copper Black Cross. Wang, I'll pass the news to my uncle, and let him use the power of the red Copper Black Cross to help you find what you want. At this moment, Erika finally understood Suhai's purpose, and at the same time, she quickly passed Suhai's request to her uncle, who is the leader of the red Copper Black Cross. Rather than passively waiting, is it better to take the initiative? What a brave and prudent king. Looking at Suhai's performance of making a plan, making plans, and then moving, Luculasia Zola, who has been standing by the side to watch quietly, can't help but sigh with emotion in her heart. At this moment, Luculasia Zola deeply understands that Suhai has a courageous and resourceful existence, strong strength coupled with a rational mind. He is undoubtedly a very terrifying person. Looking for ancient relics? Our new Xinxiao will really give us a problem, but it's all worth it compared to the benefits. On the other side, at the headquarters of the Bronze Black Cross in Rome, Paul Browntree, the chief teacher, was sitting at the desk, watching the news from Erika in his hand. Muttered to himself. At the same time, at the moment of reading the news, Paul Browntree did not hesitate at all and immediately handed the order to a waiter next to him, letting him spread the order quickly. On the other side, in a huge conference room of the Council of Sages in London, England, a dozen or so old, young, male or female people sat around a long table and looked at each other. Just received news that the 7th Campione to rule the world was born in Sardinia, Italy. And this king is very extraordinary. He directly killed the war god Velaslana and the king of the Mediterranean gods Mekhl. At present, the powers acquired are unknown, but undoubtedly very powerful. A middle-aged man sitting in the main seat with a very serious face suddenly said. The moment they finished speaking, the people below started to talk a lot. Some were surprised at the emergence of the 7th king, and some were surprised that Suhai killed two gods of disobedience at the same time. All right, we need to think carefully about the title that this person has swayed. It turned out that the Council of Sages also undertakes the work of recording every god slayer. At the same time as the records are recorded, a title will be given to each king. Just like Salvatore Toni, the king of swords, Luo Liang, the king of martial arts, etc. At this time, the Council of Sages is cautious and cautious. After all, it has the character of a godlike person to go his own way. If you take a title that does not meet or is not good, you will inevitably have trouble at that time. Just one day later, the title of Su Hai, King of Light, spread to the mysterious side of the world. Chapter 72. The King of Light. Su Hai, who is located in the Villa Lucchese Zola in Sardinia, Italy, flashed a helpless look on his face after hearing the title, which seemed to be a bit of a middle school. Needless to say, on the day of the battle, it was obvious that Su Hai used the Siuan victory sword, carrying the endless brilliance to kill Velislana, so the title of King of Light was a bit outrageous. Master, the seventh king, is born. The name is Su Hai. It seems that I am also a person from the East, who tried to kill two powerful gods of disobedience in Italy, Velislana and the King of the Gods, and successfully crowned them. The title is the King of Light. On the top of Mount Lushan in Daxia, there is a quiet and secluded place at first sight. A young man wearing a black training suit is kneeling outside a courtyard. With a hint of fear on his face, he returned to the courtyard. Yeah, it's really interesting. My compatriots in the East. It's a pity that one mountain does not allow two tigers, and my land of Daxia does not need two kings. In the very center of the courtyard, there is a pavilion covered by layers of veils. Through these veils, one can vaguely see a peerless person in the pavilion. In the voice, there are 4 points of beauty, 3 points of clarity, 2 points of domineering, and 1 point of shock. Hope, you are an interesting person. On the other side, on a flight from Greece to Italy, a handsome young man with blonde hair also looked in the direction of Italy with interest. It was as if through the occlusion of the plane and the endless space, I saw the person I wanted to see. The most interesting thing is that next to this young man, there is a long object wrapped in black cloth quietly placed. After the news of Su Hai, the King of Light, was completely spread, it caused a sensation on the mysterious side. Including the other 6 Shikigami, everyone noticed Su Hai, a person who could change the situation of today's world. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another few days passed quickly. Wang, is there something wrong with the concubine's hospitality? You are leaving me. On this day, at the entrance of Zola's villa in Lucuratia, Sardinia, Zola, who was wearing a long purple dress, looked a little weak and looked at Su Hai with a look of crying without tears, like a girl who is about to be abandoned. It's a pity that such an image doesn't match his mature, succubus-like appearance at all. Cut. Vixen. This also caused Erica, who was standing behind Su Hai to the right, to be a little dissatisfied. Okay, stop pretending. Zola, since you are so reluctant to part with me, then leave with me. Looking at some pretentious Luculasia Zola, Su Hai rolled his eyes helplessly, and then said a little casually. Okay. Su Hai just said it casually, but did not expect Luculasia Zola to agree directly. And looking at the smug expression on his face, it is obvious that he has been waiting for this sentence for a long time. At this moment, let alone Erica, even Su Hai was a little surprised. After all, during this period of time together, Su Hai also learned that Lucura Kaizola, as a famous witch on Sardinia, has not left the island for nearly 10 years. She can be regarded as a real hidden witch, but now she suddenly wants to leave Sardinia, which is naturally a little surprising. I've spent enough time on this island, and it's time to get out and about. I feel that as long as I follow Wang's side, very interesting things will happen. Of course, the most important thing is that you are very attractive, Wang, and I find that I seem to have a crush on you. Looking at the surprise too, Luculasia Zola said in disapproval. It's as if he's just doing something he's used to. Seeing this, Su Hai didn't say much, but the people who left the villa changed from 2 to 3. In fact, what Luculasia Zola did is understandable. As long as there are intelligent creatures, loneliness is often a powerful enemy. Even a strong person can't endure long-term loneliness. The pursuit of fun is the nature of people and all living beings. Even witches are no exception. As for what Lucura Kaizola said about being infatuated with Su Hai, it's mostly a joke. Maybe it's the only reason to find more fun with Su Hai. After all, during this period of time, after Luculasia Zola figured out Su Hai's character, she would often do something to tease Su-hai. King, our flight of the Copper and Black Cross is not far away. As long as you get on the plane, you can reach the headquarters in Rome in less than an hour. Uncle has already prepared what he found, and Wong can get that ancient relic when he gets off the plane. On the way to the private airport, Erica said to Su-hai, who was sitting in the back while driving. As for Luculasia Zola, she was sitting next to Su-hai and leaned her upper body on Su-hai's shoulders, intentionally or unintentionally. While doing so, he also used his own eyes to observe the rearview mirror of the car to observe Erica's expression. Apparently, a large part of Lucura Kaizola's reason for doing this was to tease Erica. Facts have proved that Luculasia Zola does this very well. Erica will always stare at Luculasia Zola in the rearview mirror inadvertently and viciously. It can only be said that Jiang is still old and spicy. Erica is also a very smart, mature person with a unique aura. It's a pity that the strong has its own strong middle. In front of a senior like Luculasia Zola, after all, it is a little worse. The reason why Su-hai will leave Sardinia this time is to head to the headquarters of the Roman Copper and Black Cross. The reason was the ancient relic that Erica mentioned. It turned out that 2 days ago, the Red Copper Black Cross was very fortunate to find a unique and mysterious ancient relic. Although the obtained thing was very dilapidated, after some research, it was finally determined that this ancient relic was a sacred corpse cloth, and it was guessed that it should be something of an archangel. Of course, whether the guess is true or not can only be confirmed after successfully summoning the god of disobedience. Paul Browntree, who was originally the head coach of the Red Bronze Black Cross, had to deliver it himself, but Su-hai said that he had to get it himself, which is why this scene is now. Erica, you go to the airport with Zola first. Just when there was a faint expectation in his heart, Su-hai suddenly looked out of the car window, as if sensing something. Chapter 73. While letting Erica arrange it, he opened the car door and walked out. Wong, what's wrong? Seeing Su-hai, who got out of the car suddenly, Erica and Zola immediately felt something was wrong and asked quickly, "Here comes a funny guy? It should have come to me. After all, this snow-rushing sword intent is very provocative. If we don't solve it, I think we won't let us leave." Feeling the sharp sword intent not far away, Su-hai said slowly with a smile on his face. Although he didn't see the other party, Su-hai also knew that this person must be looking for him, because this sword intent, like a gauntlet, couldn't be more obvious. A sword intent that can make the king care. Could it be that one? Although the two did not sense the sword intent in Su-hai's mouth, Erica didn't think Su-hai was lying. On the contrary, after pausing for a while, he seemed to have guessed something, and half said in shock. After all, in the whole world, there may be many people who use swords, and there are also many creative people. But the advice that came out could make sense to Su-hai, a god killer, but only a few. It should be the guy you guessed. Seeing Erica's reaction, Su-hai also nodded slightly. Then he turned into a thunderbolt and rose into the air, heading towards the direction of the sword intent. Although it has not been long since he obtained the power of the sky and the power of the earth have completely become a part of Su-hai's body under the action of the perfect god-killer reincarnation ceremony. Little tricks like turning into a thunderbolt are undoubtedly something that can be easily captured. Don't worry, our king is someone who has created miracles. Absolutely not to lose. Sitting in the car, Lucura Kaizola watched Su-hai transformed into a thunderbolt and left. As if seeing Erica's worried look, she changed her usual black-bellied face and comforted her in an unusually serious manner. "Late, are you here?" On the other side, on a huge plain a few kilometers away from Erica and the others, a blond man with a rectangular box waited quietly. At a certain moment, the man suddenly raised his head and looked at a blue lightning bolt coming from the sky, smiled, and muttered to himself, "Sword King Salvatore Tony?" The blue thunderbolt landed on the ground and smashed a deep hole into the ground, then turned into the appearance of Su-hai. The moment he walked out of the pit and came to the blond man, Su-hai directly revealed the identity of the blond man. It turned out that this blond young man who was looking for fun and holding a strange box in his hand was the King of Swords, Salvatore Tony, one of the 7 gods layers in the world today. Since you know my identity, then you should also know my purpose? Otherwise, you will not accept my gauntlet either. Salvatore Toni, who was wearing a pair of sunglasses on his forehead, was not surprised at Suhai's behavior of calling out his name directly, but said very cheerfully. It seemed that he couldn't wait for what happened next. Change place. This island is not big enough to be our battleground. Seeing this, Suhai did not hesitate at all, and after saying a word, he once again transformed into a thunderbolt and headed towards an isolated island overseas. In fact, after discovering that the person who came was Salvatore Toni, Suhai already knew the origin of the other party. After all, Salvatore Toni goes his own way and loves to find strong enemies to fight in the entire mysterious test. Although this guy has a bright smile all the time, he is a full-fledged fighting maniac. He can even slash people with a sword while smiling in the sun. Seeing Suhai so decisive, the smile on Salvatore Toni's face became even deeper. He hurriedly ran with the wooden box in his hand at a very fast speed. It didn't take long for Suhai, who turned into a thunderbolt, to reach an isolated island more than 10 kilometers away from Sardinia. Although this isolated island is not as big as Sardinia, it should be several kilometers long and wide. At this time, on the sea several kilometers away from the isolated island, there was a figure running towards the isolated island at an extremely fast speed. Apparently, that person was Salvatore Toni, who was chasing Suhai. Although this guy does not have the ability to fly, he runs with his strong physical fitness, and his speed is not slow at all. It is even more able to do such absurd things as running wildly on the sea without falling into the sea. Of course, this is not his patent alone. Everything in this world can be done. This is also the reason why only gods and gods of disobedience can harm the God-Slayer, because the body of the God-Slayer has long been strong to the point of a kind of perversion. Even the most powerful magician or knight in this world cannot harm the gods from the outside at all. Haha, take my sword. The moment he came to the island, Salvatore Toni jumped into the air, took out the long sword in the wooden box, and slashed towards Suhai at an extremely fast speed. Obviously, Salvatore Toni, who had been chasing after him for a long time, was already a little impatient to start a battle between the powerhouses. Facing this seemingly ordinary sword, Suhai had the illusion that he could not dodge. I have to say that Salvatore Toni is worthy of being the king of swords. If only the swordsmanship is concerned, perhaps only the martial arts king in Jiangnan can compare with him. Although Suhai also learned some swordsmanship through the golden egg, it is a mortal thing after all, and now it is not on the table at all. Okay, facing such a situation, Suhai frowned slightly, and at the same time directly activated the crystal representing the power of the earth under the purple magic circle in his mind. In an instant, countless earth forces were transmitted into Suhai's body through the soles of his feet. It makes Suhai reach a whole new level in terms of physical strength and all aspects of quality. At this time, Suhai even had an illusion that as long as he stepped on the ground, he was an undefeated existence. With the blessing of the power of the whole island, Suhai raised his right hand without hesitation and punched upwards in a very arrogant way. And the goal of the fist is the extremely sharp long sword in Salvatore Toni's hand. Suhai's idea is also very simple, since it is not comparable to swordsmanship skills. Then use strength to crush. As long as you have the power to crush the opponent absolutely, then all skills will be destroyed like a destructive force. Chapter 74. In the next instant, the pure and jade-white right fist and the indestructible blade collided fiercely. A terrifying storm swept the entire island in an instant. Countless sturdy trees were broken by the waste, and some were even uprooted, and they were thrown to nowhere. The aftermath of the attack caused a huge deep pit to appear around the two of them. The powerful force caused the entire island to vibrate endlessly, and the originally calm sea area around was also turbulent, and the wind and waves were rising one after another. Relying on the intuition of wild beasts, countless marine creatures sensed the danger and fled around, away from the island at an extremely fast speed. A power of the body protection type? It has such terrifying power and physical strength. Under the powerful force, Salvatore Toni, who held a sharp sword in his hand, was at a disadvantage at the moment of the confrontation. With a terrifying force coming from the blade, Salvatore Toni, who was already in midair, quickly flew backwards. When it landed, It slid on the ground for a distance of several hundred meters before it stopped. Looking at the two pits under his feet that he slid out of, Salvatore Tony moved his slightly sore palms, looking at Suhai opposite him, and said with interest. It was as if he had found some interesting playmates. The blood of the evil dragon Fafnir. Grant me the fate of immortality, man of steel. In the next moment, it may also be known that Suhai now possesses far more power than himself. Salvatore Tony did not hesitate to use the power of the blessing of steel. The power of Man of Steel is the power that Salvatore Tony usurped from the Nordic hero Siegfried. It can give the body the hardness and weight of steel, which can greatly enhance its own defense, strength, and physical strength. At the moment when the protection of steel was completed, Salvatore Tony did not hesitate to attack Suhai again. A slash that slashed the mountains and the sea started, and Salvatore Tony followed closely. In this way, Suhai and Salvatore Tony, two divine beings, one under the protection of the power of the earth and the other under the protection of the steel, Adak, are like two berserkers. As well as its savage ways to melee up. It can be said that it is a fist to the flesh. Although Salvatore Tony has the protection of steel, his physical fitness and strength are still inferior to Suhai, who has exerted the power of the earth. But Salvatore Tony's superb swordsmanship is far above the half-baked Suhai. Therefore, at one time, one person relied on the exquisite swordsmanship, and one person relied on the arrogant power to fight back and forth in a short time. Ha ha ha. It was so much fun. You are really interesting and a respectable opponent. Hope you don't die next time. Swear it here. I don't allow anything that I can't cut. And this sword is an invincible blade that can cut and cut through everything on the ground. Silver Arm the Ripper. The two fought for a long time, and Salvatore Tony took advantage of a gap to jump and spread a distance. With a smile on his face, he looked at Suhai admiringly and said, with the help of the fight, Salvatore Tony has clearly endorsed Suhai. As a word of speech slowly came out of Salvatore Tony's mouth, Salvatore Tony's entire arm and the long sword in his hand all turned silvery white. Needless to say, this is Salvatore Tony's strongest power, usurped from the place of the Celtic god, Noada, scary and unpretentious. The reason why it is said to be unpretentious is because this power has only one function, that is, to turn any object into a magic sword. The scary thing is that it is extremely scary because of its simplicity. This magic sword can open anything, the ocean, the sky, the earth, and even the intangible gas, liquid, spiritual body, etc., can be easily cut off. At the moment when the magic sword was formed, Salvatore Tony locked it on Suhai without hesitation, wielding an extreme black sword energy. Headed towards Suhai at such a fast speed that Suhai didn't even have time to use the power of the earth to dodge. Due to the incarnation of Feng-Tu, as long as Suhai's feet stand on the ground, he can actually use the power of the ground to use the power similar to shrinking the ground into an inch. It's a pity that Suhai didn't have time to start now. In a single thought, he only had time to turn his body into a thunderbolt. But even so, Suhai's body of thunder was directly cut in half by this sword energy. And in the wound, there are also black magic flames preventing Suhai from recovering. It turned out that when turning an object into a magic sword, the torn silver arm the Ripper can also endow the magic sword with different properties, and this black flame is obviously one of them. Feeling the pain coming from the wound and the constant erosion of his own strength, Suhai frowned slightly. At this time, Suhai was really angry. He has never been hurt like this since he traveled through time. After looking at Salvatore Tony with sharp eyes, Suhai let the black flames burn his body, and the whole body turned into nothingness in an instant. Looking at such a situation, Salvatore Tony was also stunned. In his calculations, Suhai would suffer huge damage from his sword, and he would not be able to fight in the end. However, with the power of the God Killer, as long as you mobilize the massive magic power in your body, it will take some time to completely dispel the magic flame. Salvatore Tony never imagined that Suhai would simply give up his resistance to the magic flame. The whole person was burned to ashes. Is that so? Is this the power of resurrection? But in the next instant, Salvatore Tony understood everything. Because at the place where Suhai was burned to ashes, under the action of a strange force, Suhai recovered in an instant. Apart from the gloomy expression on his face due to his anger, he couldn't see any injuries at all. It turned out that the reason why Suhai gave up resistance at that moment just now was to activate the 12 trials. Today Suhai is constantly reborn, and the whole person has returned to the peak state. But the feeling of death at that moment made Suhai very uncomfortable. This also made Suhai determined that he would never experience this feeling again unless he had to. Chapter 75. For victory, come before me. Immortal Son. Suhai is not a person who will not fight back after taking a loss. In the moment of recovery, the whole sky is covered with dark clouds in an instant. The entire isolated island has a radius of more than 10 kilometers, and all of them have changed from clear sky to dark clouds, and it looks like a storm is coming. At the same time, several giant storms comparable to 12-level tornadoes rose up in the ocean, forming a spectacular scene of countless dragons absorbing water. For a while, the sea water flowed back, and the sea rolled over to form thousands of feet of waves that beat the isolated island. Thousands of thunders pierced the sky and turned into silver dragons, illuminating the gloomy sky. Countless dull roars also broke through the sky. This is the scene of Suhai activating the power of the sky. After a speech, a white horse broke through the clouds, and in a loud cry, carrying the sun's brilliance shone over the entire island. In the process of descending, it turned into a huge sun burning with raging flames. The moment the sun appeared, it locked Salvatore Tony. Immediately after the sun is the endless thunder. Facing the attack of the real fire of the sun and the silver, furious thunder, the sunny smile on Salvatore Red Tony's face finally subsided, with a hint of indescribable heaviness. Looking at the brilliant sun that came to the top of his head in an instant, Salvatore Tony did not hesitate, and once again launched the Silver Arm the Ripper. It had to be said that the torn Silver Arm the Ripper was worthy of being Salvatore Tony's most powerful trump card. With a sharp blow, it directly cut the huge sun in half. It was a pity that it didn't help. The sun that split in half was not hindered in the slightest, and hit Salvatore Tony directly. With a violent sound, a burst of dazzling rays of light erupted, and scattered real fires of the sun were scattered over the entire island. What followed was a burst of solar flares carrying intense high temperature. Not only did the vegetation on the entire isolated island instantly turn to ashes, but even the surrounding sea area also rose sharply under this intense high temperature. A large number of marine life exudes rushing heat, floating from the bottom of the sea to the water surface, exuding a seductive aroma. Obviously, it is already cooked and can't be cooked anymore. This was just the beginning. After the scorching sun, endless thunder continued to bombard the place where Salvatore Tony was. Under the powerful, destructive power of thunder, in less than a cup of tea, the isolated island of tens of thousands of square kilometers fell apart, disintegrating in an instant, turning into pieces of rubble and gradually sinking into the ocean. Salvatore Tony was also missing, and it must have sunk into the ocean along with the fragments of these isolated islands. But these are not issues that Suhai should consider. When the ground under his feet was about to sink, Suhai turned into a thunderbolt and headed in the direction of Sardinia. With Suhai's departure, the original scene of dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and strong winds, as if the end of the day was coming, disappeared in an instant. Once again, a very peaceful and calm scene was restored. King. At a private airport in the Red Cross of Sardinia, a flight and some staff are waiting quietly. Beside the plane, Lucrezia Zola and Erica were waiting silently, their eyes invariably turned towards the distant sea level, where Suhai and Salvatore Tony were fighting. Place to look. At the moment when the battlefield returned to calm, both of them felt slightly tense, because they know it means the battle is over. Fortunately, it didn't take long for a thunderbolt to fall from the sky, just slashing right in front of the two of them. As the thunder dissipated, Suhai also appeared in front of the two. Seeing Suhai's return, Erica exclaimed happily. Lucrezia also showed a sincere smile, because they all knew that since Suhai came to them, the result of the battle was also very clear, and there was no doubt that Suhai won the final victory. Defeated Salvatore Tony, the Sword King, who was also one of the Godslayers who led the entire Southern European Magic Society. I am back. Let's go. It's time for us to set sail. Looking at the expressions of the two girls, Suhai also said with a smile. At the same time, he stretched out his hands, and after Luculasia Zola and Erica held them, they entered the long-standing plane together. Zero, asked for flowers. Zero officially set sail, heading towards Rome, Italy. On the other side, where the battle took place, a middle-aged man in a black deacon uniform was riding a small cruise ship. Got there quickly. There was a worried look on his face, as if he was looking for something. After a while, the middle-aged man finally breathed a sigh of relief, because he was on top of a fragment of an isolated island that had not completely sunk. The middle-aged man found his target. Needless to say, it was the fainted Salvatore Toni. Is this seventh body actually so terrifying? Even you are not an opponent, and you have been injured so badly. Zero, it turned out that this middle-aged man was Andrea Rivera, an old friend of Salvatore Toni and a trusted knight who owned the Deacon of the King. Looking at Salvatore Toni, who was severely burnt, scalded, and passed out, Andre Rivera looked very dignified and muttered to himself in surprise. While putting Salvatore Toni on the ship and taking him away, he was secretly surprised by Suhai's strength in his heart. At this time, Andrea Rivera couldn't believe the result. You must know that Suhai has just become a godslayer for less than a month. Logically speaking, he should not be able to use his power flexibly. But this is also normal. Suhai, as a cheater, can't use common sense to judge. As early as the moment the perfect Godslayer ritual was integrated into his body, Suhai was no longer an ordinary Godslayer in this world. With Suhai and Salvatore Toni, the two kings of sword and light, the battle is over. The final result was like a storm, sweeping the entire mysterious side in an instant, and countless organizations and powerful individuals received the news at almost the same time. Late, did you actually beat that kid in Southern Europe? As a newcomer, it's really surprising. I hope it doesn't get in my way otherwise. In a deep villa on the Balkan Peninsula in Eastern Europe, an old man with white hair in a black evening dress also received the result of the battle. 2. Chapter 76. There is no doubt that he placed himself among the Godslayers, and he was obviously one of the 7 Godslayers in this world. It is worth mentioning that under the high platform where the old man stood, there were several nuns and people dressed as knights standing on both sides. However, these people don't look normal. If you have to describe it, it is more fitting to say that they are mummified puppets. In the center of the hall, a girl with silver hair was kneeling on one knee, with a silver saber hanging from her waist. The news about Suhai's victory over Salvatore Toni also came from her. As for organizations like the Council of Sages, after learning this news, they have a new estimate of Suhai's strength. System, golden egg, golden egg. What the hell is an egg you gave me? On the flight from Sardinia to the Roma Crimson Cross, Suhai used his mind to complain about the system in the sea of 240 in his brain. At this time, there is a golden egg floating in the system space. It is worth mentioning that there are 6 stars on this golden egg. Obviously, it is an unprecedented 6-star golden egg, but unfortunately, if you look closely, you will find that this 6-star golden egg is not complete, only about 1/3 of it. Strictly speaking, it's just a broken eggshell with glittering gold. This is also the reason why Suhai seems very helpless and can't help but complain about the system in his mind. It turned out that after defeating Salvatore Toni just now, Suhai got his 5-star golden egg as he wished. With some anticipation, after getting on the plane, Suhai used it directly. But what he didn't expect was a broken eggshell, which suddenly made Suhai feel like riding a roller coaster, falling from the sky to the bottom of the valley. Host, the 5-star golden egg and the 6-star golden egg are a watershed. 6-star golden eggs will hardly give anything below the 4-digit level, and this is exactly 1/3 of a complete 6-star golden egg. As long as you collect 3 copies, you can synthesize a complete 6-star golden egg. In the face of Suhai's complaining tone, only the system of mechanical intelligence will naturally not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Just explain slowly. Ugh, 1/3 is 1/3, and it is better than nothing. It's much easier than collecting all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon. Suhai doesn't want to be too entangled with this unchangeable fact. And after listening to the system's explanation, Suhai also understood that as long as he collects 2 more copies, he can get an unprecedented 6-star golden egg. In this way, this seemingly useless eggshell is much better than many rewards. Wong, what's wrong? Perhaps sensing Su Hai's mood swings, Lakura Kaizola, who was sitting next to him, turned his head and asked with a strange expression. At this point, Zola thought that Su Hai was injured in the previous battle. In response, Su Hai shook his head slightly, saying that it was nothing. In less than an hour, the plane crossed the ocean and came to the sky above the headquarters of the Roman Red Cross. King, we have already arrived. Uncle is also leading all the leaders of the Red, Copper, and Black Cross to welcome the king below. When the plane stopped flying and was about to gradually decelerate and descend from an altitude of 1,000 meters, Erica, who was sitting on the other side of Su Hai, also smiled and reminded. It shows that as long as the plane lands safely, you can see the people with the red, copper, and black crosses and the mythical relics in their hands. Don't be so troublesome. I'll take you down. Look at the two people sitting next to him, and the plane descending slowly for safety's sake. Su Hai suddenly showed a meaningful smile and said slowly. He directly stretched out his arms and hugged Erica and Zola, pulled the two into his arms, opened the hatch at the same time, and fell towards the bottom in a free fall. Oh! Faced with this sudden situation, Zola and Erica also reacted when they fell from the height of 1,000 meters. Feeling the strong airflow around them, Zola and Erica, who had never had such an experience, were also a little panicked for a while. A cute murmur came out of his mouth, and he subconsciously reached out and hugged Su Hai tightly. When they were less than 100 meters away from the ground, the two even closed their eyes directly, not wanting to see what was about to happen next. At this time, a not-so-strong hurricane formed zero. In a very gentle way, offsetting the acceleration of gravity of the three in an instant, allowing Su Hai and the two girls to stand firmly on the ground. Really, the next time you want to do something like this, Wong, can you let us know first? Let me be prepared. After realizing that her feet were on the ground, Erica's somewhat suspended heart also calmed down and said to Su Hai in a somewhat helpless tone. As for Zola, although she didn't speak, the meaning expressed in her eyes was no different from Erica's. With me, nothing will happen. And if you tell it in advance, it would be too boring. At least you can't see Erica and Zora's cute reactions, isn't it? In the face of the two invisible protests, Su Hai said in disapproval. And when it comes to the end, Su Hai also reenacted the reaction of Erica in the air just now. The meaning of the joke is obvious. Sure enough, even the wise and easygoing god tester is still a king who likes to go his own way. This made Erica and Zola at the same time speechless, but also secretly sighed in their hearts. As everyone knows, in the eyes of Paul Browntree and other waiters of the Red, Copper, and Black Cross, the reaction of the three is no different from flirting. The reaction of the two of them 0.2 is like a playful couple. Cough, cough. Paul Browntree, see your majesty. I am waiting to welcome the King of Light, although Paul Browntree also likes to think that Erica the Knight and Su Hai have a good relationship, but considering the surrounding environment, Paul Browntree was still leading all the people who greeted him, and after Su Hai came up to talk, he spoke very respectfully. Are you the commander-in-chief of the Copper and Black Cross, Erica's uncle? This time you did a good job. Take me to see the mythical relic you found. Of course, Su Hai did not forget the purpose of his coming here. Looking at the crowd with their heads bowed, Su Hai stepped forward and came to the crowd. He praised without hesitation, and then said slowly, Duh. Chapter 77. Because it was something the king needed, I didn't dare to be sloppy, so when I found this mythical relic, I stored it in the treasure house. The king can go to the place I have prepared for you to rest first, and I will immediately go to the treasure house to take out the mythical suitable objects and send them to you. Seeing that Su Hai asked about mythological relics when he opened his mouth, Paul Browntree also made a gesture of invitation and said, Obviously, the mythical relic is not on him, but is stored in the treasure house of the Red, Copper, Black Cross. This is also normal. After all, mythological relics are very rare, and it is something that Su Hai, a goddess, needs. Paul Browntree naturally dare not make any mistakes. In any case, it is much safer to store it in the treasury of the Red, Copper, Black Cross headquarters than to carry it on an individual's body. Looking at Paul Browntree's low profile, Suhai has no intention of embarrassing him, and not in a hurry. So he nodded slightly and walked towards the headquarters of the Red Copper Black Cross with Erica and Lakura Kaizola. 03 Paul Browntree hurriedly motioned to a waiter, walked quickly to the front of the three, and led the way for Suhai and others. And he himself went in another direction, thinking that he was going to the treasure house to get the mythical relic. Under the guidance of this waiter, Suhai soon came to a very quiet, but the interior decoration is very elegant and gorgeous single-family villa. This single-family villa is located in the deepest part of the Copper Black Cross headquarters, and it is obviously used to entertain distinguished guests. It can be seen that Paul Browntree is well prepared for the arrival of Suhai. Wong, please have some tea. When she entered the hall and sat down, Erica skillfully brewed black tea and poured Suhai a cup. In fact, in his previous life, Suhai preferred to drink huxia tea, which he had never drunk in the West. I wasn't used to drinking it at first, but since I was with Rias, I slowly got used to it after drinking too much. It can only be said that time is a terrifying force that always leaves traces on everything as it passes. After pouring a glass of Suhai, Erica and Luculazia also poured themselves a glass and sat on the sofa to rest leisurely. Due to the relationship that Suhai specifically requested, Erica and Luculazia have gradually become accustomed to returning to their nature in the process of getting along, and will not be too restrained because of Suhai's identity. I have to say that Paul Browntree's work efficiency is very fast. Suhai just sat down not long ago, and he has not finished the cup of black tea in his hand. From the door came the voice of Paul Browntree talking and a knock on the door. King, this is the mythical relic you want. After getting permission, Paul Browntree also slowly opened the door and walked in. At this time, he was already holding a beautiful wooden box in his hands. The moment he came to Suhai, he opened the box and offered it with both hands. Due to the age is too old, although I have done a lot of investigations, I can't accurately confirm the origin of this thing. It can only be guessed that it is probably related to the Christian Bible, and it should be the relic of an archangel. While making this action, Paul Browntree was still talking. Obviously, the Red Copper Black Cross could not accurately tell the exact origin of this thing. I only know that this thing belongs to the biblical theology. Very good, put things down. And you go and get all the books about the biblical theology. Looking at the broken white cloth in the box, Suhai nodded with satisfaction. Things may be able to deceive people, but the vicissitudes of life left over after a long time cannot be deceived. There is no doubt that this seemingly inconspicuous piece of rag in the box is the real thing. While letting Paul Browntree put things down, Suhai also asked him to bring all the books of the Bible artifact to read for himself. After all, every god of disobedience is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and it is always beneficial to know more about it. Yes. After respectfully placing the box in his hand on the table, Paul Browntree turned and left to prepare the mythological tome that Suhai needed. Just when Suhai was about to put away the box, Luculazia eyes suddenly burst into a ray of light, and he groaned. It seems to have entered a strange state. Seeing that Suhai and Erica are a little different, they also know that Luculazia has entered a state of spiritual vision. In this world, among some witches with excellent talents, they possess unique abilities of spiritual vision, can see some things that ordinary people can't see on some ancient objects and characters. And Luculazia is undoubtedly one of the top witches in the entire world. When he saw this mythical relic just now, he inadvertently triggered his spiritual vision ability. However, just when Erica and Suhai thought that Luculazia could see something, Luculazia suddenly quit this state. His face instantly turned pale, and his body was dripping with cold sweat. Although the ability of spirit vision is powerful, it can see a lot of hidden information, but it is also accompanied by great risks. Looking at Luculazia with a pale face, Suhai frowned slightly, then stood up from his seat and came to Luculazia. Under two pairs of suspicious eyes, he slightly bent down and kissed Luculazia lips. Just as Karazia reflexively wanted to resist, a huge breath of life quickly merged into Luculazia body. At this moment, Lakura Kaizola also understood that Suhai was helping himself to recover. And the fact is that Suhai is integrating the power of the earth into Luculazia body through the protection of the juvenile. helping him to restore the body that was devoured by backlash. When Erica next to her saw this scene, she did not turn her head shyly like a normal girl, but looked at it with interest, as if she was learning something. It's just that the slight red star on her face betrayed her, showing that Erica's heart was not as calm as she showed. In the final analysis, no matter how precocious the character and body are, in a fundamental sense, she is just a 16-year-old girl who has never been recruited. Chapter 78. After a long time, Suhai finally let go of Lucchese, and the moment they parted, there was a strand of silver thread. After the continuous healing of the power of the earth, Lucchese body, which should have been very weak, has returned to its peak. Did you see anything? Seeing Lucchese face returning to normal, even a little flushed, Suhai asked as if nothing had happened. Wong, this is the concubine's first kiss. Breathing slightly, Lucchese rolled a glance at Suhai and said, complaining, a little helplessly. Obviously, Suhai didn't expect Suhai to suddenly act like this. But having said that, Lucchese answered Suhai's question. A gigantic figure with a Bible? It turned out that after Lucchese entered the state of spiritual vision, he only saw the picture for a moment. A stalwart figure, holding a Bible in his hand, stood in a chaotic space. The whole body exudes endless holy light. At the moment when the rays of light erupted, Lucchese was directly attacked, and he did not even see the specific shape and appearance of this figure, so he exited the spirit bite state. In fact, when entering the spirit bite state, Lucchese was already ready to be attacked. After all, when he was in Sardinia, Lucchese had already had a backlash. That is when I watched Mekhl, the king of the gods, and Velislana, the god of war, I was attacked once. As long as it is related to people of the level of the disobedient god and the god killer, even the top witches and nuns will be attacked. It's just the size of the degree. Lucchese never thought that the backlash this time would be so rapid and serious, but only saw a momentary picture, and the consumption was far more than the one in Sardinia. It can be seen that the identity of the owner of this mythical relic in the mythological system may be higher than that of the war god Velislana and the king of the Mediterranean gods, Mekhl. With some scruples in her heart, Lucchese watched Suhai open her mouth slightly to persuade him, but after thinking of Suhai's character, she swallowed the words that reached her mouth. Apparently, Lucchese had already vaguely guessed who the owner of this mythical relic was. After all, in the Bible system, the strength is the king of the Mediterranean gods Mekhl and the war god Velesra. There are only a few of them above Na. Just like that, after this little episode, another month passed quickly. In the familiar living room, Suhai was slowly closing a mythical book about Christianity. On the ground next to it, there was already a hill of books, all of which were apparently read by Suhai during the month. After experiencing that spiritual bite, Suhai also understood that the opponent was definitely not easy, so he did not rush to try to summon, but spent this month reading all the books about the Christian Bible system. I didn't read the last book until today. Erica, you're ready. We'll go to the Vatican later. The moment he put down the book in his hand, Suhai turned to look. Erica, who had been standing beside him, said, as the seat of the Holy See, the Vatican is undoubtedly the center of Christianity. In order to increase the success rate of summoning the god of disobedience, Suhai naturally chose the place with the strongest atmosphere. After nodding slightly, Erica turned around and went out to prepare the vehicle. Since the Vatican is located in Rome, it is not far, and it will take a long time to get there by car. Looking at Erica, who was leaving, Lucchese silently observed a few seconds of silence for the Holy See of the Vatican. Since ancient times, as the place where the god of disobedience descended, it would not end well, even if the god of disobedience was killed and returned to the myth. As a battlefield, it will also fall apart and be destroyed, cause immeasurable casualties and economic losses. But this is the world, as far as the gods have decided. No one except the same kind can disobey and resist. Even Christianity, which has the most belief in the world, is no exception. In the face of absolute strength, no amount of people is useless. Riding in the red sports car, Suhai frosted the box in his hand and quietly looked out the window at the rapidly reversing scenery. In less than 3 hours, a group of 3 people came to this country with the smallest territory in the world, only 0.44 square kilometers. Use idlers to disperse, and let all irrelevant people leave. Standing on the ground of the Vatican and looking at the holy white St. Peter's Basilica in front of him, Su-hai said slowly. Although Su-hai is not a great saint, he doesn't like to involve irrelevant mortals, so he asks Erica and Luculazizola to use the idlers to disperse the enchantment to disperse the surrounding mortals. Stay away from here. In response, Erica and Lucraziazola looked at each other and acted immediately. Both of them are very talented people in the mysterious side of the world, maybe not the pinnacle of mortals, but they are also very good. There is no pressure on the two of them to dispel the enchantment by idlers. After all, this is a common trick in the magic world, and it is a required course for a qualified magician. Under the combined force of the two, a strange wave centered on the two quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, a distance of more than 10 kilometers was covered. People within this range, whether tourists or residents, as long as they are mortals, after being swept by this wave of fluctuations, they all turn around and stay away from this place as if they are possessed. I've been waiting for a long time to meet the King of Light. Did you fight? I'm still waiting for the atonement. I wonder what your Majesty's order when you come to our Catholic Church. Perhaps sensing the existence of the idlers dispelling the barrier, a group of people suddenly walked out of St. Peter's Cathedral. The leader was the Catholic cardinal, and behind him were a few people who were dressed in white and shrouded in white cloaks. These people are obviously not ordinary people, and the cardinal saluted very respectfully when he saw Su-hai. At the same time, there was a trace of worry on his face, and he seemed to ask cautiously. For the mysterious side of this world, the gods are tyrants, supreme beings, and troublemakers. Wherever you go, there will be boundless storms. The red-clothed sect leader at this time was obviously worried that this small Vatican would not be able to withstand the tossing of the Godslayer. That's why I was eager to know Su-hai's purpose. Chapter 79. Wang. All the ordinary people have been dispersed. Just when the cardinal seemed a little nervous and asked, Erica and Luculaziazola, who had completed everything, returned to Su-hai's side and said, under the action of the idlers dispelling the barrier, the people around a dozen kilometers have already left one after another. Ah, very good. You guys should step back first, otherwise I may not be able to take care of you when we fight. Su-hai also sensed it with his own perception, and found that there were no ordinary people around, and then nodded in satisfaction. Said quietly with a smile, fighting, Your Majesty the King of Light, are you? Don't do it. This is the place where my lord worships. If it is damaged, it is an art reading for my lord. Originally, the cardinal already had a bad premonition in his heart when faced with Erica and Luculaziazola's actions. Now that he heard Su-hai turn this place into a battlefield, he immediately seemed very excited. Obviously, this cardinal was an out-and-out fanatic. In addition to being excited, the cardinal obviously forgot the identity gap between the two, and even wanted to reach out and touch Su-hai. What I want to do, you are not qualified to stop it. Leave quickly if you don't want to die. 243 if you want to be buried with the God you believe in, I won't stop you. Facing the behavior of the cardinal, a majestic magic force burst out from Su-hai's body, and when the cardinal was about to touch him, he directly bounced it out. If it wasn't for the few church deacons in the back to catch it quickly, it would inevitably have to slide a certain distance on the ground. Although it would not be seriously injured, it would be unavoidable to be disheartened. In order to make the cardinal, who is a fanatical believer, understand the current situation, Su-hai also looked extremely sharp and cold, as if he was a ruthless dictator. Feeling the ruthless gaze in Su-hai's eyes, the cardinal, who had not stabilized his figure, finally came to his senses. Recognized what kind of existence the person in front of him was, and gradually regained his rationality. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your tolerance. If possible, I hope that the King of Light, His Majesty, will be merciful. If you can keep St. Peter's Cathedral from being destroyed, the Catholic Church is grateful. The calm cardinal, with helplessness on his face, also accepted this cruel fact. With a few deacons behind him, he turned around and left with a bit of loneliness. It's just that the cardinal still held a bit of luck when he left, and said with some begging. Looking at the departing cardinal, Erica and Zola never felt the slightest surprise from beginning to end. Because this is the authority that the God Slayer has in this world, and the strength at the top of the world naturally has the right to be at the top of the world. In the face of such strength, no one can say no, not even a Christian cardinal. In addition to feeling emotional, Erica and Zola also looked at each other and returned to the car, driving away quickly in a red Ferrari. In that case, it's up to you. Don't let me down. After everyone left, Suhai entered St. Peter's Basilica alone and looked at the stalwart statue in the center. Suhai murmured to himself in a low voice while taking out the box containing the holy corpse cloth. In fact, even with mythological relics, it may not be possible to summon the god of disobedience. Everything Suhai does now is just a gamble. The moment he opened the box, Suhai stretched out his right hand and slowly took out the broken holy corpse cloth. Put it in the palm of your hand, and a steady stream of huge magic power is quickly injected into it. With the injection of magic power, the broken cloth exudes a holy light and slowly floats into the air. Just when Suhai thought it was successful, there was no movement at all. Although the shrine cloth was still radiating light, Suhai did not sense the slightest sign that the god of disobedience was about to come. Still not working? That's only, Adak, one last try. After a full cup of tea, Suhai had already injected almost half of the magic power into his body, but he still didn't see any other reaction. If Suhai hadn't been able to use the power of the earth to restore his power, he might have used up all his power before starting the fight. Looking at the unresponsive holy cloth, Suhai also stopped the magic power and continued to input, ready to make a last desperate attempt. I saw that I took out the sword of Oath of Victory and grasped the hilt of the sword. Without hesitation, I raised the long sword in my hand and slashed towards the holy corpse cloth in the air. It is already a gesture of wanting to destroy the holy corpse cloth. Patients are presumptuous. However, just when the blade of the sword of victory was about to touch the cloth, an ethereal, illusory, and majestic voice, as if the voice of the ruler of the world, sounded throughout St. Peter's Basilica. A strong holy light erupted from the broken cloth, resisting the blade of the sword of Oath of Victory. At the same time, the god statue, which was originally just a dead thing, also opened its eyes. Floating in the air, the holy corpse cloth that burst out with strong holy light, as if being pulled by some mysterious force, quickly flew towards the statue of God. At the moment when the two touched, a more intense light burst out. This kind of light even penetrated St. Peter's Basilica, making the entire Vatican more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Under this dazzling light, Suhai didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. He opened his eyes and smiled at all this. As if through the dazzling light, he saw the change in the center of the light. At this moment, Suhai knew that he had succeeded. Obviously this time, he made the right bet. After seeing the gods in various worlds, Suhai found that most of the gods have this one thing in common. That is, they are high above and inviolable. The god of disobedience in this world is especially obvious, so Suhai will do the act of destroying the holy corpse cloth to force the god of disobedience to descend. Facts have proved that the effect of this move is very significant. Looks like the king has succeeded. Erica, who was more than 10 kilometers away, also saw this light like another sun and said with a complicated expression, "I am both happy for Suhai's success and worried that Suhai is about to face a formidable enemy. Don't worry, our king is undefeated. All powerful enemies will be defeated in the face of this miraculous king. This is the case with the god of war, the king of the gods, and the king of swords." Perhaps seeing Erica's worries, Lacura Kaizola looked in the direction of St. Peter's Basilica and said slowly, "Duh." Chapter 80. As for the cardinal and the others, they had already stayed on the ground in this endless brilliance, and they kept reciting "My Lord, God," etc., as if the whole person was stunned. This feeling, "Looks like I really won a jackpot." As the light faded, Suhai looked at the god of disobedience who descended in front of him, and while somewhat surprised, he muttered to himself with great interest. I saw that at the moment when the light dissipated, the originally motionless stone statue of God had turned into a living person, floating in midair. The broken piece of holy corpse cloth also turned into a pure white and complete garment, which was worn on the body of the god of disobedience. I saw this god of disobedience holding a book in his hand and a holy crown on his head. What caught Suhai's attention the most was the erratic appearance of this recalcitrant god. He seemed to be a teenager, a middle-aged man, and an old man. The only thing that didn't change was his aloof and indifferent eyes. It was as if nothing in the world could cause him half a turbulence. Although he has never met the god of disobedience in front of him, Suhai is sure that the guy in front of him is Jesus, or the god of disobedience, the creator and savior of biblical mythology. Patient, you tried so hard to summon me. What do you want? In disobedience, Jesus condescended and stared at Suhai on the ground with very indifferent eyes. As if a god had mercy on mortals, he said slowly. Until this moment, the high god still thought that Suhai was someone who wanted to ask the gods to make a wish. The lock of the sky. In the face of such a god of disobedience, Suhai had no intention of talking nonsense. With a whisper, countless golden chains stretched out from various spaces in St. Peter's Basilica, instantly binding the god of disobedience in midair. Became a dumpling. Presumptuous. As expected of a fool. How dare you disrespect me? Perhaps it was the proud god who never thought that an ant in his eyes would dare to offend him. At the moment of being trapped, he was a little surprised and very angry at the same time. With the violent shout of the god of disobedience, a burst of intense light burst out from the body of the god of disobedience and instantly broke the lock of the sky. The historic St. Peter's Basilica naturally suffered a disaster, and it exploded directly in this destructive light. Cough, cough. Are you worthy of being a god who has created the world? In the rubble, a piece of earth and stone suddenly burst, and Suhai walked out of it with a cough. It can be seen that Suhai is a little messy at this time. It has to be said that the strength of a god of the level of god of disobedience is far beyond expectations. Not only did he break free from the shackles of the heavenly chain in an instant, but he almost injured Suhai. If Suhai hadn't turned into thunder in time, he might have been injured. Suhai can be sure that the god of disobedience in front of him has at least 4-digit high level, or even 4-digit peak strength. God said, "Let there be light." The god of disobedience floating in the air keeps speaking the divine words, and the whole world will change with the words of the god of disobedience, as if the words follow the law. What a warm glow. I felt the presence of the Lord, and the Lord responded to me. I am the one chosen by my Lord. At this moment, the northern hemisphere should have been in darkness, and the endless light was like day. Ordinary human beings in the whole world, under the illumination of the light, instantly became mad believers of the God who did not obey. All fell to the ground, crying or laughing or ecstasy or sadness. The human side was vividly displayed. The only constant is that they have fanatical beliefs in their eyes, as if they are the most loyal fanatics. Even magicians and knights who are not firm in their beliefs. And although Xiang Erica and Luculazia Zola are struggling to support, it is only a matter of time before they are brainwashed under the light that covers the whole world. This weird feeling. Impossible. How could such an existence become a god of disobedience? In Lushan Mountain in the south of the Yangtze River in Daxia, a peerless beauty wearing a white hanfu and black hair like a ribbon also raised her head at this moment and looked towards the sky in the distance. He frowned slightly and said with a very different expression. The whole person disappeared in the pavilion as if moving in an instant, and when he reappeared in the next instant, he was already several kilometers away. Zero, asked for flowers 0. And several other gods layers in this world also made the same reaction as this woman, and they all went to the place where the god who did not follow came. Such existence will come with a body of disobedience. Is the world really going to be destroyed? Countless mysterious people also showed despair at this moment. If this continues, the whole world will be destroyed. Because at this time, the god of disobedience floating in the air is using his ability to change the whole world. Everything in the world is going backwards, obviously not following it. God's purpose is to return the world to nothingness and recreate it to complete its feat of creation. Create a world under his complete control. 0 for victory, come before me. Immortal Sun in this regard, Suhai naturally chose to take action without hesitation, and a round of brilliant sun descended from the sky, heading towards the god of disobedience in the air. God said, I will be invincible. In the face of such an attack, even a god of disobedience at the level of a god king would take it seriously. But not from God. Facing the fallen sun, his eyes did not fluctuate from beginning to end. Just read the inviolable words in his mouth. And when the sun is close to not obeying, God is like the first snow meets the sun, constantly dying and shrinking. It turned into nothingness in an instant. Suhai couldn't help frowning at this, but luckily the attack wasn't over yet. The sound of thunder came from the sky, and then the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, covering the whole of Rome and the surrounding sky. This also makes Rome and the surrounding area the only place in the world that is not shrouded in brilliance. Countless thunder and lightning and hurricanes are very densely heading towards the god of disobedience in the air. At this moment, Suhai has pushed the power of the sky to the extreme, and all the forces that can be attacked by the storm, thunder, ice and snow have all been displayed. God said, I will control all things. But unfortunately, at this moment, the disgusting divine words resounded in the sky again. The attack that originally attacked the insubordinate god from all directions, suddenly half of it was out of the control of Suhai, the caster. 2. Chapter 81. At this moment, Suhai felt that half of his sky power was out of his control. All the attacks turned out to be against each other and eventually canceled out. The god of disobedience, who was at the center of the storm and attack, was still unscathed. Until this moment, the guy in front of Suhai was another level of existence. If it weren't for the disobedience, God would recreate the world, let the whole world return to his control, and put most of his energy on returning the earth to chaos and recreation. Facing Suhai, who has been on the defensive, Suhai may have lost to the god of disobedience at this time. System, use the temporary character card to go back to his AOI. Looking at the sky, the god of disobedience who controls half of the power of the sky and fights against himself. A card with 260 suddenly appeared in Suhai's hand, turned into an endless brilliance, and merged into Suhai's body. An incomparably vigorous force quickly emerged from every cell of Suhai. At this moment, Suhai even felt that even the sky could be shattered with a punch, and the boundless sea could be cut off. Under this surge of power, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of Suhai's mouth, and he instantly rose into the air. Under the third cosmic speed, Suhai broke through the layers of obstacles in the air in the blink of an eye, and came to the god of disobedience, who held the Bible in his hands and spread his hands out. Smash, the gift of heaven and earth. Before the god of disobedience could react, he punched the illusory and real face of god of disobedience. In the confusion, the god of disobedience instantly fell from the sky at a faster speed, hitting the ground heavily. In the sound of the impact, a mushroom cloud formed of dust and smoke rose into the air, and a powerful air wave swept out. Houses collapsed, glass shattered, and the ground ripped apart, and in an instant, the prosperous city on the ground fell into disrepair. The dust and smoke dissipated, and the god of disobedience appeared in the huge, deep pit. At this time, the Lord looked very embarrassed, the light on his body dimmed a lot, and his face was also crippled by the terrifying power of the gift of shattering the heavens and the earth. Half face. However, in the wound, there is a holy light, which is healing the wounds of the god who did not obey. Almost in an instant, the somewhat distorted and broken face of the god of disobedience was restored to its original state. It can be seen that although the god who does not obey is very embarrassed, he has not suffered much substantial damage. Do you still have the ability to recover? I want to see if you can always recover. Suhai never thought that he could kill the god of disobedience with a single blow, so he was not too surprised by the state of god of disobedience. The speed broke out again, and in an instant, he came to the front of the god who did not obey. Under the blessing of the gift of shattering the heavens and the earth, the storm-like attacks turned into powerful and fast fist shadows hitting every part of the body of the god who did not obey. God said, I will be invincible. God said, the light will judge the wicked. The god of disobedience, who felt offended, was already incensed by his majesty being offended. For the first time, anger appeared in his eyes, and the divine words in his mouth appeared again. Only this time, obviously it didn't work so well. Even the god of disobedience has withdrawn the power used to transform the world and fully deal with Su-Hai, who dares to offend himself in front of him. Still unable to stop the stormy offensive. During the first few attacks, Su-Hai could feel an invisible barrier blocking his attack around the body of the recalcitrant god. It is a pity that in an instant, under the attack of 10 punches and 100 punches, this invisible barrier was finally shattered, and the unattainable god of disobedience was also attacked from the outside. As for the light carrying the curse and judgment, although it shone directly on Su-Hai's body, now Su-Hai has obtained all the abilities of reversing his OI, including a stubborn body that is completely ineffective for the curse and can resist instant death attacks. Under this powerful physique, the holy light of judgment that descended from the sky couldn't stop Su-Hai's attack at all. Smash, the gift of heaven and earth. The power to shatter the gift. After the god of disobedience suffered hundreds of attacks that could shatter mountains in an instant, his body rose up uncontrollably, and his complete body became shattered. After a simple charge, two contradictory and powerful forces emerged from Su-Hai's body: the gift of breaking the heavens and the earth, and the power of breaking the gift. It turned into a mysterious force, and the moment it rose into the air, it hit the god who did not obey heavily. With a loud bang in the sky at a height of 1,000 meters, Su-Hai, carrying powerful potential energy, fell steadily to the ground and stepped into a 100-meter deep pit. And the god of disobedience in the sky, under this contradictory and incomparably powerful force, turned into little rays of light and quickly dissipated, and the god of disobedience disappeared from everyone's eyes after a while. It's just that Su-Hai, who was standing on the ground, did not relax in the slightest, because the Godslayer's reincarnation ceremony had not been activated, and the imagined power and magic power had not been introduced into his body. The holy light that enveloped the entire world and turned the entire world into a white paradise has not disappeared. Everything means that the god of disobedience has not died out. And the fact is also the case. Not long after the god of disobedience dissipated, countless rays of light gathered from all over the world and finally turned into the appearance of god of disobedience. Today's god of disobedience is just like when he just came. Not only all the injuries have recovered, but the appearance of some embarrassment has disappeared. Fool, although I don't know why your strength suddenly increased sharply, but this power does not belong to you. I am immortal in this world, and when you are exhausted, you will be judged. The moment god of disobedience 0.2 reappeared, he was looking at Su-Hai on the ground angrily in the air. In mythology, when has the almighty god ever been hurt like this? This is unacceptable to a god, especially an arrogant one. Yes, since you are immortal in this world, then you and this world will be destroyed together. Looking at the resurgent god of disobedience, Su-Hai's expression remained the same from beginning to end. After all, in the mythological system, God is the existence of the Holy Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Whether it is the legend of the Son or the Holy Spirit, there is a resurrection plot. The power of gods often comes from their own deeds, and it is natural for a creator god like God to have the power of resurrection. Chapter 82. Aurora Pillar. At this moment, the countless third star particles in Su-Hai's body quickly converged toward the right fist, and a faint radiance radiated from the right fist. Apparently, Su-Hai is ready to deliver the final blow to the god of disobedience, with an attack that rivals the simulation of the innovation map, capable of shattering the power of the stars in the night. Looking at such a situation, the god of disobedience finally felt the danger and instinctively wanted to avoid it. But unfortunately, at this moment, countless golden chains were explored again from all directions, instantly no longer bound from God. Although the lock of the sky can't restrain the gods of the level of God who can't obey, but it can cause a moment of hindrance, and what Su-Hai wants is this moment's opportunity. At the moment when the lock of the sky appeared, Su-Hai waved his own group without hesitation, and an aurora that penetrated the heaven and the earth instantly shot into the sky. Although the god of disobedience broke the lock of the sky in an instant and got rid of the shackles of the golden chain, the moment of hesitation 03 made the god of disobedience too late to dodge. In an instant, he was hit by a beam of light that penetrated the sky. The beam of light penetrated the body of the god of disobedience, penetrated the atmosphere, and cut through the endless starry sky. It finally dissipated after smashing a few stars in distant galaxies. Under this arrogant and unreasonable force, the heavenly world constructed by the god, who did not obey, collapsed instantly. The world returned to its original appearance, and the people who were still on the ground also stood up blankly, a little confused as to why they were lying on the ground, apparently forgetting their previous memories. The body of the disobedient god also dissipated again, and a familiar but more terrifying force merged into Suhai's body. Apparently power and divine power plundered from a god who was not taken from him. Under the influence of the perfect god-killer reincarnation ritual in his mind, Suhai could clearly feel that the magic power in his body was increasing at an extremely terrifying speed. In the end, it stopped after a tenfold increase. If the mantra within the body was said to be a lake, it has now become the sea. Immediately afterwards, a familiar drowsiness struck. Needless to say, it was obviously the call of Pandora in the underworld. It seems that even with the perfection-level Godslayer reincarnation ceremony, he still cannot escape the fate of going to the underworld. This is, on the other side, the Godslayers who rushed from all over the world to the land where the god of disobedience came, also saw the Aurora pillars cast by Suhai. Immediately afterwards, he found that the heaven that shrouded the world in the breath of the god of disobedience had disappeared, and after a little thought, he realized that the god of disobedience had been killed by the master who carried out this attack. Although there are some doubts about who did it, it is a fortunate thing that the crisis in the whole world has been resolved this time. Luo Liang, King of Swords, and others had to go back the same way. Looks like the king has succeeded. As for Erica and Luculazia Zola, who had been watching the battle from a distance, it was obvious that Suhai had succeeded. At the same time I was very happy. I quickly drove to the messy Vatican. What an amazing kid. The gods of the creation level were not supposed to come, but I didn't expect to be summoned by you. What surprised Mom even more was that you were actually able to kill that Yushin. You are really amazing. In the familiar space, Pandora with a surprised face appeared in front of Suhai, said in a very excited manner. Obviously, this time, whether Suhai successfully summoned the god of disobedience or killed the god of disobedience, all far exceeded Pandora's expectations. In fact, what Pandora said was pretty good. Even ordinary gods needed to gather enough witches to find items related to the gods before they could summon them, and the success rate was extremely low. It is impossible for a god of the creation level to come into the world at all. The summoning method used by Suhai this time is extremely simple. Whether it is an object or a method, it is destined to be impossible to succeed. But it was miraculously successful, which is really incredible. If the current Suhai renews the god's gift he obtained in the wrong world, he will find that the luck and mystery in his development ability have been greatly improved. It turned out that the reason why Suhai was able to successfully summon the god of disobedience this time was due to the two very rare developmental abilities of luck and mystery. Both of these abilities represent miracles, and to a certain extent, if triggered, some impossible things can be accomplished. Pandora, as I said last time, I don't remember having such a young mother. Looking at Pandora, who had an incredible face in front of him and looked very cute, Suhai unceremoniously stretched out his right hand and touched Pandora's head. He also retorted with a smile. Well, what a naughty kid. But it seems that you really haven't forgotten your memory in the secluded world. Mother is very happy. Pandora puffed out her cheeks, looking a little annoyed, and turned away Suhai's right hand. Like a little adult, he slowly criticized. But after finding out that Suhai really didn't forget himself, a smile appeared on his face. It appears that the time has come. See you next time. Pan 263 Dora. After the two chatted for a long time, the familiar feeling came again, and Suhai's body turned into a little light and disappeared into the world. See you next time. With Suhai's departure, the secluded world, which had no color, once again became incomparably silent. There was also a trace of loneliness in Pandora's eyes, looking at the place where Suhai disappeared and muttering to himself. The moment he woke up, Suhai found himself lying in a deep pit created by a previous battle. Suhai found that this time it was not like the last time. 3 days had passed in a flash. Obviously, the time in the world and the time in the real world are chaotic. If you spend a cup of tea in the world, it may be 3 days or a week outside. It could also be a moment. Name: Su-Hai, God Killer, Demon King. Strength: 4-digit mid-level peak. Power: God's Gift, Sky Power, Earth Power, Genesis Power, 12 Trials, Spirit of 1,000 Words Items, Sword of Promised Victory, Chain of Heaven, Scarlet Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand, 6-star Golden Egg Fragment, 1/3, Rias Original Fatty, Heroic Spirit, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. As soon as he came back to his senses, Su-Hai immediately opened his attribute panel in a hurry. Observe carefully. Chapter 83. A 4-digit mid-level peak. Not bad. Seeing that he had broken through from the 4-digit beginner level to the 4-digit mid-level peak, Su-Hai also nodded with satisfaction. Perhaps the breakthrough of this small stage seems to be little different, but under this strength, it is actually the difference between clouds and mud. Su-Hai can clearly feel that now he can hang 10 of his former self, and it is still the kind that is very easy. Just this power? In addition to being happy, Su-Hai also immersed himself in his mind. He frowned slightly. I saw that in Su-Hai's mind at this time. In addition to the purple magic circle, the crystals of the power of the sky and the power of the earth, there was another larger circular crystal. The hexagonal crystals formed by the power of the sky and the power of the earth are like satellites revolving around this circular crystal. In the last time he killed the war god Velaslana and the king of the gods Mekhl, Su-Hai obtained information about their respective powers with great success. But this time, the power of Genesis that was never plundered from the god of God, that is, this round crystal in his mind, Su-Hai had no idea of the specific information at all, nor how it should be applied, except for a vague feeling. But the only certainty is that this power is definitely not simple. After all, the power of the sky and the power of the earth, after being strengthened, all obediently gave up their positions. The power of this power must be above the rules of the sky and the rules of the earth. Holding the idea that the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge, Su-Hai didn't have too many entanglements. Slowly withdraw his thoughts from the sea of consciousness. King. Coincidentally, Erica and Luculasia Zola also drove in at this time, and the moment they got out of the car, they couldn't help shouting with joy, clearly happy for Su-Hai's success. Okay, let's go back and talk about it. Looking at the two beauties standing in front of him, Su-Hai also showed a smile. Before getting in the car, Su-Hai looked at the disfigured St. Peter's Basilica and the Vatican, which were all over the place. Although he left like this, there was no problem. But Su-Hai still activated the power of the earth in his body, and the endless power of the earth instantly covered the entire Vatican. Countless pieces of gravel, as if controlled by an invisible force, floated up one after another, as if going back in time, fast splicing and reorganization. After a while, the dilapidated St. Peter's Basilica was restored to its original appearance. The collapsed statues and the huge deep pits caused by the impact were also repaired and filled up. The entire Vatican was restored to its former appearance, as if it had never been destroyed. Seeing the environment restored to its original state, Su-Hai nodded with satisfaction before getting into the car and gradually drove away under Erica's driving. I don't know if it was Su-Hai's illusion. When he used the power of the earth just now, Su-Hai felt that the power of the earth was stronger and the power consumed was less, as if it had been optimized by something. However, due to the unfounded relationship, Su-Hai did not explore too much, just thought that the power of the earth would be more flexible after the strength breakthrough. In this way, under the driving of the car, the group of three quickly returned to the headquarters of the Red Copper Black Cross. 3 days later, after being confirmed by the Council of Sages, the news that Su-Hai summoned the god who did not obey will kill him successfully has spread to all the forces. Suddenly, Su-Hai, the King of Light and the 7th god killer in existence, caused another uproar. Of course, not everyone believed that, due to the special existence of God, as a primitive god at the creation level, most people believed that it was impossible to descend as a non-compliance. Therefore, most people speculate that the god of disobedience who descended on the foundation in St. Peter's Basilica should be an archangel like Gabriel. It can never be God. Of course, other gods also have their own ideas, although they don't think in their hearts that the existence of God will come as a non-compliance. But they can be quite sure that the power that covered the whole world that they sensed at the beginning should not be possessed by an archangel. Although these people have their own ideas, or doubt, or agree, or guess. But what is certain is that Su-Hai once again entered everyone's field of vision. Becoming the most well-known god in the whole world, all the forces began to investigate Su-Hai's origin and past in order to understand Su-Hai's preferences and personality. Unfortunately, after some investigation, the harvest was very small. Except for the investigation that Su-Hai suddenly appeared in Italy a few months ago, and then successfully tried to kill 2 gods who did not obey to become the 7th god slayer in Sardinia, there is no trace of Su-Hai's life. Clue. This is also normal. Who would have guessed that Su-Hai was not from this world? But all of this has nothing to do with Su-Hai. At this time, Su-Hai has already taken Erica, Luculasia Zola, 2 of his own knights and witches, lying leisurely on the beach, enjoy the sea view. It turned out that after returning to the Copper Black Cross headquarters 3 days ago, Su-Hai directly took Erica and Luculasia Zola to put down all preparations and went out to play and relax. In fact, this time facing the god of disobedience can be said to be very dangerous. If it wasn't that the god of disobedience did not take Su-Hai in his eyes from the beginning, and Su-Hai had a character card reversed back to his Zeoi's whole card, the result of this battle would have been very dangerous. In the end, although it was successful, Su-Hai used a power that surpassed himself but did not belong to him, and was a little tired both physically and mentally. That's why Su-Hai now lies under the umbrella with Erica and Luculasia Zola, drinking juice, eating fruit, wearing sunglasses, and watching the CS Reason. Queen, help us apply sunscreen. Just as Su-Hai was eating watermelon contentedly, Lucura Kayazola's voice with a hint of playfulness suddenly came to his ears. Next to Su-Hai, Lucurasia Zola in a purple swimsuit was holding a sunscreen in her hand, pointing at her smooth back while looking at Su-Hai and said. And Erica, who was wearing a red swimsuit next to her, was also looking at Su-Hai, and it was self-evident what she wanted to express. Of course, no problem. Happy to serve 2 beautiful ladies. For this kind of welfare distribution, Su-Hai was naturally obliged to put down the fruit bowl in his hand, stood up with a smile, and walked towards the second daughter. Chapter 84. The moment he came to the 2 girls, Su-Hai seemed to take the sunscreen message from Lucura Kayazola's hand very naturally. Squeeze out a small amount and spread it evenly on the palm of your hand, then apply it on the smooth backs of Luculasia Zola and Erica. Perhaps it was because of the coolness of Sun Yin, which contrasted sharply with Su-Hai's hot hands. Erica and Lucura Kayazola couldn't help but murmured from the process of applying. Fortunately, there are no other people around. Otherwise, people will inevitably be misunderstood. Time turned, and another 2 months passed quietly. In these 2 months, Su-Hai did nothing except study the power of Genesis, and only traveled all the scenic spots in Italy with Erica and Luculasia Zola. It was a complete relaxation, and thanks to the 2 months of time, Su-Hai not only studied some Genesis powers in his spare time, but also completely recovered the energy spent in the previous battle. Both physically and mentally, they have completely recovered to their peak state. The Gorgon Stone? It was a nice surprise. On this day, Su-Hai had just returned to the residence where the headquarters of the Copper Black Cross was located with Erica and Lucura Kayazola, the last scenic spot in Italy. What Su-Hai didn't expect was that there was a surprise waiting for him as soon as he came back. Looking at the stone exuding terrifying magic power and ancient aura in his hand, Su-Hai smiled and muttered to himself. Reporting to my king, this Gorgon stone was discovered 10 days ago. My subordinates thought that you were still traveling, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Instead, the witch at the headquarters sealed this divine tool, but unfortunately, even if it is a divine tool that is not controlled by a god, it is not something that mortals like me can completely seal. Headquarters, more than 100 outstanding witches can only seal for a while with all their strength, and soon the seal will be broken, and the goddess in Greek legends will surely come to hear the news. It turned out that when Su-Hai came back, Paul Browntree came to Su-Hai with a box without stopping. The box contained the Gorgon Stone, an artifact capable of attracting the god of disobedience. At this time, Paul Browntree clearly had a trace of worry on his face. After all, the real owner of this Gorgon stone was a famous goddess in the Greek ding-ding, Adak. Even if he becomes a god of disobedience in the form of a clone, his strength is far higher than that of ordinary gods of disobedience. As long as he hears the news, the entire red copper black cross, and even the whole of Italy will inevitably suffer huge damage. You did a great job. I'll take care of the rest. And prepare a flight immediately. I'm going to Neon in the Far East. In this regard, Suhai is very satisfied. Looking at the worried Paul Browntree, said meaningfully. At the same time, he played with the Gorgon stone in his hand, and then put it back in the box. Neon, do you want to? My subordinates are going to prepare. Paul Browntree can become the commander-in-chief of the Bronze Black Cross, and naturally, he is also an extremely intelligent person. In an instant, it was understood that Suhai was going to bring disaster to the east and lead the battlefield to the Neon Island country in the Far East. Holding on to the principle that a dead friend will not die, Paul Browntree is naturally very willing to turn around and prepare for the flight. In Paul Browntree's mind, as long as the battlefield is not set in Rome, it will be in Italy. Then it is totally acceptable. King, are you trying to fight the goddess of war in Neon? What Paul Browntree can see, Erica and Lacura Kaizola are not stupid, they can also see it naturally. Looking at Paul Browntree leaving, Erica asked slowly. It's a reason. In addition, Neon has these two very interesting existences, which are also worth a visit. If nothing else, someone might get two interesting abilities this time. Faced with the question from the two, Suhai replied thoughtfully. Suhai didn't forget the two disobedient gods who were sealed and hidden in the Neon. It was a shame for the Huxiao gods to be sealed in the Neon, and Suhai also happened to help them get rid of them. As for the old guy hiding in the netherworld, Suhai just happened to get rid of it, lest it hide behind the wind and engage in the rain. The speed of the red copper black cross is always trustworthy. In less than a quarter of an hour, Suhai and his three master servants boarded the special Neon plane. The plane took off instantly and headed towards the island country called Neon in the Far East. I just got the news that the King of Light in Italy is about to come. And in the hands of the reigning king, there is also the Gorgon stone, the divine tool of the Greek goddess of war. On the other hand, not long after the three Suhai took off, Neon received the news. In a hidden meeting room in Neon, Tokyo, among the mountains and forests, representatives of the official history compilation committee of the Mysterious Side Force, as well as all the representatives of the royal family, the Qingqiuan family, the Jufa family, and the Lianqing family, all gathered together. An urban beauty wearing a pair of glasses, shoulder-length short hair, and professional attire glanced at everyone present and said with a very solemn tone, "Although this woman is very young, her identity is very remarkable. Her name is Saya Yinjing. She is the head of the Tokyo branch of the official history compilation committee, and she is a high-level staff member. Really, damn it, the Lord of Light is clearly trying to move the battlefield from Italy to Neon. Let us bear the loss of the god tester fighting the disobedient god alone." As soon as Shay Gongxin's voice fell, as the representative and young master of the Jufa family, Ganyan of the Jufa family immediately seemed very dissatisfied and said angrily, "Ugh, this is also something that can't be helped. There is no god killer in our country, and there is no way to resist the decision of the King of Light." The people present were not stupid, and of course they could see the intention of Suhai's move very clearly, but as the representative of the Lianqing family, Lianqing Dongji sighed. They have no right to refuse at all because of their strength. What did the one in the world say? Facing Lianqing Dongji's words, after a dozen people in the conference room were silent for a while, an old man suddenly asked. In the next moment, everyone's eyes turned to the direction where the Qingqiuan family was sitting. To be more precise, they looked at the one behind the Qingqiuan family's head, who was wearing a student uniform, with a great sword on his waist and with black hair. Girl. Chapter 85. Because under normal circumstances, only this girl named Qingqiuan Aina can contact the person in their mouth through the Tachi artifact in her hand, or the god. The existence in their mouths will also be conveyed to everyone through this girl when they release news. I'm sorry, Grandpa didn't contact me. I also tried to contact Grandpa, but unfortunately there was no response. King Qianana first looked at the Taidao Tiansong Yunjian in his hand, and then said helplessly, "Obviously, everyone present lives in Japan's famous mysterious side, and each family has its own intelligence network." Knowing that Suhai was coming, King Qianana accepted the family's order and tried to contact the existence hidden in the world, but got no response. "BD, I'm waiting to serve him like this." At this juncture of crisis, he has become silent. As my neon god of war, is he so timid? After hearing this result, many people present had already guessed that the existence of the advantage must be somewhat afraid of Suhai and unwilling to fight with such existence as Suhai. So it is hidden, which is normal, for the existence in their mouth. He doesn't care whether Japan will be destroyed, he only cares about himself. Ugh. Lianqing Patriarch, please be careful. Which one exists is not something we can talk about. Although their hearts were full of helplessness, the others hurriedly stopped Lianqing Patriarch from continuing. This is the sadness of the weak, obviously very angry and unwilling in the heart, but as a weak, no matter how big the bitter fruit, in front of the strong, you can only bite your teeth and swallow it into your stomach. It seems that we can only start from this King of Light. I believe that even the new God has his weakness. Or power, or money, or beauty. As long as we can do what we want, we can get through this crisis, and maybe we can pull this King of Light into our side. Since you can't resist, you can only use all means to guide in the good direction. In a helpless silence, an older man spoke, suddenly breaking the peace. Facing the words of this old man, a glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of all the people in the conference room. After all, the method said by this elder is exactly what they have always been good at. In the next half an hour, after some discussions, all the talents left one after another, and the faces of these people were either happy, solemn, or complicated. On the other side, after sitting on the plane for more than 2 hours, the plane finally landed and stopped at the airport. The moment the hatch opened, Suhai walked out slowly with Erika and Lucrezizola. The subordinate is Toma Amikasu of the Official History Compilation Committee. He heard that the great King of Light has come to Neon, and he specially received orders to greet him. "We prepare a place to rest for your majesty. Please get off the bus and get on." It's just that in the airport, there was already a group of people waiting early, watching Suhai's group come out. Standing at the front, a middle-aged man with short black hair and a pair of glasses, with a smirk on his face, bent over and said very humbly, "It's just that although Gan Nien Donma is very humble, there is always a feeling of being beaten, because his expression is really fake and fake. If that's the case, then take us there. But your smile is ugly and looks disgusting. If you show up in front of me with such a smile again, I don't mind purifying you." For this guy in front of him, Suhai is still a little impressed. As he said, he is a member of the Official Compilation Committee of the Neon National Magician Organization. One of the Black Princes, Alec, was unable to detect his whereabouts. In addition, he is very good at controlling people's hearts, and in the original work, he turned the protagonist Haystack Gadu, who was a god, in circles, and he was regarded as a very capable person. However, Suhai did not take Amikasa Doma in his eyes, because in the face of absolute strength, as long as Suhai was not happy, he could instantly summon a lightning bolt and chop this guy to ashes. On the contrary, Erika looked at Toma Amikasu with some vigilance. Obviously, Erika also heard about Toma Amikasu. Zero asked for flowers. Zero originally. Suhai was going to find a suitable place to buy a place to stay after coming to Japan. But now that everything has been arranged properly, Suhai naturally has no reason to refuse. So he gestured to Erika Elikurizizola behind him. He led the two of them into the black car, but when he passed by Toma Amikasu, Suhai glanced at Toma Amikasu with sharp eyes and said lightly. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped Toma Amikasu. Under the enormous pressure of this god-killer, Toma Amikasu, who had a confident face and seemed to control everything in his own hands, froze instantly. A kind of fear from the inside out involuntarily emerged from the heart. The weather is obviously not too hot, but there is also a lot of sweat on the forehead. Zero the moment he reacted, Toma Amikusa quickly put away his smile, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and got into the driver's seat. He started the car properly, And at this moment Ganbo Doma finally knew that Su-hai was not an existence he could control. There was a feeling in Doma Amakasu that if he showed any more expression that made Su-hai dissatisfied, he would be destroyed by humanity in the next instant. Erica, who was sitting in the car, frowned slightly as the car drove, because from the view from the window, the car gradually moved away from the downtown area and entered the secluded mountains and forests. Your Majesty, here we are. In the end, the black sedan stopped in front of a staircase. Ganbei Dama got out of the car quickly, opened the door, and made a gesture of please. You actually let the king live in a temple. Is this your neon etiquette? Erica, who was a little dissatisfied, got out of the car and saw the temple at the end of the steps. She instantly understood what was going on, and while she was a little angry, she immediately summoned Reinhardt. Pointing at Toma Amakasu with the silver western long sword in his hand, if there is no reasonable explanation, the sharp point of the sword in the next instant will inevitably pierce Toma Amakasu's body. Su-hai didn't mean to stop it, but watched this scene with great interest. Su-hai also wanted to see what the hell the neon officials were up to. 2. Chapter 86. Mr. Amakusa? Perhaps the movement at the foot of the mountain reached the temple, and a somewhat puzzled voice came from the top of the mountain. I saw a beautiful girl holding a broom and wearing a blue and white nun's uniform. She was clearly just a girl, but had a development that did not match her age. She was standing at the top of the steps, looking at everyone below. Obviously, this which knew Ganbei Doma. With a hint of doubt, the priestess who was cleaning the temple a second ago turned her gaze to the three of Su-hai. It's just that when she saw Su-hai, her whole body was shocked, and some shocking images appeared in her mind. An indomitable stalwart giant, carrying endless waves, stood amidst the wind and thunder. As great as the king of gods. With confidence on his face, he turned into a phoenix figure 273 for a while, and then turned into a horse carrying the sun, a boy with 12 incarnations. In the boundless space, there is a person wearing a white divine costume, holding a Bible in his hand, and a crown on his head exuding endless brilliance between illusion and reality. Yuri Wanlagu has seen the King of Light. These images flashed through the witch's mind, and when she came back to her senses, the witch groaned slightly and said nervously and terrified. Obviously, through the spiritual vision just now, this witch has learned a lot, and someone has already notified Su-hai that Su-hai is coming. Naturally, the witch recognized Su-hai's identity. It turned out that although this witch was very young, she was the manager of this temple and one of Japan's most outstanding support witches, Yuri Wanlia. She is also one of the heroines in the original novel, and she is a very real person in terms of character. Your Majesty, this is Yuri Wanlagu, one of the most outstanding high-ranking witches in our country. In the next time, she will become the assistant witch of Akira, responsible for the life of His Majesty in this country. Xian can ask her any request, and we will do our best to meet it. Looking at Yuri Banligu who appeared, Toma Amakasu said at the right time, of course, if Akira is not satisfied with this residence, please feel free to mention any requirements for the new residence, and I will prepare a suitable new residence for Your Majesty immediately. In addition to the introduction, Toma Amakasu did not forget to speak. Obviously, a test by the high-level neon. In the eyes of these people, although Su-hai is a godslayer who reigns at the top of the world, he is still a young man after all. For young people, beauty is always a good entry point. And Yuri Banligu is undoubtedly excellent in all aspects. Serving the Demon King, no way As a kind-hearted neon witch, you don't want our country to sink into the sea. Every god-killer is willful and powerful. If we don't stop it, then we, who exist in the sea, the country will inevitably sink under the devastation of the Godslayer. Now we have no choice. This time I am here to ask you on behalf of the country and all its people. For Yuri Wanlagu, who had a bad experience once, he was afraid of the existence of the gods. But looking back on the scene before, Ganbei Dama came to talk to him and put the fate of the whole country in his own hands. The kind-hearted Banliga Yuri finally did not speak. Your name is Yuri Wanlagu, right? The next, looks like I'm going to trouble you for a while. Su-hai did not give an affirmative answer, but just slowly stepped up the steps and came to the kind-hearted and fearful Banliga Yuri. Said with a smile. Looking at Su-hai in this state, Yuri Wanligu had a look of astonishment on his face and nodded slightly subconsciously. In Wanligu Yuri's heart, the gods have always been their own way and domineering beings. But the Su-Hai in front of her gave her a different feeling. Facing such a situation, Erica's face flashed a hint of helplessness, and she slowly put away Reinhardt in her hands. As for Su-Hai, who knows Erica very well, although Su-Hai is more normal than other gods, he is also a person who likes to pursue fun, is not bound by rules, and does whatever he wants. At this time, it was obvious that he was already interested in this girl named Yuri Wanligu. Lucrezia Zola has been observing Yuri Banligu from the beginning to the end. As a witch, and witch who also has the ability of spiritual vision, she is naturally more interested in the same kind of excellent existence. As for Amakasa Doma, although he did not get an accurate answer, the scene in front of him has already explained everything. In addition to being happy in my heart, I just wanted to show a smile, but when I thought of what happened at the airport, I quickly restrained myself for the sake of my own life. After bowing towards Su-Hai on the high platform, he turned around and entered the car, turned around and left slowly. Guess you won't let us stand here forever, will you? Looking at Yuri Banligu, who was still in a daze, as if thinking about something, Su-Hai had no choice but to remind him with a smile. What? The king, please. After being reminded, Yuri Wanligu, who had regained his senses, also found that he had been rude, and a fleeting panic flashed on his face. While speaking, he quickly picked up the broom in his hand, turned around, and led the way. The group entered the backyard of the temple, the living room where Yuri Wanligu usually lived. Sister Estimation, did you finish cleaning so soon? Yuri Wanligu poured a cup of tea for the three Su-Hai who had just sat down, when a small Loli's voice came from upstairs. Then there was the sound of footsteps stepping on the plank, and a little Loli, who was somewhat similar to Yuri Wanligu, but obviously several years younger, walked down the stairs. From her title, it can be known that the little Loli of 0.2 is the younger sister of Yuri Wanligu. Sister Estimation, are there any guests? Male. Oh my God. The shy estimating sister brought a man back. Hey, big brother, are you my sister's boyfriend? How did you and my sister know each other? Wanligu Guang was surprised at the moment after discovering that a man like Su-Hai was sitting in the living room. As if he had discovered some incredible treasure, he hurriedly ran up the stairs to Su-Hai, looking very curious and excited to ask again and again. In Wanligu Guang's cognition, because his sister is too retro and serious, she hardly talks to the opposite sex and has no friends of the opposite sex. Now that he has suddenly brought back a very handsome young man, it is simply a big news. Chapter 87. You're Yuri's younger sister, Xiaowan-chan, right? Your sister often mentions you. I met your sister on a romantic evening that day. Looking at such an interesting little Loli, Su-Hai deliberately made fun of it. So instead of denying it, he remembered a fairy tale like Prince Charming saving the princess. It's just that the protagonist in the story has been replaced by himself and Yuri Banligu. Wow, so romantic, just like a fairy tale. So eldest brother, you are really my sister's boyfriend. That is, my brother-in-law. A little Loli like Wanligu Guang is undoubtedly very interested in these stories. After listening to it, his eyes lit up and said, Maria Yuri, who had been gradually blackened, was completely unaware that he was standing behind him. Little light. Sure enough, in the next instant, Yuri Wanligu, who was bubbling with black gas and seemed to have entered the state of blacken, stretched out a hand and pinched the top of Wanliguang's head without hesitation. Obviously, I want to talk to my sister about this 03 and give a good lecture. Brother-in-law save me. I guess my sister is angry. Facing this state of Yuri Wanligu, the younger sister, Wanliguang, has an innate fear, so she ran to Su-Hai's back and hid while asking for help. Obviously, it is not the first time that Wanligu Guang, who usually makes fun of his sister, Wanligu Yuri, has seen Yuri Wanligu in this state. Wanligu Guang, who knew the horror of blackened state, naturally hid subconsciously. But unfortunately, even so, Wanligu Guang still did not escape a reprimand. Wang, I'm sorry. After teaching his disobedient sister, Yuri Banragani finally returned to her original appearance. At this time, it seemed that he had just remembered the somewhat offensive behavior just now, and he quickly looked a little scared. Su-Hai is not a person with a small belly. Naturally, he doesn't care about Yuri Wanlaga's behavior just now, but is more interested in this kind of setting that seems to be a dual personality. The straight eyes and the interested expression made Wanligu Yuri bow his head slightly for a while. Some did not dare to face this kind of gaze. Wanligu Guang, who had been sullen because of being reprimanded a second ago, showed a gossip expression after seeing her sister like this. Turning around, it has been a week since Su Hai came to Neon. On this day, on the roof of a side hall of the temple, I sat quietly on the tiles, holding an inconspicuous stone in my hand and looking at it. Immediately afterwards, under the mobilization of Su Hai, a mantra within the body quickly melted into the stone. In an instant, the sound of a large glass shattering entered Su Hai's ears. A deep, dark, but incomparably pure incantation emanated from this stone. Apparently, Su Hai was completely destroyed by the fragile enchantment on the surface of the Gorgon stone. Snake, concubine found you. When the aura of this stone was exuding, on a sea area far from the neon, there was a man wearing a school uniform and a cute hat. His appearance was slightly immature, but he had a lovely face like an angel. The 4-year-old girl suddenly raised her head, looked at the direction of the neon, and muttered to herself expressionlessly. After finishing all this, Su Hai put away the Gorgon stone in his hand again and disappeared above the roof. Xiao Wang, go and call Wang Lai for dinner. Early the next morning, Yuri Banragani, who had made breakfast, said to his sister while placing the breakfast, "Brother-in-law, my sister's loving breakfast is ready." Facing his sister's instructions, Wanligu Guang walked up the stairs very skillfully and came to the door of a room on the 2nd floor. He knocked on the door softly and shouted into the room. After getting along for a while, Wanligu Guang also found out that Su Hai was not his sister's boyfriend. It is one of the 7 kings who reign at the top of the world. However, it is obvious that Wanligu Guang is more bold and lively than his sister. After a short time together, he found that Su Hai is very easy to get along with, so the title of brother-in-law has not been changed. Although Wanligu Yuri had persuaded him several times, it could be seen that his sister had no choice but to accept it after she had no plans to change at all. At this time, in the room, Su Hai opened his eyes leisurely and looked at Erika and Lakura Kayazola who were sleeping in his arms next to him. After a slight smile, he slowly got up. After all, Erika and Luculazia Zola also worked hard last night. Wang is at dawn, but unfortunately, even though Su Hai's movements were very subtle, Erika and Luculazia Zola were still awakened by such close contact. After the 2 sleeping beauties rubbed their heavy eyelids, they opened their eyes one after another, yawned, and moved their Yaoyan bodies. As confused. Just like that, after getting dressed and taking a brief shower, the 3 master and servant left the room. Under the somewhat surprised eyes of Wanligu Guang, the little lowly, he walked downstairs. While eating, Wanligu Guang also used his own eyes to look at his sister for a while, and then on the faces of Erika and Luculazia, 273 Zola. As if comparing something. Cough, is it finally here? Erika, please keep your house, I'll go out later. After eating the last poached egg, as if sensing something, Su Hai suddenly raised his head with some interest and looked towards the sky. At the same time, Erika did not forget to say to the others, King, just when the girls in the house were a little puzzled and subconsciously wanted to ask, a strange wave of fluctuations came from afar, covering the entire neon island in an instant. When this wave passed by, Erika also immediately felt the stalwart aura in this wave. Suddenly understood everything, no more words, just nodded very obediently. Seeing this, Su Hai turned into a thunderbolt without hesitation, came out of the house and rose into the sky, heading towards the horizon. At the lightning-induced flying speed, Su Hai flew more than half of the Neon Island country to the point where the eastern side of the island borders the ocean. The moment Su Hai appeared in the air, a girl also stood in the air in front of Su Hai. There is no doubt that this girl with an angelic appearance is the person Su Hai is looking for. And this girl is also waiting for the arrival of Su Hai. Chapter 88. There is no doubt that this girl standing in front of Su Hai with a blank face covering the entire island country in darkness is Athena, who came as a disobedient. Patient, it seems that the concubine snake is on you. No need to do it. The purpose of Athena's arrival is naturally the Gorgon Stone. In this world of gods' layers, Athena is the goddess of the earth, the god of darkness who controls the underworld, and the god of wisdom who controls the wisdom of the sky. It is a three-in-one god. It consists of Athena, Medusa, and Métis. The girl in front of her only represents the goddess Athena, the goddess of war, and the Gorgon Stone in Suhai's hand only represents the part of Medusa. In order to retrieve the ancient body, the purpose of Athena's trip is naturally the Gorgon Stone on Suhai. Just when Athena was about to take back the Gorgon Stone, Suhai made a move that surprised Athena. I saw Suhai suddenly took out the Gorgon Stone and threw it to Athena in front of him very casually. Patient, what do you mean? Every god is proud, and so is Athena as one of the 12 Greek gods. When he was at the Gorgon Stone, he was not happy but asked with a frown. The God Slayer and the God of Disobedience are inherently hostile existences, and Suhai's behavior is undoubtedly a kind of charity and mercy from the enemy in Athena's eyes. This is something that Athena, the goddess of war, cannot tolerate. Even if Athena needed the Gorgon Stone again, she would only take it back through her own power and in the form of war, rather than relying on the charity of others. Do not misunderstand. I just wanted to have a fun gamble with you. Your purpose is this stone, and this stone is of no use to me. You can use it to restore the power you once had and fight against me again. If you win, you will have everything as the winner. If I win, I want you. Looking at Athena, who was slightly angry, Suhai said slowly with a smile on his face. Judging from Suhai's exceptionally skilled performance, when he obtained the Gorgon Stone, he had already thought of the current situation, and he had already planned to do so. It turned out, so, patient, did you actually like the body of my enemy? After hearing the content of the bet, Athena instantly understood everything, although a little surprised, but not the slightest surprise. As the representative of wisdom, beauty, and strength in Greek mythology, Athena naturally has full confidence in her own beauty. In Athena's heart, Suhai is seduced by her own beauty, which is a matter of course. Looking at the Gorgon Stone in her hand, Athena, who had no reason to refuse, did not hesitate to incorporate the stone representing Medusa into her body. After a burst of light, Athena, who was only 13 or 4 years old, instantly turned into the appearance of 18 or 9 years old. He wore a blue wreath on his head and was dressed in pure white clothes, with a blue silk satin tied around his waist. It's exactly what it looks like when it matures. If the previous Athena is a little immature, but has a peerless beauty embryo with an angelic face, now that he has regained the power of the underworld and has gathered the two powers of the earth and the underworld, Athena, who has returned to the throne of God, is the incarnation of beauty. If it is only about appearance, perhaps only Freya, who is known as the goddess of beauty in the wrong world, can compare with it. However, the temperament of the two is very different. Athena, as one of the famous virgin goddesses and goddesses of war, in addition to her unparalleled beauty, she also exudes purity and a hint of heroism. For Athena's change, even Suhai, who was already prepared, couldn't help but flash a surprised look. Ordered in the real name of Athena, the dark night appears here, dispel the favor of the sun, and destroy the fire of Prometheus. The sky full of stars and the dark wind reappear here, the ancient night. Looking at Suhai's distraction, Athena naturally would not miss this opportunity. The dark realm and the power of the underworld was activated instantly. With the ocean below her feet as the center, half of the earth was instantly shrouded in a dark sky. Under the shroud of the sky, all the lights and fires disappeared, all the machinery stopped, and the world was completely plunged into darkness. Obviously, this is a domain skill, and Athena can enhance her strength in this domain while suppressing the opponent's strength. After a favorable battlefield was formed, Athena came to Suhai in an instant. Without hesitation, he hugged Suhai's neck and tiptoed to kiss him. Feeling the softness and coolness on the lips, Suhai has not yet had time to savor it. A huge force of death and passed into the body through the mouth. This huge force of death is enough to kill an ordinary god slayer in an instant. After all, although the body of the god is very powerful, it is only from the outside. If it is from the inside, even the ultimate power of mortals can cause damage. not to mention a powerful goddess of darkness, with the dark power of the curse of instant death attached. Sadly, Suhai is not an ordinary goddess. Under the transmission of this force of death, Suhai didn't seem to notice it. Instead of pushing Athena away immediately, he reached out and hugged Athena's delicate body from behind, enjoying it and letting Athena's daughter do her best. After a long time, Athena also noticed something was wrong. She immediately fled from Suhai's embrace, returned to her original place, and frowned at Suhaihan in front of her. After all, in the period of time just now, Zhao Zhaoli's death can be described as massive. If it was useful, Suhai would have already died. Oops, looks like it's been discovered. Suhai looked at the empty embrace and said with a bit of disappointment while having some aftertaste, "If you look closely, you will find that there is a faint light coming from Suhai's body at this time. This light seems weak, but pure and terrifying." God said, "I am invincible." The faint light suddenly flourished. A strong light burst out from Suhai's body. The darkness was dispelled in the next instant, and the whole world became a white paradise. Suhai also appeared with a new identity, although his appearance has never changed. But at this time, Suhai's face has a trace of desire and pure smile. Holding a Bible in his hand, wearing a holy robe and a high crown on his head, he looks like a god. Chapter 89. After groping for a while, Suhai also learned some uses of the power of Genesis. One of the most basic abilities is to follow the law. Of course, this needs to consume the user's power. According to the conciseness, directionality, and difficulty of the user's words, the magic power in Suhai's body is consumed. Words like destroying the world or creating the world cannot be done by Suhai today, but it is relatively easy to resist the death curse cast by Athena. The second ability is growth. This Genesis ability can absorb various rules, constantly improve, and evolve according to Suhai's growth. In the end, under the influence of various rules, it is not impossible to evolve into a world completely controlled by Suhai. During this period of time, the rules contained in the power of the sky and the power of the earth in Suhai's mind have been copied and absorbed by the power of Genesis. Now, if you use the power of the sky and the power of the earth, you will be blessed with the power of Genesis. The power of the two Almighty will be doubled, and in all aspects, the power consumption will be reduced. And the power of this blessing will increase with the increase of Power Rule 293. This is Suhai's current understanding and application of the power of this century's creation. As for whether there are other uses, more time is needed to analyze and study. What a pity! Won't you continue to hold on? Maybe you will soon succeed. Suhai, who floated in the air like the power of dominance and the founder, carrying endless holy light, looked down at Athena and said with a bit of regret, as if she was sighing that Athena gave up halfway, "Fool, are you fooling your concubine? Go on, my fangs. Crush, name, into a mache serpent's word. Medusa's evil eye." At this time, Athena naturally knew that she was being teased, and Suhai's words were undoubtedly a mockery in Athena's heart. Although Athena had already guessed something when she saw Suhai's body, she already knew in her heart that she had no chance of winning. But as the goddess of war and wisdom, she does not allow herself to be defeated without a fight. Immediately burst out all his strength, ready to go all out, the final attack. With the appearance of the spirit of words, the sea's surface swelled, and several huge dragons and snakes formed of mud broke through the sea and rose into the air. He opened his huge mouth towards Suhai, who was in midair, and bit it away. In mythology, the dragon and snake has always been the earth goddess, that is, the servant of the earth goddess. As the goddess of the earth, Athena can naturally summon dragons and snakes to fight. Immediately afterwards, a coquettish purple light shot out from Athena's eyes. As far as the eye can see, everything is turned into a stone statue. The ultimate goal of this look is naturally Suhai aloof. Faced with this kind of attack similar to the petrified magic eye, Suhai is no stranger to it. After all, Ryder has the petrified magic eye. In terms of personality, Ryder's petrified magic eye may not be worse than Athena, but the power is not the same. In words, this was not over yet. When the dragon snake and the petrified attack rushed towards Suhai, Athena did not idle. and directly summoned the shield of Medusa and the scythe of the god of death and rushed towards Su-Hai without hesitation. Prepare for close combat. As the goddess of war, Athena's melee ability is also one of the places she is proud of. But unfortunately, under the influence of the power of Genesis, Su-Hai did not dodge in the slightest. Allowing the sharp teeth of the dragon and snake to bite on his body, two beams of coquettish purple light hit Su-Hai's chest. Athena, who followed closely behind, also swung the huge death scythe in her hand and hit Su-Hai's waist. But in the next moment, the dragon and snake collapsed, the purple light burst, and Athena also collapsed and flew out under the rebound of a burst of light. Fell into the sea, Adak, ocean. When Athena rushed out of the sea again, her hands were still trembling slightly. If it wasn't for a critical moment, Athena would block the shield of Medusa in front of her and meet the first wave of shock. At this time, Athena would not think so easily. God said, "The immortal sun will bring the glory of victory. The roar of the sky will judge the evil." The newfound power tried, and Su-Hai didn't plan to delay any longer. At this moment, the power of the sky was activated instantly under the blessing of the power of Genesis. Elohim carries the sun of endless brilliance and the violent thunder. It fell from the sky and hit Athena in midair at an extremely fast speed. Since ancient times, the sky has been an existence that the goddess of the earth hates, and the power of the two sides has always been opposed, and whoever is stronger will restrain the other. And now there is no doubt that Su-Hai said that Shik's sky power is far superior to Athena's earth power. Although Athena used the shield of Medusa and the scythe of death in her hand to make a final resistance at the critical moment, it was of no avail. Under the scorching heat and violent thunder and lightning, the legendary artifacts, the shield of Medusa and the scythe of the god of death, fell apart instantly. The power in Athena's body was also exhausted in an instant, and the whole person fell towards the ocean. Looks like I won. Fortunately, at this time, Su-Hai canceled his power in time, came halfway, and caught Athena, who fell. At this time, Su-Hai had obviously changed back to his normal appearance. Looking at Athena, who was weak in his arms, Su-Hai said with a bit of teasing and a bit of success in his tone, "Fool, willing to admit defeat, this time you won, and the concubine will follow the previous agreement. But after the concubine returns to the body of the Trinity, I will definitely challenge you again and achieve the final victory." Athena naturally knew what Su-Hai wanted to express, so she said it without shyness. The decisions made by gods like Athena will naturally not go back, and since ancient times, the strong have everything, and Athena is well aware of this truth. So Athena has no intention of going back on it, but the unyielding fighting spirit in her heart has never dissipated, and she can only say that she is worthy of being the goddess of war. Su-Hai didn't hate Athena's strong woman character, and naturally didn't say anything. Of course, Su-Hai didn't think Athena would be able to beat herself when she returned to the Trinity. In this way, the battle ended with Su-Hai's final victory. Fortunately, this battle took place in the sky above the sea, so it did not cause too much damage to the ground. Watching the world return to its original shape, Su-Hai flew in the direction of the shrine holding Athena, who was unable to move because all her strength was exhausted. Chapter 90. Soon, Su-Hai quickly came to the gate of the shrine with Athena in his arms. After knocking on the door, the wooden door was opened from the inside, and a little girl who was more than a head shorter than Su-Hai stuck her head out. Needless to say, the youngest in the entire shrine is only Wanli Gugwang. Brother-in-law. Woman. Sister estimation is not good. My brother-in-law brought the woman back from outside. Seeing that it was Su-Hai, Wanli Gugwang first looked overjoyed. However, after seeing Athena with her eyes open in Su-Hai's arms, her complexion changed drastically. While walking towards the house, while shouting loudly. Looking at Wanli Gugwang, who is a big man, Hai helplessly smiled and shook his head and walked in slowly. King, this is... Under the noise of the little girl Wanli Gugwang, Erica's 3 daughters who were originally in the room also came out one after another. The moment they saw Athena, they all showed a look of doubt. After all, the 3 women are not ordinary people, and they also feel that Athena is not simple. And just a moment ago, Su-Hai went out to fight against the god of disobedience, but now he has returned victorious and brought back a beautiful woman who who is not like ordinary people. It really made them a little surprised and puzzled. This is Athena. From now on, she will belong to me just like you. Seeing Athena in her arms who didn't plan to introduce herself, Suhai had no choice but to introduce herself to the three girls. Suhai seems to be very understatement, as if the introduction is not a god of disobedience who can bring natural disasters and destruction to the world, but just an ordinary person. Athena, is she just? After hearing the name of Athena, even the young Wanli Guguang widened his eyes, not to mention the three of Erica. It was only at this moment that they finally understood where Athena's aura that was so high and unstoppable came from. Wang, really, actually hit the goddess of disobedience. Can't we satisfy the king yet? Really an uncompromising king of chaos, a harem king. After listening to Suhai's account of what happened, Erica also understood the current situation. Erica and Luculazia Zola showed a hint of resentment and said helplessly. Wanli Gu Yuri, on the other hand, looked very innocent, with slightly red cheeks, and re-established two identities for Suhai in his heart. Could it be that the younger sister, Wanli Gu Guang, seemed very precocious, and secretly sighed that now that the goddess has joined, the chance of her own sister has become very slim? Involuntarily, I was worried about Yuri Banrigu as my sister. I guess, if I remember correctly, there should be a shrine called Nishitengu in your Japan, right? In a flash, 3 more days have passed since Suhai fought Athena. During these 3 days, the girls were reluctantly used to the presence of Athena. Today's Athena has invisibly established her status as the lord of the harem. It can be seen from Athena sitting firmly to the right of Suhai eating together. While eating, Suhai also suddenly opened his mouth and asked Yuri Banligu in front of him. After all, it has been a while since I came to Neon, and although I am not in a hurry, Suhai has never forgotten the purpose of coming here. West Heaven Palace. I remember that there seems to be a shrine dedicated to the great god of Tozo, and the king suddenly asked about the existence of Shitian Temple. Is there something wrong? As an excellent shrine maiden in Japan, Yuri Banlia knows almost all of the more famous shrines in the country, and shrines such as Nishitengu are no exception. After a little recollection in my mind, I found some information about Shitian Temple. When speaking, Yuri Wanligu also had a hint of doubt in his heart, not knowing why Suhai suddenly asked about the existence of Zishingang. Although the Saitian Temple is dedicated to the famous Tasho god in Japanese mythology, Yuri Banlia does not believe that Suhai, who is a god-slayer, will worship the gods. It's good to know, then let's go to visit this Shitian Temple together. Seeing that Wanligu Yuli really knew about the existence of Shitian Temple, it could be regarded as saving some unnecessary troubles. If Yuri Banligu didn't know, Suhai would have to let someone from the mysterious side of Japan lead the way. 0. Asked for flowers. 0. Seeing this, Wanligu Yuri did not refuse, and at the same time knew that he had no right to refuse. After the meal, the group left the temple and, led by Yuri Banligu, walked towards the West Heaven Palace in the south of Tokyo, as if wandering. Only when they were halfway there, a 15 or 16-year-old girl with long silver hair, tied in a single ponytail, and a pair of big blue eyes appeared in front of them. This girl is not surprised by the arrival of Suhai and others, and from the current situation, this girl is waiting for someone, and the person who is waiting is Suhai and his party. Liliana. The moment they saw this girl, Erica and Yuri Banragani cried out in surprise. Obviously, the two girls knew this girl and were a little surprised why this silver-haired girl appeared here. Liliana Crane Chaucher is the king of light. It turns out that this girl is Liliana Kranikar, one of the Italian genius girls who lives with Erica, but Erica belongs to the organization of the Bronze Black Cross, and Liliana Kranichar's organization is the Bronze Black Cross. Girl, is there something blocking my way? Looking at the very respectful girl in front of her, Suhai asked with interest. Although the memory in Suhai's mind was a little blurred, he still clearly remembered that Liliana Crane Char should still be a knight of Marquis Vauban, one of the gods. This girl suddenly arrived in Japan and appeared in front of Suhai, and she must have something to do with Marquis Vauban, who is also one of the godslayers. Don't dare to block the king's way. As a knight of the Marquis of Ban, Liliana just obeyed the order and sent a message to the king. Hearing Suhai's question, Liliana quickly replied with a very serious look. Obviously, in this girl's heart, every god-killer is an extremely dangerous existence and needs to be taken seriously. While speaking, he took out a letter that had already been prepared and handed it to Su-hai with both hands. Obviously, this letter is what the Marquis of Vauban wanted to give to Su-hai. 2. Chapter 91. I'm not going to trouble him with this old thing, but he found me. No one has ever been able to take my person away from me, let alone an immortal. After seeing the contents of the letter, a nameless anger suddenly rose in Su-hai's heart. A coercion erupted from the body, instantly covering the surrounding space, making the entire environment depressed and quiet for a while. The birds and beasts of the mountain forest and various other creatures have been silenced under this coercion. Looking at Su-hai, who suddenly flashed a trace of anger on his face, Erica and the others have some doubts. What exactly is written in this letter? After all, Su-hai had never been so annoyed as they knew it. It turned out that the general content of this letter was that the Marquis of Vauban, 297, wanted to hold a ceremony to summon the god of disobedience, and this ceremony required many excellent witches. There are very few excellent priestesses in the world who can perform the god of disobedience summoning ceremony, so the Marquis of Vauban naturally put his mind on Lucrezia Zola and Yuri Banragani. The general meaning is to let Su-hai hand over the second daughter and let Liliana, the knight, take it back. And the tone is very natural, as if ordering Su-hai. Let's get here today. Next, I have to find some self-righteous old immortal and give a good lecture. Athena, take them back first. Su-hai is not a person who likes to be patient. For this kind of self-righteous mad dog, Su-hai likes to take a knife and kill it directly. With a decision in his heart, Su-hai directly shook the letter in his hand into powder, then turned his head and said to Athena next to him. Immediately afterwards, Liliana Crane-Char, who had a bewildered look on her face and didn't know what happened, rose into the sky in her arms. It's not that Su-hai wants to take his anger on Liliana Cranathar. He just wants Liliana Cranathar to lead the way for him. Lily, my dear friend, you are so ill-fated. Looking at the two people who rose up into the sky and disappeared from sight, Erica said with a trace of worry and emotion. The smart Erica had already guessed at this time that the Marquis of Vauban must have done something to anger Su-hai. And the only thing that could make Su-hai so angry was that the Marquis of Vauban had hit them. The so-called dragon has reverse scales, and if you touch it, you will be angry. There is no doubt that they are the dragon's reverse scales of Su-hai. Thinking of Marquis Vauban's strange temper and character, Erica couldn't help but sigh for Liliana. Judging from Liliana's expression just now, Liliana didn't know the content of the letter at all. The Marquis of Vauban didn't explain the specific purpose of letting Liliana come this time, and only ordered Liliana to deliver a letter to Su-hai. You should know where the old Marquis of Vauban is. On the other side, during the fast flight, Su-hai looked at Liliana in his arms and asked. The meaning that he wants to express is self-evident. Obviously, he wants Liliana to point out the direction of the Marquis of Vauban. This is also the purpose of Su-hai flying with Liliana. Liliana, who was clear in her heart, showed a hint of hesitation on her face, even though she didn't quite agree with the Marquis of Ban in her own heart. But out of a knight's rule, Liliana didn't want to betray her titular king. Don't waste your time, he's not worth it. And even if you don't tell me, I can still find him, it just takes a little more time. The longer it drags on, the more angry I will be. Su-hai doesn't dislike Liliana, a disciplined person. In addition, Liliana is Erica and Yuri Banragani's best friend. Su-hai also didn't want to embarrass the girl who loves her more seriously. Hearing this, Liliana hesitated for a while. Then in Su-hai's arms, facing the surrounding air pressure, she stretched out her finger to the southeast. Obviously, that was where the Marquis of Vauban was heading. Seeing this, Su-hai smiled slightly and used the huge magic power in his body to prop up a protective cover to prevent the silver-haired girl from being attacked by the airflow, and then speed it up again. Half a day later, on the top of a mountain on the Balkan Peninsula in Eastern Europe, a young figure descended from the sky to the top of the mountain. It is worth mentioning that there is also a silver-haired girl in this boy's arms. Obviously, these two are Su-hai and Liliana, who flew all the way from Neon. Young girl, stay here, or go to a farther place. The moment he entered the island, Suhai sensed the existence of Marquis Vauban. In order to prevent this innocent girl from being implicated, Suhai deliberately put her down in a distant place. After exhorting him, he flew towards a mansion in the center of the island. Facing Suhai, who was far away, Liliana looked a little complicated. In fact, Liliana was not stupid, and she probably guessed the content of the letter along the way. When thinking about his own departure, Marquis Vauban was still looking for excellent witches all over the world, and obviously that letter was also related to this. In fact, Liliana once had the experience of summoning the god of disobedience for Marquis Vauban, and it was during that life and death experience that this girl met Yuri Wanlagu. Liliana's heart seemed very complicated at this moment, thinking that she almost pushed her friend into an experience that she never wanted to recall. Although I don't know it, in the end this is not what a friend should do. I think I've seen that kid too, right? I hope this newly born kid is more interesting. Otherwise the old man 0.2 will have to go to Neon. In the villa in the middle of the Balkan Peninsula, the Marquis of Vauban sat on a high position, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, muttering to himself. Obviously, the kid he was talking about was Suhai. Beside him, there were also several puppets that were manipulated for him. It has to be said that the Marquis of Vauban deserves to be an old antique that has lived for hundreds of years. It is already this age, and the villa is still illuminated with torches, and the lighting in the room is not good. It's very dark, and this kind of environment is not like normal people at all. Instead, it is like a place where vampires are afraid of sunlight. While muttering to himself, the Marquis of Vauban picked up the red wine in his hand and wanted to drink it. Chapter 92. But at this moment, a thunderous sound resounded throughout the island. Immediately afterwards, Marquis Vauban felt the ground tremble, and in the sound of earth and rocks cracking, a blue thunderbolt instantly penetrated the roof of the villa. The Marquis of Vauban was hit in an instant when he was unprepared, although he did not suffer any substantial damage by virtue of his powerful body of a god. But it looked very embarrassed. Under the action of the current, some pale hairs stood up. The glass in his hand was also directly broken, and the red wine in the glass was instantly electrolyzed. Presumptuous! Who are you who dare to attack me? With anger in his heart, Marquis Vauban directly smashed the remaining glass in his hand and walked outside the villa. Looking at Suhai in the sky, he asked. At this time, Marquis Vauban's eyes were filled with somewhat suppressed anger. It had been more than 200 years since he became a godslayer. In the past 200 years, no one has dared to challenge the majesty of the Marquis of Vauban, the oldest god killer, except for the same existence. However, in his base camp today, the Marquis of Vauban was humiliated in this way by -03 teenagers of unknown origin. Obviously, in the eyes of the Marquis of Ban, Suhai has become a man who must be judged. The reason why Marquis Vauban didn't act immediately was just to clarify the doubts in his heart. Old man, you sent someone to deliver a letter to me, and you don't even know who I am? Looking down at the Marquis of Vauban on the ground from the air, Suhai also sneered unceremoniously. In addition to the irony, Suhai also saw a pleasant surprise. That is, there is a 5-star golden egg on the head of the Marquis of Vauban, and the condition to open is to defeat or kill the Marquis of Vauban. Suhai was very happy with this discovery. Since he came to this mysterious world, he got a 5-star golden egg from Pandora. Neither Athena nor the god of disobedience brought the golden egg to Suhai. Fortunately, although the number of golden eggs in this world is relatively small, the quality is very impressive. Newborn kid, it seems that you made the worst choice. Then let me teach you the attitude you should have when facing your elders. Hearing this, Marquis Vauban had a look of stunned expression on his face and finally recognized Suhai's identity. After discovering that Suhai was of the same kind, the Marquis of Vauban did not hesitate. He directly activated his own power and prepared to teach him a lesson as an elder, Suhai, a junior who was extremely arrogant in his eyes. With the activation of power, dozens of huge wolves appeared on the ground, and the Marquis of Vauban also changed from a human form to a werewolf standing on 2 feet. This is the first power that the Marquis of Vauban usurped from Apollo Lycaeus, the god of light in Greek mythology, the greedy pack of wolves. Able to summon legendary wolves to fight for themselves, Each of these mythical beast wolves has the strength no less than that of a great knight at the peak of human beings, and the power generated under the siege of dozens of them should not be underestimated. At the same time, it can also make oneself a werewolf to improve its own quality in an all-round way. Following the control of Marquis Vauban, the huge and numerous wolves immediately showed their sharp teeth and claws. They soared into the sky and headed towards Su Hai in the sky, as if they wanted to tear Su Hai to pieces. The roar of the sky, facing the wolves that rose into the air and quickly approached themselves. A look of disapproval and disdain flashed in Su Hai's eyes. Under the influence of the power of the sky, the entire Balkan Peninsula was instantly enveloped in thunderstorms, and thunderstorms fell one after another, penetrating from the dark clouds. With extreme precision, they smashed into the giant wolves that rose up into the sky one after another. Under the violent power of thunder and lightning, the giant wolves instantly lost their control over their bodies and fell from the sky with a wailing, falling heavily on the ground. Not to mention attacking Su Hai. You can't even get close. Although Su Hai's powerful body will certainly not be hurt even if these giant wolves attack him, but Su Hai has no tendency to be abused, and naturally he will not allow these wolves to approach him. The power of the Sky class. Plundered from Merkel? After seeing his tentative attack being resolved so easily by Su Hai, the Marquis of Vauban frowned slightly. At the same time, there is also speculation about the source of Su Hai's power. Although the Marquis of Vauban thought he was the oldest among the Godslayers, he basically ignored the other 6. But the Marquis of Vauban knew about the insubordinate god Su Hai had tried to kill since he became a Godslayer. One is the king of the gods, Mekhl, the other is the war god Velislana, and the other is a god in the biblical pantheon. Among these 3 gods, the only one who can bring Su Hai the power of the sky is Mekhl, the king of the gods. The moment he understood in his heart, the Marquis of Vauban, who thought he was in control of the power and made use of it far above the novice Su Hai, unhesitatingly launched the storm and raging waves that belonged to the power of the sky. As the Marquis of Woban, Gu Feng Nu Tao usurped the powers that he usurped from the Josian Trinity Feng Bo, Yu Shi, and Lei Gong. It has the power to control wind, rain, and lightning at the same time as 303. Fengshen Liao Fenghua, Yu Shi, and Lei Gong are the 3-in-1 gods of North Korea, and their authority is extremely pure. There is no doubt that the power of the storm is very powerful in nature. After all, none of the 3-in-1 gods in this world is simple. For a while, with the activation of the power of the storm, the dark sky was split in half between Su Hai and the Marquis of Vauban. Today Su Hai and the Marquis of Vauban each control half of the sky. For this result, a trace of surprise flashed on the face of Marquis Vauban, and he was not satisfied. According to the thoughts of the Marquis of Vauban, the power of the wind and the raging waves will definitely not be lower than the power of the gods in the sky than the king of Mekhl. According to the degree of purity of the gods, the wind and angry waves should be stronger. After all, the wind god is the pure god of the sky, and the sky is only a part of the mythology of the king of the gods. And sometimes the complexity means that the power will be dispersed, and the pure will be more extreme and powerful. In addition, the Marquis of Vauban believes that the use of power is far superior to Su Hai. Under many conditions, the power of the sky displayed by Su Hai should not be equal to his own. Chapter 93. Unbeknownst to the Marquis of Vauban, Merkel's sky power was only a part of Su Hai's sky power. After the fusion of other sky abilities, the analysis bonus of Genesis ability, coupled with the role of the reincarnation ceremony of the perfect God, Su Hai completely turned these plundered powers into his own authority. It grows with its own strength. This has led to the fact that the power of the sky possessed by Su Hai has long been incomparable, and the power is more than 3 times that of the beginning. The reason why the Marquis of Vauban was able to be on an equal footing with Su Hai was because Su Hai had no serious relationship at all. Competing with me for control of the sky? Ridiculous. After learning of Marquis Vauban's intentions, Su Hai's eyes flashed a sneering look. In the end, although the power of whirlwind and raging wave is powerful, for Marquis Vauban, it is someone else's thing after all. No matter how skilled and flexible the application is, it is still a dead thing after all. A massive amount of magic power that far surpassed Marquis Vauban erupted in his body, and the situation in the sky changed immediately. The entire sky was plundered 78 times out of 10 by Su-Hai, and only a pitiful part remained in the hands of the Marquis of Vauban. In this battle for power in the sky, the Marquis of Vauban ended in complete defeat. The sky power that Marquis Vauban was proud of was directly suppressed, and it was abolished without any accident. Has the struggle for authority in the sky been suppressed by the Marquis? It really is. Liliana, who had not left on the top of the distant mountain, also saw this scene and was very surprised. Liliana never imagined that, with the application of similar powers, Marquis Vauban, the oldest god-killer, would be defeated by a newcomer who had just become a god-killer for less than a year. Moreover, the defeat was so complete that it was as if a flood had burst its banks and the snow-capped mountains had collapsed without any resistance. For victory, come before me. Immortal Sun, adhering to the idea of beating the underdogs, after Su-Hai completely controlled the sky, he did not hesitate to summon an attacking sunset. A huge sun opened the black sky and broke out. It seems to be slow, but in fact it moves towards Marquis Vauban on the ground very quickly. If nothing else, the white-haired Marquis of Vauban and the small half of the island, including the villa, will all be wiped out in this round of Big Sun. Wolf of Ragnarok. 0 FL. However, facing this round of brilliant sun, Marquis Woban did not panic in the slightest, but showed a smile instead. Clearly, there are ways to deal with it. And the fact is the same. The next moment, Marquis Vauban's body keeps getting bigger. At an extremely fast speed, it changed into a huge werewolf with a height of more than 60 meters, and roared at the fallen sun in the sky. At the same time, he opened his bloody mouth. Immediately afterwards, he swallowed the sun, which was many times bigger than himself, into his belly. After eating the sun, not only did he not get hurt, but instead he looked like he had gained strength. It turned into an afterimage and rose into the sky, revealing sharp claws and teeth, and headed towards Su-Hai in the air as if covering the sky. It turns out that the current Marquis of Vauban has used the power that was usurped from the end of Norse mythology, the devil wolf Fenrir, and transformed into Fenrir. As the Wolf of Ragnarok, in mythology Fenrir is not only very restrained by the sun god, but also able to devour the power of the sun. Its own fangs and claws are also the best weapons to deal with the gods, which can easily penetrate the gods and indestructible body. Inflicts irreversible damage to the gods. In the face of such a situation, Su-Hai did not give in at all, and directly activated the power of the earth that combined the power of camels, bulls, wild boars, etc., and the endless power of the earth blessed him. At this moment, Su-Hai's body is as big as a small land, and every move carries endless power. This is the power of the earth, a very powerful application. Under this power, Su-Hai confronted the wolf who created Ragnarok in the myth, and also used a very extreme way to confront it. Although every cell of Su-Hai became extremely heavy under the blessing of the power of the earth, Su-Hai could not sense the slightest sense of heaviness, but felt very handy, and the speed did not slow down in the slightest. After all, this kind of blessing is all round. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su-Hai appeared in front of the extremely large Marquis of Vauban. Before Marquis Vauban could react, he punched Marquis Vauban in the abdomen. Facing this punch, Marquis Vauban, who turned into a giant wolf, only felt like he was hit by the huge Asian continent. The whole wolf fell toward the island below at a faster speed. The heavy impact hit the place where the villa was located, and the entire Balkan Peninsula shook violently under such a violent impact. When the smoke dissipated, the Marquis of Vauban was revealed again. At this time, the island has changed a lot, and the villa in the center of the island has long since disappeared. Only a huge pit spear with a diameter of several kilometers. In the center of the pit, the huge Marquis of Vauban is embedded in the island. Little devil, feel the pain in the abdomen and the humiliation in my heart. Although the Marquis of Vauban had not recovered from the last attack, he still struggled to get up from the pit and attack Su-Hai to find some face. However, Su-Hai obviously wouldn't give him this chance. Su-Hai, carrying a huge power, fell from the sky and kicked, okay Zhao, heavily in the face of Marquis Vauban. Immediately after that, there was a hurricane-like fist, and the huge body of Marquis Vauban did not play any role, but instead became a sandbag that was easier to be hit. In a continuous shock, the Marquis of Vauban was directly driven into a position several hundred meters below the island. In the continuous damage, Marquis Vauban was unable to maintain the body of the Wolf of Ragnarok and turned into its original appearance. At this time, the Marquis of Vauban obviously no longer had the strength to fight again. Suhai, who has the mentality of killing Marquis Vauban, will naturally not stop because of this. As the fingers of the right hand fell gently, the originally calm sky suddenly changed its expression and roared again. Countless thunders surged in the dark clouds, turning into a thunder and lightning that illuminated the sky, hitting the Marquis of Vauban in the deep pit heavily. Chapter 94. Under the thunder's attack, the Marquis of Vauban let out a painful hissing sound. In the end, the breath of life was gradually lost, and after the thunder and lightning, the old body still exuded a burst of heat and a burning smell. It's already dead and can't die anymore. However, Suhai did not relax in the slightest, because if remembered correctly, the Marquis of Vauban also has a power that can be resurrected. And the fact was that, under Suhai's gaze, Marquis Vauban, who had lost his breath, suddenly wriggled. The black coat on the surface of the body was broken in an instant, and in the sound of a dragon roar, the Marquis of Vauban transformed into a black western dragon. The giant dragon soared into the air. His huge pupils were full of rage. Watching the tiny Suhai below him, he opened his huge mouth without hesitation, spitting out a coquettish red flame. In this overwhelming red flame, Suhai instinctively felt an unusual crisis. Immediately activated the power of the sky, and the storm continued on the sea for a while. The storm swept the sea into the sky and washed away a huge number of flames, and there was also a shower of rain in the sky. It is a pity that this bewitching red flame is obviously not an ordinary fire. Under the washing of sea water and rain, it does not appear to be extinguished in the slightest, but directly vaporizes a large number of sea water. Continue to swept 307 towards Suhai. Seeing this scene, Suhai frowned slightly and immediately entered a state of extreme speed, quickly avoiding the attack of the flames. The flames that lost their targets immediately fell on the island, and the ground turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Taking the center of the island as the origin, the surrounding distance of more than 10 kilometers was quickly spread by these flames. Fortunately, Liliana, who was on the top of the mountain in the distance, saw that the situation was wrong and quickly retreated for a distance so that she was not affected by this karmic fire. It has to be said that the power of the karmic fire center that the Marquis of Vauban usurped from Zhurong, the god of fire in Huxiao mythology, and the power of the black dragon of the underworld, which was usurped from the ancient Mesopotamian earth goddess, Inanna, are both first-class power. The black dragon of the underworld gave Marquis Vauban a resurrection and possessed the power of the body of a black dragon. The karmic fire judge is the leader in the attack power, both in terms of scope and power. It is impeccable. Dodging the attack of karma, Suhai, who stayed in midair and watched the continuous burning on the ground, also frowned slightly. The attack range of Marquis Vauban's ability is really beyond what Suhai expected. But at this moment, a pale light shot from the mouth of Marquis Vauban and hit Suhai, who was somewhat absent-minded. Obviously, Marquis Vauban's state won't last long. Although the black dragon of the underworld has the ability to revive, it also strengthens the user's all-round power. But it has a weak period of 2 months, and this state cannot be maintained for too long. So this ability will be used as a trump card by the Marquis of Vauban. After being hit by this ray of light, Suhai found that the palm of his right hand actually began to salt and gradually lost consciousness, turning into pale white salt. Obviously, this is a curse-type power. And the fact is also true. This is another power of the Marquis of Vauban, the Eye of Sodom, which can temporarily salt a formidable opponent. After thinking that he had controlled Suhai, Marquis Vauban flapped his huge black wings and flew towards Suhai with indomitable power, clearly wanting to give Suhai the final blow with the now increased power. God said, "I will be invincible. The holy light will judge the wicked." But at this moment, a strong light burst out from Su-Hai's body, and under this light, all curses were removed. Su-Hai not only got rid of the salt, but also entered the person of God once again. A spectacular light descended from the sky. It hit the Marquis of Vauban, who was facing the wind, and in this full of judgment and scorching brilliance, the seemingly indestructible dragon body of Marquis Vauban was gradually burned. In the incredible and unwilling eyes of the giant dragon, Marquis Vauban was swallowed up by the endless rays of light. In an instant, it turned into a gray fly in the long river of light. With the death of the Marquis of Vauban, the fireworks on the ground gradually disappeared. The canopy that enveloped the entire sky was also dissipated by the withdrawal of Su-Hai's power. The brilliance of the sun once again shone on this island, but it was a mess, and the island with many holes had already changed a lot. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed Marquis Vauban to get a 5-star golden egg. At the same time, the sound of the system was also introduced into Su-Hai's mind, and there was a golden 5-star golden egg in the boundless system space. Just as Su-Hai was about to start the golden egg, the Godslayer reincarnation ceremony in his mind suddenly started. A familiar force rushed into Su-Hai's body quickly. Can even kill the gods to start this reincarnation ceremony. The wolf of greed, the cage of servants of death, the raging wind, the eye of Sodom, the sinner of karmic fire. A power that is both familiar and unfamiliar appeared in Su-Hai's mind. There is no doubt that these familiar and unfamiliar powers originally belonged to the Marquis of Vauban. Feeling the extra power in his mind and the increased magic power in his body, Su-Hai sighed in surprise. At this time, Su-Hai naturally understood that the Godslayer reincarnation ritual in his mind was activated. This perfect level of Godslayer reincarnation ceremony, in any world, as long as the enemy killed by Su-Hai is identified as God, then it can activate the power to help Su-Hai plunder the slain. What Su-Hai didn't expect was that a god like Marquis Vauban would be recognized as a god. But it is normal to think about it. The power used by the Marquis of Vauban comes from the gods of various gods. From the essence of power, the Marquis of Vauban can be regarded as an alternative god. In this way, more than 10 capabilities can be quickly classified. The powers of curses and goddesses, such as the pupil of Sodom and the black dragon of the underworld, are absorbed by the power crystals of the earth and the mind, which strengthens the rules of the earth and the underworld. Regarding the power of the sky, such as the gust of wind and raging waves, it is absorbed by the power of the sky, which strengthens the power to display storms, thunder and lightning, and the sun. After some absorption, Su-Hai looked at the 3 crystals in his mind that were obviously bigger, and he was very satisfied with the harvest this time. The harvest this time, for Su-Hai, is far more than assassinating a God-King-level disobedient god. Chapter 95. Name: Su-Hai God-Killer, Demon King. Strength: 4-digit mid-level peak. Power: God's gift, sky power, earth power, century creation power, 12 trials, 1,000 words spirit, items, sword of promised victory, chain of heaven, scarlet dragon emperor's cage hand, 6-star golden egg fragment, 2/3, Rias's original fatty, heroic spirit, Medusa, rider, sister R. This time, although Su-Hai was not able to break through from the peak of the 4-digit mid-level to the high-level 4-digit level, both the strength and power in the body have increased a lot, which is enough to be worth the death of Su-Hai. God's harvest has come. Moreover, Su-Hai also has a feeling that he has reached a limit now, and believes that he should be able to break through if he tries to kill 1 or 2 gods who cannot obey. And in that 5-star golden egg, another 6-star golden egg fragment was opened unexpectedly, and Su-Hai should not be able to open anything else until all the fragments were collected. King, you killed the Marquis of Vauban. A contented Su-Hai glanced up, standing behind Liliana on the edge of the island. He flew over quickly, looked at Su-Hai who was in front of him. Liliana, who had not recovered from the shock, asked subconsciously. This is not to blame Liliana. Although there are God's layers like this, because of the amount of power, the intensity, and the degree of application, the strength of each god is different. But this difference is not enough for the strongest to kill the weakest. After all, every god killer is not a simple existence. and has his own trump card to save his life. Therefore, since Marquis Vauban became a godslayer more than 200 years ago, although there have been frequent battles and frictions between godslayers, there has never been a godslayer killing another godslayer. But now Suhai broke this rule in front of Liliana and killed the Marquis of Vauban, who is now known as the oldest godslayer. This is far beyond Liliana's knowledge. You are very talented, an excellent knight, and a witch. Are you interested in being my knight? Facing Liliana, who opened her mouth slightly with surprise in her eyes, Suhai smiled slightly and said while extending her right hand. Liliana in front of her is indeed a very talented person, and the most important thing is that she has a very serious personality and loves fantasy in her heart. She usually likes to write some romance novels between kings and knights. If there is such a person around, life must be very interesting. With the continuous improvement of strength, today's Suhai has gone further and further on the way to find fun. Maybe this is the loneliness of the strong Lu Ying. A disciple of the martial arts king Luo Hao, was quietly kneeling outside a courtyard on Mount Lu of Daxia. In the courtyard, there is a figure of peerless elegance. Needless to say, the only person who can make Lu Ying transform into such a gift is Luo Yang, the martial arts king of Jiangnan, one of the 7 godslayers today. Master, the Marquis of Eastern Europe sent someone to Neon this morning and handed a letter to the newly born King of Light. Judging from Marquis Vauban's actions during this period, it should be that he has taken a fancy to the 2 excellent witches beside the King of Light. Facing the figure like the courtyard, Lu Yinghua instinctively had a hint of fear. He didn't dare to look up at all. He just lowered his head and slowly reported. As a disciple of the King of Martial Arts, Lu Yinghua has reached the peak of mankind with his martial arts skills. Such achievements cannot be separated from the strong teaching of the master, Luo Hao, the King of Martial Arts. But it is precisely because of this that Lu Yinghua developed feminophobia in the cruel teaching. The more beautiful women are, the more afraid they are, which is really sad. That old thing has never changed, always pursuing the power of plundering the god of disobedience. In fact, it's a matter of abandoning the basics, but not knowing that the human being itself is a huge treasure house. How did that newborn little guy react? When he heard that Marquis Vauban was looking for a good witch, Luo Hao didn't seem surprised at all. After all, Marquis Vauban has always been like this. Luo Shi and the Marquis of Woban were originally mortal enemies. One was the martial arts king who reigned at the peak of martial arts all over the world, and the other was the oldest ancient demon king in existence. The two had fought several times before, although Luo Liang had relied on his unparalleled martial arts skills and his powers that were no weaker than Marquis Vauban. Every match has the upper hand, but the Marquis of Vauban wins because he has a lot of tricks and a lot of trump cards, so he can barely evenly divide every time. 0. Ask for flowers. 0. The Marquis of Woban can also be regarded as an opponent who can enter the eyes of Luo Hao, a proud martial arts king. On the contrary, Luo Tao is now more interested in the reaction of Suhai, who is also an Oriental and a newly born god-killer. The King of Light was furious on the spot and instantly destroyed the letter of the Marquis of Vauban. Facing the question from his master, Lu Yinghua trembled slightly and continued to answer. Oh, it's still a bit powerful, and it didn't lose my face as an Oriental. But before he could finish speaking, Luo Hao interrupted. Obviously, Luo Hao is a little bit appreciative of Suhai's reaction. Master, not only that, this King of Light was spared and rushed to the Balkan Peninsula on the spot. At the base camp of the Marquis of Vauban, it was at war with him, and the news just came that the Marquis of Vauban has been defeated, and the King of Light, the ghost, has won and killed the Marquis of Vauban. Looking at Sui with a smile on his face, Lu Yinghua continued to speak, although he was a little afraid and unwilling to interrupt Luo's thoughts. Because Lu Yinghua knew very well the temperament of his master. If such important news was not made clear, it would inevitably be a kind teaching afterwards. Yinghua, get ready for the teacher to go to Neon to meet this fellow of mine. Hearing that Suhai not only won the final victory, but also killed the Marquis of Vauban, a strange color finally flashed on Russell's face, but in the end it turned into an expression of interest. Slowly stood up from his position, turned around, and said to Lu Yinghua, who was kneeling on the ground. Obviously, Luo Hao has developed a little interest in Su Hai, who has never met. In addition, Luo Hao originally wanted to go to Neon to liberate the sealed monkey god. In Luo's heart, even if the god of the East is a god of disobedience, he can't. Sealed by a small island nation, Luo Liang, who had an idea in his heart, did not hesitate and made a decisive decision to go to Neon. 2. Chapter 96. Welcome back, my king. On the other hand, Su Hai and Liliana quickly returned to Neon. At the invitation of Su Hai, a god killer, Liliana was naturally unable to refuse. In addition, Liliana's impression of Su Hai is also very good, so there is no reason to refuse. Looking at Su Hai, who came back, Erica stood at the door of the temple and said with a smile on her face. Apparently, they already knew that Su Hai had killed the Marquis of Vauban. This is also normal. The battle between the gods is secret to ordinary people, and it is just a natural disaster. However, for the many forces on the mysterious side, it is a top priority. After all, every wanton deity can cause the destruction of a country or even the entire world. Therefore, when the 30 Sea of Su went to the Balkan Peninsula, it has already received the attention of various mysterious forces. The moment Su Hai killed Marquis Vauban, the result of the battle had already passed and had already appeared in the hands of various forces. Your news is very well informed. Seeing the well-informed girls, Su Hai was a little surprised at first, but he was relieved after thinking that it might be the news of the red copper-black cross. Lily, it looks like we can be together again in the future. During the conversation, Erica also noticed Liliana standing beside her with sharp eyes. With Erica's wisdom, she naturally understood what was going on in an instant. For a while, he said with a sincere smile, Erica and Liliana have had a lot of contact since childhood. Although the two belong to the Bronze Black Cross and the Copper Black Cross respectively, they are both talented Italian girls. Competing and acquainted with each other, Erica also likes Liliana very much as a close friend. Of course, I always like to make fun of Liliana. The biggest misfortune for me is to work with you next. It's just that Liliana is much more tsundere compared to Erica, who is the same on the outside. Coupled with the fact that she was often teased by Erica, Liliana did not give Erica a good look. Well, how sad. I think of Lily as my best friend. Lily, you actually said something that made me, who is a close friend, sad. Facing Liliana's reaction, Erica was not surprised at all. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately pretended to be hit hard and said with some sadness. Su Hai, who is familiar with Erica, knows that this is the performance of Erica's mind again. Best friend, in my heart you are the greatest demon, the evil one, and my greatest enemy. For years ago, you ate the strawberry cake that I put away and prepared to enjoy alone. You also often asked Karen to secretly show you the novels I wrote. After hearing the words, best friend, Liliana seemed to have opened some serious mechanism. A shy and angry expression appeared on her face, and her eyes were full of anger when she looked at Erica. He quickly talked about the unbearable past, and every time he talked about it, Blacken got 1 point. When it came to the end, he even summoned his own weapon, Silver Master. Looking at some blackened and despairing Liliana, a trace of sympathy appeared in the eyes of Luculazia Zola and Yuri Banligu. At the same time, she looked at Erica with strange eyes. As if looking at a devil, from these resentful words, it can be seen that Liliana has endured many unbearable tricks. At this moment, everyone once again profoundly understood that Erica's black-bellied character was indeed well-deserved. Faced with such a situation, even Erica's eyes flashed a hint of embarrassment. Such a lively scene gradually calmed down as the night fell. Although a new member has been added, all are as usual without much change. Obviously, Su Hai is used to the behavior of a teenage girl coming home from time to time. After all, Su Hai can even bring home the god of disobedience. So what's the point of bringing back a shrine maiden? Early the next morning, the door of Su Hai's room was pushed open, and Erica, who was only wearing a simple pajamas, walked out slowly, looking a little tired. The leprechaun and Liliana, who was passing by the door, happened to meet Erica, who came out of the door. Liliana, who lived next door, recalled the movement last night and the current situation. Naturally, I understand everything. Although I often fantasize about some plots of the king and the knight in my heart, and I like to write some romance novels of this type. But in the end, Liliana is still an innocent girl, whether it's the movement she heard last night or how tired Erica looks now. They gave Liliana a relatively big impact, and Liliana said with a red smirk on her face at this time, "Do you want Lily to try it too?" I can tell Wong, but Wong likes you very much. If it was Lily, Wong would definitely be very happy. Seeing Liliana like this, Erica's spirit of teasing rekindled, and she whispered in Liliana's ear, who was approaching directly. "No shame. It's simply violating the virtues of a knight." Facing Erica's bold words, how could the innocent Liliana bear it? Immediately turned around and walked downstairs. Cough. The king is such a stalwart. The most loyal knight and the king of gods and demons met on that day. The king took my waist and said softly. However, how could Erica's just coming interest be able to let Liliana go so easily? When Liliana turned to leave and just came to the entrance of the stairs, Erica suddenly spoke her words and deeds. Apparently, it was for Liliana. "Impossible. How would you know? I've already been burned." Faced with these words, Liliana Nanik turned her head in shock and fell into the gray world. Her whole body seemed to be broken, and she questioned in disbelief. Obviously, what Erica had just read was Liliana's fantasy romance novel plot, and the content is just about the story between the stalwart king and the loyal and unyielding knight. "Karen and I are close friends." Lily, seeing that her goal has been achieved, Erica said with a smile. Chapter 97. At this time, far away in the Italian Bronze Black Cross headquarters, a heart in a maid outfit sneezed. This girl was Karen Jankowski, Liliana's maid, very capable. But she is the same type of person as Erica, who likes to tease Liliana, who is the master. So I often quietly show Erica the novels written by Liliana. "Karen, since you, the enemy, know about it, then I can only kill you, and then I will kill myself to apologize to the king." Liliana, who felt that the whole world was dark, summoned her own weapon and said somewhat self-sacrificingly. It looked like she was being humiliated. "Okay, Erica, stop teasing Lily. Yuri has already made breakfast. We can't keep Yuri waiting too long." Fortunately, at this time, Suhai also walked out of the room with Lakura Kaizola and Athena. Suhai, who had heard everything in the room, spoke slowly. "King 03, I really prefer Liliana." "Sure enough. Are you going to abandon me as an old love when you have a new love?" With the appearance of Suhai, it can be regarded as an end to this joke. But Erica, the culprit, pretended to be pitiful and said slowly, as if she was the one being teased. I don't favor anyone. You are the most precious people around me. If you continue to tease Liliana, the name of the great knight will cry." Facing this slapped rake and pretending to be pitiful Erica, Suhai reached out and tapped Erica's forehead, looking a little angrily, then went downstairs. "The most precious person?" Faced with such words, Liliana murmured to herself as she watched Suhai leave. With a strange expression, she followed, and Erica smiled slightly when she saw this. At this time, Erica was very clear in her heart that her close friend had gradually been attracted to Suhai. This is Suhai's contagious power of protecting the hearts of those around him, which can always make those around him unknowingly attached to Suhai. After all, as a past person, Erica has a deep understanding. Isn't she also infected like this in the past? "Xia Wang, this is for you. Eat more while you are growing." In the hall on the first floor, Suhai sat around a long table with Liliana and Athena's people. While eating, Suhai took a whole poached egg from the plate to Wanli Guguang next to him. After all, this little girl is in the process of growing up now, and her nutrition must keep up. Wanli Guguang, as the youngest of the girls, is very lively and likable, and has become a group favorite during this period of time. Even Athena, the god of disobedience, was no exception. After breakfast, Suhai left the temple alone and headed towards the West Heaven Palace. After all, the last time, Suhai wanted to go to the West Sky to try to unblock the Monkey King. If it wasn't for the Marquis of Vauban to find a job in the middle, it might have been successful now. But now it's the same. With the situation where Yuri Wanlagu was leading last time, Suhai already knew the existence of Shitian Temple, so this time he didn't let other people go with him, but went alone. However, on the way there, Suhai suddenly looked up at the sky. Suhai felt that there was a line of sight watching him in the sky. It should be a satellite. After thinking about it in my mind, I realized that it must have been arranged by the Japanese high-level officials. After a slight smile, he didn't care at all. After all, there was no need to hide it at all. Even if the mysterious side of Neon knew about it, it wouldn't help. They couldn't stop what Suhai wanted to do, and they didn't dare to stop it. Your Majesty the King of Light. He still went to the West Heaven Palace after all. Although I don't know where this guy got the news, it seems that when he came to Neon, the original purpose was for the Monkey King in the West Heaven Palace. This king has just killed the so-called oldest king in Eastern Europe and has become the most powerful existence among the 6 kings today. How can this be good? That ape god, you are a powerful god of steel. At the beginning, we used a strategy with the help of the one in the world to seal it. Even so, we lost a lot at the beginning. Many powerful the magic family is almost broken. And the fact is also true. In a conference room in Tokyo, the leaders representing various mysterious organizations of Neon are sitting in it. You talk to me every word. Without exception, everyone has worries and fears on their faces. In front of them, there was a screen playing. And if Suhai was here, he would find that it was the screen on his way to Shitian Temple. Activate Level 1 alert. And immediately start all personnel to evacuate everyone within dozens of kilometers of Shitian Temple. We can't stop this king who goes his own way. We just hope to minimize the losses as much as possible. With a helpless sigh, the old man who was sitting on the main seat as the leader of the official history compilation committee said somewhat helplessly. Although he was extremely reluctant in his heart, the old man also knew that now was not the time to complain. Only by taking action immediately could he minimize the losses in the upcoming battle. In this way, one order after another was officially released at a very fast speed. On Suhai's way to Shitian Temple, Li Macro Convenient quickly evacuated all the civilians around the shrine Shitian Temple on the grounds of earthquake drills. Obviously, although the power of the mysterious test hardly appears in the eyes of the world, the official power has always been in the hands of the mysterious test. It is precisely because of this that Neon's military and political parties will respond so quickly. This is also normal, not only the island country of Neon, but also most of the other countries. The mysterious force has been guarding and controlling the fate of every country behind it. Welcome the arrival of His Majesty the King of Light. But all of this has nothing to do with Suhai, and Suhai doesn't care about it at all. Along the way, although Suhai seems to be very leisurely and walking slowly, it gradually drifts away, as if shrinking into an inch. It seems to be walking very slowly, but in fact, every step out is like a flash, appearing in the position ahead. So in less than an hour, Suhai traveled through the city of Tokyo, came to the other side, and found the existence of Shitian Temple. Chapter 98. When Suhai came under the steps of the Shitian Temple shrine, a young witch was already waiting. Obviously, this witch was the one who guarded the Shitian Temple and was also the one who guarded the seal of the monkey god. You acted fast and made the wisest choice. Facing the shrine maiden who appeared in front of him and waiting, Suhai was not surprised at all. After a little sense, he realized that the aura of all the humans around him had disappeared. Suhai, who knew it in his heart, said slowly, "The king's will is supreme, and I naturally dare not defy it. We have set up a battlefield for the king, but this seal of the Western Heaven Palace was left by the sages. To break this seal and release the Monkey King, certain conditions must be met. But due to the change of times, we were influenced by the martial arts king's change to Neon, and many families involved in the formation of the enchantment have been annihilated. Now, our Neon mysterious side has no ability to unlock this seal. These mysterious high-level tests of Neon made a good calculation, and until this moment, they still held a bit of luck in their hearts. I felt that although Suhai's subjective consciousness could not be stopped, it might be possible to make Suhai retreat. On the surface, he admitted that the monkey monarch was in this West Heaven Palace, and he also showed a very submissive appearance. But he wanted to use the seal to make Suhai come back in vain. The mysterious side of Neon today may really have no ability to unlock this seal, but the conditions for unlocking the seal are definitely known. They didn't say it on purpose, just to make it harder for Suhai. The godhead of the dragon and snake appears, with a treasured sword that weakens the style, and the aid which who has the ability to be miserable holds a treasured sword and uses spiritual power. It's a pity that the mysterious side of Neon is still too small after all, Suhai. In the next instant, Suhai opened his mouth and accurately stated the conditions for understanding this seal. Under the stunned expression of the Shrine Maiden, Suhai went straight past the Shrine Maiden and walked past her. Step on the stairs and head towards the Nishitengu Shrine above. Sure enough, every king is unfathomable, let alone this peerless king who has reached the top. After regaining her senses, the Shrine Maiden shook her head with a wry smile and left the shrine. Now that Suhai knew about the existence of the seal and the conditions for unsealing it, he still came here. Then, the next results are not difficult to predict. For the sake of her own life, this witch naturally chose to leave, which was a very wise decision. Is it here? Coming to the empty shrine, Suhai keenly sensed that the walls in the corner were different. I saw a faint thunder and lightning shot out without hesitation. In the next instant, the wooden wall burst apart under the attack of lightning, revealing a dark passage. Facing the passage that appeared in front of him, Suhai walked in without hesitation. Because this is the place leading to the sealed space, which is where the body of the monkey god is located. Hey, is someone here to play with Lao-san again? After entering a dark space, a voice came from Suhai's ear. I saw that in front of Suhai stood a monkey with a height of less than 1 meter, standing on both feet, with many golden hairs on his body. Looking at the monkey who was very arrogant, Suhai frowned slightly, although he didn't want to admit it, but under his own strong perception, Suhai understood that this was the sealed monkey god. God said, seeing that there was no fighting intent in his eyes, and there was no monkey with the temperament of fighting over the Buddha, Suhai knew that the guy in front of him in the sealed state could only be regarded as a strong Ma-1, not a monkey god at all. Even if he were to kill him like this, he would not gain any power at all. Without the slightest hesitation in his heart, he directly activated the power of Genesis, as if he followed the law. Under the action of a burst of intense light, the entire dark space was instantly illuminated. Wherever the light reaches, the power of all runes and seals is dispelled. My grandson finally came out again. Fool. Although Lao-san also wants to fight, but not now. My grandson is going too. In this burst of light that penetrated the entire shrine, a figure instantly broke through the roof and stayed in midair. At the moment when this figure appeared, it was a man wearing a chain gold armor, holding a golden cudgel in his hand, wearing a purple gold crown on his head, and his face was full of rebelliousness. Needless to say, this person is naturally a monkey god who broke out of the seal. The ape god monarch, who stayed in the sky, knocked down the West Heaven Palace with the golden hoop stick in his hand. It turned into a streamer and disappeared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. After a burst of dust, it had already collapsed, and the ruins of the destroyed West Heaven Palace, which could no longer be destroyed, appeared. At this time, Suhai also just came out of the sealed space, and at the same time withdrew his power. The Bible and the white robe slowly disappeared. Seeing the Monkey King who took the opportunity to escape and disappeared, Suhai did not panic at all. Since Suhai dared to release the Monkey King, he was not afraid of his escape. Glancing at the direction where the Monkey King left, Suhai turned into a thunderbolt and soared into the sky, chasing after the impression of the mark in his mind. It turned out that when the seal was broken, Suhai also left a mark on the body of the monkey god. For the unreliable ape god who has not broken the seal, Suhai wants to plant a seal. It's long enough for my grandson to regain his strength. To the Kuan Yuan, all living beings are in line with the heaven. The terrain is Kuan, the secret technique of the stone mountains and grottos. After Lien Monkey God left the West Heaven Palace, he soon came to a mountain range in the southernmost part of Neon. Looking at the scene surrounded by the mountains below, the Monkey King with a golden hoop in his hand nodded in satisfaction. Towards the highest mountain in the center, it descended. At the moment of standing on the top of the mountain, the monkey god monarch inserted the golden hoop stick in his hand into the mountain without hesitation, sat up cross-legged, and spoke the spirit of words in his mouth. In this way, the power of dozens or hundreds of surrounding mountains quickly gathered, and passed into the body of the monkey god through the golden hoop. And the aura of the monkey god is also increasing at an extremely fast speed. It turns out that although the monkey god has broken the seal, his power has not recovered at all. This is also the reason why the Monkey King did not attack Suhai the moment he broke the seal. Now, the Monkey King is using the power of the surrounding mountains to restore his original power. As a creature transformed by Nuwa in myth to mend the sky, the Monkey King, although he is the god of steel, can also utilize the power of the earth in essence. Chapter 99. I am the Monkey King born in the stone, with infinite supernatural powers, myriad of changes, stealing medicinal herbs, drinking immortal wine, eating peach, practicing martial arts, being fierce, and showing evil. My surname is Sun, and my name is Wukong. After about a quarter of an hour, the aura of the monkey god monarch had reached its peak, and it was obvious that he had regained his full strength. With an explosion, the 100-meter mountain peak at the foot of the monkey god exploded, and a huge wave of air erupted from the monkey god. The endless brilliance shone in all directions, and the Monkey King at this time had recovered his original appearance and became the most dazzling existence in the world and underground. Is this your original face? Finally, you have the power of Monkey King. A thunderbolt came from the sky and took the appearance of Suhai. Looking at the unparalleled and rebellious ape god in front of him, Suhai nodded slightly and said with satisfaction, "Only today's monkey gods have the appearance of Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling the sky in mythology. The guy who was sealed up earlier was simply a joke. Fool, eat my old grandson with a stick." In the face of Suhai's appearance, the monkey god, who is very belligerent in nature, has recovered, and number 330 has the slightest nonsense. He directly grabbed the golden cudgel in his hand, entered a state of extreme speed, and quickly attacked Suhai. At the speed of light, the Monkey King came to Suhai almost in the blink of an eye. Faced with such a situation, Suhai naturally did not hesitate at all. After all, Suhai's purpose was to capture the power of the Monkey King. I saw that a golden long sword suddenly appeared in Suhai's hand, which was obviously Velaslana, but the manifestation of his power, although the power he had captured from the beginning to the present were all fused by Suhai into the authority of the sky and authority of the earth. As long as the power that has been captured, Suhai can use it as usual. After all, this is originally a part of the authority of heaven and the authority of earth. When holding the golden sword transformed into warrior power, Suhai also transformed into thunder and lightning, keeping up with Sun Wukong's speed of light at the speed of thunder and lightning, and the two turned into golden and blue rays of light, constantly colliding in the air. The power that erupted from each confrontation would instantly destroy everything around them. The mountain peaks were broken by the middle and collapsed under the force of the two confrontations. Pieces of the ground were overturned by a terrifying force, cracks appeared in the ground, and countless springs on the surface gushed out. The clouds in the sky were also torn apart because of the confrontation between the two, making the sky full of white clouds of vacuum. Sure enough, if you rely on martial arts alone, you can't compare with the famous steel gods like you. After the golden sword and the golden hoop rod collided again, the two of them both exited the state of speed and reappeared. Looking at his clothes that were damaged by the attack of the golden hoop, Suhai said with some emotion. It turned out that in the previous confrontation, Suhai was at a disadvantage. Because in the battle just now, Suhai did not use any other powers, but simply used martial arts to fight the Monkey King. Although Suhai's physical strength and internal strength are several times that of the Monkey King, but the martial arts skills that belong to the human category are still too clumsy. Compared with these gods of steel, who are skilled in martial arts and have unparalleled skills, they are still far worse. During each confrontation, the Monkey King can subtly defuse the huge force in the air of Suhai, then find the gap in Suhai's attack and fight back. Although Suhai's body has been strengthened several times, the reaction speed is faster than that of all the gods, but after all, he was attacked several times. If it weren't for the fact that Suhai's physique was several times, or even 10 times that of a normal god, he might have been injured, in the attack of the monkey god just now. Happy, my grandson hasn't had such a happy battle for a long time. The monkeys also come out and ask for it. Compared to Su-Hai's amazement, the Monkey King is very happy. Obviously, after the warm-up just now, the mythical Monkey King has completely let go of his hands and feet. In the next instant, the nerves suddenly blew out countless hairs, turning into countless monkey angels, heading in all directions. The most important thing is that among these countless little monkeys, there are also 9 monkey mythical beasts with a height of more than 12 meters. Countless little monkeys quickly went to various places in Neon and started a journey of destruction. Obviously, the monkey did not like or even dislike this place that had sealed him for so many years. And the 9 giant ape mythical beasts with huge bodies spit red lotus charcoal and launched an attack on Su-Hai. Obviously, the flames spit out from these divine beasts are not ordinary fires. The boar will crush you. The boar will ravage. Faced with such a situation, Su-Hai smiled slightly and also activated the word Spirit of Summoning. In the next instant, the ground shook and a huge wild boar broke through the ground and appeared under Su-Hai's feet. Countless locusts also fell from the sky, each with a body of 1 meter, blocking all the sunlight. These locusts are the messengers of the mythical God King Mekhl, who are actually part of the power of the God King Mekhl in the underworld, after Su-Hai plundered Mekhl's power. These locusts naturally turned into the guardian beasts of the earth, and countless locusts instantly rushed towards the 12 ape mythical beasts, although the red lotus flames made the next locust after another, falling from the air. It was burned to ashes, but unfortunately these deaths were only a drop in the bucket for the huge army of locusts. Under the fear of life and death, 12 huge ape mythical beasts were instantly engulfed by locusts. The wild boar, which has the power to smash, also seized the opportunity and rammed the 12 mythical beasts one after another. As a well-known god in mythology, you don't have only this power, do you? If that's the case, I'm so disappointed. After finishing everything, Su-Hai looked at the monkey god not far away in front of him and said slowly. While speaking, he also manipulated the incarnation of locusts and wild boars to continue to launch a surprise attack on the ape god. For Su-Hai, the more powerful the monkey god is, the happier he will be. After all, only by trying to kill the powerful god of disobedience can he gain more power. Chapter 100. Law Heaven and Earth. Facing the wild boars and locusts rushing towards him, the monkey monarch's body suddenly grew bigger and his head crossed the sky in a short time. He turned into a giant standing between heaven and earth, more than 2,000 meters tall. Such a gigantic ape god wielded the huge stick in his hand, carrying the sound of wind and thunder, and waved it towards Su-Hai. Past. In the process of waving the golden hoop, the huge wild boar and the locusts all over the sky were swept away, and sometimes the huge body represented unparalleled power. Although the wild boar has the power to smash, and the locusts in the sky can devour everything it touches, it is still too small compared to the golden hoop, like a pillar of optimism. Today's ape gods carry unparalleled power in every move, although wild boars and locusts also ate part of the golden hoop in the process of contact. But compared to the huge vault bar, it was insignificant after all, and it recovered instantly under the action of divine power. The wind pressure generated by waving the golden hoop rod even formed a hurricane that swept out, and the surrounding ground and plants were lifted up instantly, and then snapped at the waist. For victory, come to me quickly. Immortal Sun, please grant me a shining steed. A steed that is almighty. After transforming into a thunderbolt and entering a state of super speed, after evading this attack, Su-Hai time came to the back of the huge body of the monkey god. While pulling the distance, Su-Hai directly used the power of the sky to summon a huge scorching sun. And when the scorching sun came, Su-Hai also used Qilong Emperor's cage to double the scorching sun in this round. When it broke through the clouds and came down, the size of the scorching sun was even higher than that of today's Monkey King. In the face of the intense sun descending from the top of his head, the huge body of the monkey god could not be avoided at all. After all, the heaven and earth brought unparalleled strength and a hard body to the monkey god, and such a huge body would naturally limit the speed. Knowing that he couldn't avoid it, the ape god monarch directly raised the golden hoop in his hand that was as long as his body, and raised it above his head to resist the scorching sun. At the moment when the white horse carrying the scorching sun came into contact with the golden hoop rod, a terrifying gravity was introduced into the body of the monkey god, causing a huge wind pressure on the ground to radiate toward the surrounding. Ape God Sovereign also sank his feet into the ground under this impact. At the same time, the scorching sun emits solar flares carrying high temperature, which also makes the monkey gods very tormented. Isn't one not enough? Then two, seeing that there is still energy left, the Monkey King wants to fly out the top of the sun. Suhai was a little surprised by the terrifying power brought to him by the law, and at the same time smiled and summoned a scorching sun again. And this is just the beginning. At the same time as the scorching sun falls, the sky changes drastically. Two tornadoes over 12 levels blew down the immobile ape god from a distance, and countless thunder and lightning in the sky gathered from the dark clouds and turned into a huge thunderball similar to the scorching sun, which came together with the second scorching sun. There is no doubt that tornadoes, thunder, and lightning, or the scorching sun are the means by which Suhai uses the power of the sky. The target is naturally the huge ape god, who can't move now. The speed of these attacks is extremely fast. Almost at the same time, they hit the monkey gods together. When all the attacks came into contact, the real fire of the sun carried thunder, and the storm swept the monstrous flames, instantly covering the huge body of the monkey god and everything around him. All of this is seen by all the mysterious testers of neon. After all, today's movement can be seen even from a very distant place. Along with the whole neon shaking, Erica and other women who were fighting with the monkey gods also instantly solved the monkey gods in their hands and looked up in the direction of the monkey gods. Feeling this kind of destructive movement, even the girls who knew that Suhai was extremely powerful and would definitely be able to win the final victory, were inevitably a little worried. Perhaps only Athena, who was sitting on the side, could remain calm. After all, different levels saw different things. Athena, who had played against Suhai herself, knew very well that Suhai's strength was extremely perverted. Although the Monkey King is powerful, he can only compete with his heyday. Zero, ask for flowers 0. Since the last fight, Athena has deeply realized that even if she returns to the ancient body, she will regain all the power of the sky, the earth, and the underworld. Not a match for Suhai either. Today's Monkey King may be a bit stronger than himself, but he is definitely no match for Suhai. And the fact is that it is in the very center of the battlefield on the other side. With the disappearance of the storm, the flames, and the thunder, the place where the Monkey King was also revealed. Today's Monkey King has withdrawn from the state of the law, the sky, and the earth, and has returned to its normal size. It can be seen that in this attack, even with the power of the indestructible body of King Kong, the nerves have been greatly damaged. At this time, there was still a trace of electric current flickering on the body of the monkey god, and every golden hair was standing up. There were wounds cut by wind blades and burns from the sun in many places, and the surrounding environment was destroyed in a mess. The original endless mountain range, dozens of peaks have been razed to the ground by the aftermath. The place where the monkey god is located is even more recessed into the ground to form a huge, deep pit. Bao Zhao contains the heaven and the earth, the divine sword, and yin and yang. I, the great sage of Qitian, make the contract of righteous brothers, and let the worthy brothers appear. Come out, the second brother, the pig Gongheng. Come out, the third junior brother, the Shinsha god. Dafa is revealed from God. Feeling his own injuries, the monkey god monarch frowned slightly, slammed the golden hoop stick in his hand into the ground, and spit out the spirit of words. The next moment, a black pig essence with a bloated body and big ears with a 9-toothed rake, and a full-faced beard, with a necklace of skulls hanging around his neck, surrounded by a few water dragons behind him, and the monk sand with a battle in his hand appeared next to the ape god. Second junior brother, third junior brother, I will trouble you next. When I recover from my injury, I will wait for the three brothers to work together to defeat this fool. Looking at Zhu Gangya and Monk Shan next to him, the Monkey King said slowly. Apparently, they want Zhu Gangyi and Sha Monk to hold Suhai and buy him time to recover from his injuries. 2.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.